Just holding on to gains here as we get set for what is going to be the biggest economic release of the week. We're going to get September CPI data coming up here in about under 2 minutes now away. So we'll get you set for what is to be expected as we head into this number. First of all, overall, the market looking pretty good on a higher time frame at least. Look at the daily chart for the SPY right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row here, just marching back to the upside. You can see this is the main event for today. I'll expand this out and get you up to date on what we need to know here. For September, year-over-year number expected, or the prior, was 4.3. Consensus estimates right now looking for 4.1. Forecast, obviously, 4.1 as well. We'll get this in about 90 seconds or so. The month-over-month number looking for a slight uptick over what happened last time, 0.3% to the upside. Right across the board here. So anything outside on these two lines, anything outside of what we see here could be or will be definitely market moving regardless. So the inflation rate overall 3.7%. Consensus was 3.6 there, the forecast. Back to 3.7. So, hey, at least it's a 3 handle. But we'll see. Coming out here quickly, Sharif with me as always here. Thoughts going into this?
Yeah, I just really want to see what core is going to do, because that's what the number has been sticky there. We know headline might come in a little bit higher with oil rising as of late, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. I want to see what shelter inflation is going to be like as well. That's always been a tough one. So yeah, about 30 seconds left to go, 10 seconds.
Actually less than that. It's about 10 seconds to go here. We'll get the number and then we'll get over to the guys to see the reaction from the overall market. So strap in, this could get a little wild here. 3%, so in line with expectations here. 4.1% on the core year-over-year number. So it looks like everything actually exactly in line with expectations. The year-over-year inflation number, 3.7, consensus 3.6 there. So from what I'm seeing, exactly in line with expectations here, guys, right across the board. The month-over-month number, 0.3% to the upside, 0.3 for the expectations. Market downside here. Let's go over to the guys.
Good morning. We went down like 20, 30 points on the NASDAQ there, so not a heck of a lot of action. Like, I was looking for Meta to drop $2 and then try to pick up that 26 level. Not seeing anything too crazy here. Maybe you look at previous highs in the last couple of days, like 15.4-ish. That's where we're headed. So an inline number, not going to necessarily be that sexy. Maybe it could be some scalping to do, but just remember what happened yesterday. Like, the initial move, all it did is rebound, regardless of what you thought. The market just went back to doing what it was doing before. So, and what it was doing before was going up. So respect the fact that this has been an upward trending market, at least for now. Seems like a little bit of a nothing burger on that number. Jobless claims also coming in there, but even that looks like it's going to be flat as well. So, I still like bet on some strength. I was looking for a much bigger dip buy based on what we saw yesterday. Not a heck of a lot yet, but that 15.4, it could be something. I'm going to be very patient here. We didn't really move that much.
Yeah, no, I'm just long here off 15.4, so let's see if it comes through. It looks like it's going to break a little bit lower right now, coming through. So that's 15.4 right now. So let's just see if it holds. We're right here right now. We're long. This is the same sort of story as always. We've taken multiple pennies and bigger moves the last couple times on buying these dips, but it doesn't look like it wants to hold right now. We'll dig into these as it goes. Core CPI year over year, 4.1 versus 4.1, 3.7 versus 3.7. So everything seems like they nailed this one, and not much movement. I would say continue. It might, like what's going to happen right now. It looks like we're dripping down a little bit, but I would say just from the last couple days on the NASDAQ, we are at some nice levels. It's been up and away. 15.4 has been pretty key. So we'll just have to wait to see. Here's a longer look at the NASDAQ. We're just going to have to wait to see if it can hold. So there's 15.4. We've talked about being up here before. But what a dramatic move. Like, almost up, well, it is up 800 points, 800 handles right here on the NASDAQ. So nice move to the upside. Let's just hold on and see if we can hold that 15.4.
Dollar right now. We just went 105.5 to 106, all in the span of about 2 minutes. So huge move up for the dollar. I'll check the yields as well. Looks like back to the downside overall, the market coming off, as we said. But initial jobless, or the continuing claims, I should say, 1.7 million versus 1.68 million. So that could be a little bit of a positive for the overall market, seeing that continuing trend of continuing claims rising. 209,000 on the initial jobless claims, in line, basically a little bit light on this consensus versus 210. But everything else as far as inflation is concerned, basically exactly where everyone thought. And it's interesting in the sense that, you know, the narrative has been, we've had a ton of Fed speakers this week, and the narrative has been, it's still there, hasn't really changed, and we still have work to do.
Yeah, and the Fed minutes really shed light on that yesterday. Higher for longer. That was basically the consensus amongst all of them. It would the only really dispute was, do we get another 25 bips? And that seemed to be, where the outliers were. The majority did want one more rate hike by the end of the year. The market hasn't been pricing that in. If you use the Fed rate tool, it's less than 20%. Haven't looked at it yet to see what it is. But Brendo, CNBC reporting that we got a 3.7 print instead of 3.6 on the yearly numbers. So this always happens where the numbers come a little skewed.
Yeah, it depends on really where you look. I see that as well. Again, consensus 3.6, and then on another side it's 3.7 that it actually comes in, which is high side, obviously. But the previous was also 3.7, so in line with what happened last time, but possibly, I mean, we're talking about tenths of a percent.
We are.
Like it's a coin flip essentially. That's if you want to show that chart there, that's a U.S. dollar right now. So huge pop on the dollar, guys, back to the upside. Not going to help things out as far as the equity market is concerned. Both the 10-year and 30-year actually moving to the upside as well.
How much is happening?
Yeah, I was just looking at, because you're scanning through to see what's moving in there, and when it comes to those analysts, that consensus, like you get different buckets of where they're getting their numbers from or their projections from. So it's like you don't listen to a couple and you get 3.7, and you do listen to a couple and you get 3.6. So it's still going to be in line, but Bitcoin didn't really move a heck of a lot off that. Sometimes you get a little volatility on it. I mean, we're still below 27,000 here, so I thought that could lead to some volatility. I had my eyeballs on Coinbase. Not enough pre-market action, and maybe that wasn't a big enough number. Like I was actually thinking if week 78 short, but not going to chase this. 40-cent spread on this bad boy, and it's already kind of sliding to the downside. This is where I think you let things settle back out. Like if you had some ideas out there and you had some levels you like, allow those to come into play. We're keeping our eye. For anyone that mentions these small cappers, I'm keeping my eye on the ridiculousness that is some of them. But for now, looking at some of these big cap names, like Meta barely dropped. Tesla did put in a pretty good dip there, relatively good dip into the 261 level. Had I been thinking Tesla instead of Meta, in 261 yesterday's bottom, that actually got tagged, but you've already got the rubber band action. Like it bounced off 61 and gave 62. I think you want that the first time through as opposed to chasing this number. Like the NASDAQ just tagged red, went 0.01 to the downside and is bouncing. So if we get down here again and the NASDAQ's holding red, I'm not sure I'd want to jump into that number. But it's worth noting that Tesla is certainly relatively weak. When looking at that Magnificent Seven and looking at what the futures are doing, I'm seeing that as the weakest of the bunch.
We just flipped over and went short because it doesn't look like we want to hold that 15.4. We've come up and bounced up against it a couple times here right now, but like I said, we're still a little bit early. We're just going back and forth here. I see you got the Volkswagen on there, Randy, so that's pretty good. As we go back and forth here with this market, so. Yeah, earnings tomorrow is what I'm excited for here with the bank names coming out, and I think that should be definitely an exciting opportunity here. Let's see how far we can go back. We may come back into yesterday's close here around $16. Well, obviously 16 is the time. Right down here, 39.20, looking to get a little bit of a print like that. So we flip it over, start to go a little bit short now on the TQ. So it does not hold 15.4. So let's just see what's going on right now. Yeah, position board not up, but I am short right now 35s on TQQ, guys.
Here is the Fed funds tool right now. We gave it a sec to refresh itself. And honestly, there's surprisingly little change here. This is where it was yesterday, essentially. This is December, FYI. So I'll show you November in a second. But this is December, about 29.7% chance, according to this, of quarter point hike before the end of the year. But if you go back to November still, I mean, 92 plus that nothing's going to happen, which is where it was essentially yesterday.
Well, there's been a lot of talk lately about the bond market doing the work for the Fed because the bond market's been really increasing rates here, and that's really had an effect on real rates. And that's what they discussed actually in the series of interviews that they've been giving. Mary Daly making that case, the San Francisco Fed president was making that case in an interview she gave a couple of days ago. So we'll have to wait and see if the actual numbers are reflected in the Fed funds tool. But we'll, it's been an interesting look the last little week.
Yeah, 2-year back to 5.062 right now. So a big move up for the 2-year. 10-year actually not as violent, or not as volatile anyways. Back to just 4.6 essentially. 20-year and the 30-year also moving slightly higher, not huge moves, but this move downside continuing here. I mean, there's a number of other things that are obviously moving around so far this morning. We were touching on Ford, a little bit of a move to the downside after the close yesterday on this expanded strike news, which kind of came out of nowhere. That's the dollar. So I'm keeping my eye on the dollar here just to make sure we don't get anything crazy going on. Birkenstock, obviously a big story from yesterday. Nice debut. We'll see what happens today with that. I mean, it was a nice debut. It ended at day lows essentially, but yeah, good to have that stock on at the market.
Yeah, interesting because, I mean, I think basically what the company that acquired it was interested in it because none of the family members who were part of the company wanted to own this, and that's kind of been their modus operandi, to pick up companies that the family is no longer interested in managing or owning. So, it was an interesting look yesterday. I didn't trade it. It was a little bit tough to trade. Saw, as Brendo mentioned, closed below the lows. But yeah, and the IPO price was interesting as well because we've been seeing lately it opening at the higher end of the range. This one was at the lower end of the range. So yeah, not a lot of enthusiasm for this one yesterday.
Yeah, well, today, same story. It's kind of leaking a little bit here with the overall market. I saw a few people mentioning the banks this morning. Obviously, coming up tomorrow morning, we'll get into earnings season officially. With some of the big banks. This one is actually not one of those, BAC coming next week, but just saw Bank of America pop up on a down tick here, guys.
Which one is one of those that's going to be reporting? JP to the Morgan. I missed an opportunity to say JT Marlin. That's my bad.
We're here.
I'll be better next time. I got to say JT Marlin. But look, it's going to be interesting today. Obviously, this number is taking things to the downside. I think it feels like a little bit more than expected, but did yesterday necessarily make sense? Didn't have to. You had to trade the action off PPI. So JPM, you bounced off the 200 to do this quickly. It gets up to like the 50 here at 148, backing off yesterday and maybe again today. So going into earnings, it looks as if it just went 200 period to 50 period, and if it can't take that out today, it seems like a little bit of overhead resistance. It's always a decent bellwether for things when we get those bank earnings. You know the drill. A lot of times there's an opportunity maybe to catch these for a day or two in terms of extra volatility after earnings, but I feel like today with the number, the pullback, where it's dipping from here, it gives you an interesting line in the sand, that 50 period on the daily, specifically for JPM. And we get three of the banks tomorrow, and then we get the rest of them next week. So there's like JPM, Citi, and Wells tomorrow, with BAC next week, and we get Goldman later as well. So look, I think this is an interesting, if the market does make a recovery, I'd like to actually be able to test out that 50 period on the daily for JPM.
Yeah, I actually just put the sticky note out right now. We do have JP Morgan on there as well. Watch out for a 145. Strongest bank, earnings tomorrow. Buy now with a question mark. I mean, I think there's a realistic opportunity to get JP Morgan back into this 145, especially if it does do a little bit of a dip off the open. Right now it has a dollar spread. It's going to be a no-fly zone. But, you get down into here, 145. I mean, it's been pretty well positioned here heading into earnings. It's a nice bounce off the 200 period moving average. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. Now you're going to see a little bit of a red mark right there. So let's see if we can hold that, the 50 period, as well as that 148. I like JP Morgan heading into earnings. And if you are buying a bank, I think that's the right one. So we'll have to wait to see what all the others do tomorrow. But banks aren't necessarily great to trade on earnings day. They often, we talked about this yesterday on the market recap show there with Chris, they tend to get faded no matter the report. So we'll see if it comes out strong tomorrow. I think you want to buy ahead of tomorrow's earnings report for JP Morgan, and I like the 145 level. So that's going to be something that I am definitely attuned with here today. There's a couple other big names that we're going to talk about when we get back, but we're getting locked and loaded here. We have a very, very special guest.
Always.
Rahim Alani is back in the building and getting all queued up. So we'll have some, I don't know, what are we talking about today? Ooh, battery metals.
You know what?
Okay,
I
so
was going to guess
perfect.
wrong. I was going to guess wrong.
Right in the heart of some of the matters here. I was actually going to look at Rivian today as well. So.
That's one worth watching today.
Yeah, so I think Rivian's up near that $20 level here.
You know what I actually want to know?
I wanted to see if there's any news on it.
I'd like to know why does, look, no one actually puts my microphone on for me and helps me get it all nice and straight there.
You ain't a guest,
But
bro.
Rahim rolls in there and gets like the star treatment. It's like, okay, let me fix your mic up. We'll get you on. I see what's up. It's absolutely fine. You know, we're fumbling with it. I can't make sure it's turned live when we come on. I'm muted half the bloody time. I don't know, but it is what it is. But that's why we love Rahim.
At least we do our own makeup, right? You know what I mean? So.
Well, you can tell. Like I have no idea. I just kind of
being professional.
I just like throw it on just so you guys don't get that glare effect.
Yeah.
Watch me if I don't wear it. You'll see how crazy it is. Like, it'll just blind every single person here. And if I go cue ball, then it's game over. But you're right about Rivian. Rivian rejected 20 yesterday. So a rejection of that 20 level was big for Rivian. I guess we'll probably talk about that later, though.
Yeah, we may. All right, when we are ready. Are we ready? All right, thumbs up from Fabian. Let's go and see what Rahim's all about today.
Indeed, there he is. Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Group's back with us for a chat again this morning on a topic we've discussed in the past. Good to see you, first of all.
Likewise.
We'll talk a little battery metals here. This marketplace as a whole is very, very interesting in the sense that we're in such early days, and therefore the opportunity still might be years out, as we've been saying, you know, on that kind of 3 to 5 year scale even. So you brought with you a bunch of names that we'll get into here today with interesting stories and interesting, relationships in this battery metals field. But give us an overview here as far as what people need to know if they're looking for some sort of piece of this. What would you tell them?
So yeah, we've talked about this ad nauseum, in a few different segments. And the thesis is still the same. There is going to be a critical shortage of metals. Everyone hops on the lithiums because that's what they need for batteries, et cetera, but there's going to be a critical shortage of copper, of zinc, of these critical elements that are going to be needed to develop anything in the world. The amount of copper and zinc that goes into anything that's on this desk or in the parking lot far outweighs the amount of lithium. So that's why these countries are all coming together to work together to develop a framework around elements that have been deemed critical, and copper has just been put onto that list. So we'll allow for different things. We'll allow for government incentives, grants, countries to work together, and I think copper getting onto that list will be very important for this sector. We're seeing governments, we're seeing quasi-state-owned companies all make that foray into procurement and relationships with companies to get access to these critical metals. So I think it's going to be a very important sector as we continue to grow. There are certain countries that you wouldn't have thought would make that list are now getting onto that list so that they can all cooperate together. And like we talked about a couple months back, like even Tesla was making investments into particular mining entities. We'll talk about one here today. Stellantis did one as well.
Yeah.
And there's two schools of thought. Do you stick to what you know? And Goldman Sachs has said, car companies should just stick to what they know and hedge the commodity, versus other ones who are saying, well, we're going to need let's just go downstream and get it. So it's going to be interesting to see how those entities also play, because this is the first time that we're seeing companies and users actually coming right into the market, not traders, not commodity houses, but actual people that are going to use the commodity come in and make those investments. So it's going to be interesting to see where they fit into all of this, along with the governments and the state-owns.
Yeah, we'll touch on a few intra-listed or dual-listed here in Toronto and in New York as well. But I want to get your thoughts. I put you on the spot here a little bit, but we talked about the story last week of Lithium America, which is one of those listed here in Toronto and also down south of the border. There was rumblings of them possibly picking up a huge, I think it was a $1 billion or $2 billion government grant to further develop their property in Arizona, I believe it is. But nothing else has come from that yet. But another one of these that are in that space.
Yeah, and we're seeing again with especially with the states. They've got the Department of Energy, they've got Department of Defense, they've got the State Department, all of these different entities. And I think we had spoken about one a couple of months back where I was speaking with somebody from the US government about it. And I said, oh, this company just made a $33 million investment into, or sorry, grant. They're like, oh, that's a small amount. I'm like, well, for these Canadian companies, $33 million. For a junior Canadian mining company, $33 million is a lot of money.
Yeah.
And then you go all the way up to the ones that we're talking about, like Lithium America, where you're getting up to potentially $1 billion from the state departments and the different government entities. So that's why I'm saying it's going to be really key to see how that happens. Mubadala just said they're going to put $1 billion into Brazil.
Yeah.
Saudi's making investments all over the world. China's doing the same thing. So it's going to be really interesting to see where these entities start putting their government dollars as well.
Maybe a topic for the next time, but they also announced this week that they've spun off that Argentina portion of that company. But again, we can touch on that maybe next time around. Let's get into a few names here that are looking a little bit interesting as far as dual listed again, both here in Toronto and New York. MUX, tell us about this one.
So again, that's not a pure copper name, and the reason we thought McEwen was interesting, it's had a nice run up in the market of gold that hasn't necessarily seen all the names rise together. But what's been interesting about them is they've got McEwen Copper, which just received investment from Stellantis that I just mentioned for $120 million, and a Rio entity put in $10 million into their Argentinian copper asset. And they believe that McEwen Copper will do an IPO at some point in the very near term. And so based on those things happening, McEwen, I think, has seen a pop off of that. Their asset in Argentina is believed to be one of the 10 largest undeveloped copper assets in the world. So we're going to think, and some really rich valuations that are going into these things. So you're seeing, like I said, a Stellantis coming now down market, or downstream to get access to commodity.
Right. All right. FM, ticker FM, which is First Quantum, if
First Quantum.
Right.
Another one. Yeah, sixth largest copper producer in the world. And First Quantum was interesting going back a few months because of their issues with the government. Was the government going to grant their permit license or not? They've had recent issues just right now with respect to union. And I think all of those are getting cleared up, and they continue just to put out strong numbers. 8-cent dividend. They're going to put out their numbers in Q3 on the 24th. So if you're interested, tune in for that.
Yeah.
And La Granja is their new Peruvian asset with Rio that they've got 55% interest. They put in $105 million into that, and they've got another $546 million to spend there. And what's interesting about Peru, for those that have been or visited or know it, very high altitudes. So it's going to be interesting to see how these companies also operate in environments that they haven't been used to. But again, these mining companies have been doing it for a very long time. So you're seeing, again, like someone like a Stellantis go down market.
And might be, a logistical type of concern for them.
Of course, and again, it is with all these mining companies, but they've all done it. They've all been there for a long time. So operationally, it might be an issue, but for guys like First Quantum and Rio, who've been doing it for years and years and years, it's not necessary. Yeah. It's always just interesting to note.
Okay, IVN, another one.
I was just going to say, because Russell Wilson can't play in that environment. I had to give altitude can affect all kinds of players, right, guys? So I had to throw that in there. Not a cheap shot, I'm sorry. I'm a Ravens fan. You guys know that. It's hard enough. Ivanhoe. Yeah, their new project has been sort of gangbusters in the DRC. They've exceeded their 23 guidance on their new project already, generating 300,000 tons already year to date. So big numbers, and they have been very, very focused in Central East Africa there in the DRC. And Ivanhoe just keeps putting out good numbers. 172 million in EBITDA for the quarter.
If you had to sum it up, I mean, there's a couple other ones here, LUN and PNRL. If you had to sum up maybe the group itself in top three, where would you point people?
Oof. It depends. We're known here to talk about small cap on the segment here. We like to talk about small cap stocks. It just depends on your risk profile.
Yeah.
You look at First Quantum, it's the 6th largest copper producer in the world. If you want to sort of stay in a nice delta of probably won't go down too much, has some upside, but it won't be a 4-bagger, a 5-bagger. You want to stick to names like that, like the large caps that we've talked about.
Right.
PNRL, that's on that list there, the nickel company. They are out in Botswana, and the State Department is doing stuff with them. State Department has said Botswana is going to be important for critical metals. Their stock has moved up nicely, and you look at their range, right? They've traded between 90 cents and 220 on the year, and trading around $1.70. So it just depends on your risk profile, to be honest. For all the investors out there that are watching, you can go with the large caps, obviously a lot safer. smaller deltas potentially, or you go with these small caps that we talk about from time to time.
Yeah.
And happy to do like a small cap segment where we just focus on, the ones that are potentially those lottery tickets that are going to go 2, 3, 4, 5 times.
Yeah, and in top three, I mean, maybe top three most interesting at
Right.
this point, in the process. And yeah, great looking daily chart here for this PNRL. As we said, I mean, this is early days, and much more to come as far as this space is concerned. Always great information. Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Group in Toronto. Thank you.
Anytime.
As always, thank you very much there, Rahim. Now, here's the thing. Rahim's been coming on the show for a very long time, and I can't remember the last time we had an opportunity to correct him because he's always right. And Sean pointed this out to me, but I just decided that I was going to throw this out here. So Russell Wilson, yards per game, best in 3 years. His interception percentage is the best for the last 2 years. His touchdown interception rate's like the best he's had in like half of a decade. His completion percentage is the best in 3 years. Broncos may suck, but Russell Wilson, statistically, he hasn't been the problem. We're about numbers around here. I'm all for pot shots at any team that isn't the Bills. I've said that time and time again. I think the Broncos are going to get absolutely trashed tonight. We're not taking them in Survivor because we kind of figure, well, it's
Taking KC. Oh, yeah.
well,
Definitely not taking Broncos.
It's about like there's 3 obvious
sure.
games this week, and if you can stay away from the Thursday night game, experience has said Thursday night, a division game, it's like stay away from it. That's kind of like trading the earnings call or something like that. It's not worth it. So we're staying away from tonight's game. Like, what if Kelsey goes down? You never really know with these division
he's
games.
supposed to be playing.
But yeah, Denver's not very good. Broncos country. Let's not ride. They ain't riding anywhere. But speaking of rides, oh God. So whatever. I don't know. That's a bad pun. We're going to talk some Rivian. And if we're going to talk about the EV makers, look, they raised money dilution and was obviously going to be a bad thing. But you've been in the midst of a rally for a couple of days here. So it made a bottom 17-ish, and then yesterday wicked $20. So the entire gap fill would be a little bit closer to 21. But if you remember that day, and I think most people do, if you remember last week, when it flushed, 21, it was without any fanfare, but $20 had a very good consolidation. Randy, you're the absolute man.
Hey-o.
So I like to fail at 20. What are your thoughts on Rivian?
Everything okay?
Good. Fail at 20.
Yeah, it's right back to 20, and then it failed yesterday.
Are you in tomorrow or? Yeah. Okay. I never know with you on a Friday. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's hit or miss.
What are you doing? Analyzing that chart there, big guy?
Oh, Rivian.
He
You
likes
like
Rivian. He likes Rivian.
You should have bought 17s then when you had the chance.
Stamp of approval on Rivian.
Good stuff to come.
All right, good stuff to come.
I know.
It's great. The analysis is next level. It's
Raheem goes there and just drops, spits facts for 10 minutes. Randy,
Raheem, you're coming way too
like it.
prepared. Okay.
don't even worry about it.
Way too
Throw on the
prepared.
hoodie next time, and then just be like, I like the stock.
This guy, I mean, the problem with Raheem is he's always too dressed up. He's dropping knowledge. It's like
Watch.
it's like too much, man. Baltimore Raven fan over there.
How are you taking shots at
Preakness.
Russell Wilson? Have you seen Lamar Jackson's numbers?
I mean, he's just standing here beside us.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's what I said about Russell Wilson. I listened to a podcast a couple weeks ago, and his numbers are better than expected.
I was surprised to see that, actually.
But I like that downstream talk there. I think that a lot of these, battery makers, so on and so forth, are going to have to come. We obviously know where the metals are going to be coming from there. A couple of names highlighted there by Raheem. We're just going to keep looking forward, man. I mean, we trade major cap tech names, but there are, investable names there.
Yes.
Take some shots there. You can't. Blue chips are one thing. Doing the research and figuring out what the next play is. The stock market is going to be based on, future valuations.
Who next?
Yeah, who next, right? And so we'll look for that. I am next right now. People asked in the chat, do we think this is going to be an up or down day today? I'm kind of right now stuck in the middle of a opinion here on where we're going to be going because the NASDAQ is flat. We've got the numbers come through. We've had such a huge run up. I just wonder if there are people here in the market that were expecting, something different than we got. We got as expected. So can the market continue to hold the momentum here today? I'm not certain, and we're going to have to wait. We're now currently short the NASDAQ. We're still under that 15.4 right here. So as long as we stay under 15.4, I'm pretty happy being short. So let's see. This market can't open quick enough. Let's get some real volume into here and see where we go.
I mean, yeah.
There's a look at a few analyst moves for you this morning, upgrades and downgrades here this morning. Clorox, am I wrong? That was on here a couple of days ago, but I could be wrong. CLX, maybe it was last week. ExxonMobil, MasterCard, First Solar, Beyond Meat, downside today. Interesting Carvana carrier. Estee Lauder, Beyond Meat, I mean, obviously a highly shorted stock, one of those ones that can run when it wants to. It's been a couple of days of these absolutely insane, low float squeeze type stocks. There's a whole bunch more of them again today. That TPST yesterday kind of kicked this off, but one we should watch today.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't really look and see what Mizuho said with respect to why it was downgraded, but you need only look at the chart of the stock to see what it's done. It really ran up during the 2020, 2021 period, and it really has sold off ever since. Have you had any of their products, Brendo?
Beyond Meat? No, I have not.
Neither have I.
Soy for everyone.
No thanks.
Soy for everybody, yeah. Beyond Meat, okay, what do we say about them? My mother always told me if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. But, okay, we're here and we're live and we're supposed
What was
to...
Beyond Meat? Did it get an upgrade or downgrade?
Hell to the no, they didn't get no upgrade.
Okay.
They got a downgrade. So, okay, here's what I'll say that's nice. In the last couple of days when the market was going up, Beyond Meat was going up. But now it stinks again. $8 is an obvious level. I don't know if it gets to SSR at $8. So if it breaks $8 today and gets to $7.95 or $96,
$8?
then this would be short sell restricted. So it could actually hold on to last week's support. Here's me giving you some kind of a non-terrible case. If it were to hang on to this level and bounce off of 790, that would be an SSR bounce. It's down 7.5%. I suppose that would be something you could look for in a long, as you could possibly imagine. Looking at this on the daily chart, I mean, if it breaks 790, that looks pretty darn decent for a short. Like, could Beyond Meat turn 10% into 15 or 20? Especially if the market's going to the downside. Like, at what point does this actually catch a bid that it can hold? Right? Like, since it had its most volatile day going back all the way into August, it's been a very, very gentle move to the downside without finding a serious bottom. Like, this is what I mean. Like, can it do something like that in May where it holds a low, and then once it held that low for a few weeks, boom, it's able to almost double up there. It just hasn't formed that kind of a base, so really just shorting the stock has been the better play. Like, short the pops. I suppose if it got to 850 at the open, like, that could be a short the pop situation. Like, there we go, 850's right here. But yeah, not necessarily a good look for Beyond Meat. Every now and then, like, you see the upgrades and downgrades, you're like, oh, yeah, this one isn't nonsensical at all. I mean, Beyond Meat downgraded.
The thing, I didn't even realize that it was that low. But the thing is that I think it's the highest shorted name basically on the street. I'm pretty sure. I don't think Carvana is this high anymore. 41.5% short. I think it's a long. I'm going to go against everybody. I just think that, you're down 8%. The shorts have won right now. I think they could be covering here off open. Getting back down. The 52-week low is 7. Let me just expand this out a little bit here. We just hit it a couple days ago. 790 is the 52-week low. So possibly look for a bounce from 8. Right now. So like Neil said, it had a nice move up all the way to $9. I didn't even realize it was sub $10, to be honest with you. That $10 break right there was pretty good, man. You broke 10, you went right to $9. Tried to get back to 10, didn't, failed miserably at 10, went down 20% from that level, and then right now you're bouncing off that 8 again. So I'm not saying that it didn't make the sticky note. Obviously, I didn't even realize it was down here. The volume today is only 100,000 shares. So it doesn't, I don't want to call the long yet. The volume doesn't seem to be in there, but if the volume can come into Beyond Meat, then I actually prefer a long rather than a short in this name. Obviously, if you get to $10, I think we're talking about something a little bit different, but a $10 move now, considering we're already down 8%, is going to be pretty good move to the back end there. So it's 790 is the 52-week low. I could see us sort of taking that, hovering around there once the short realize it's kind of holding that level and there maybe is some support, then I think you can try to play the long. So for me, I like Beyond Meat down there near $8. Not enough volume to sit in front of it yet. Let's wait for it to get going. I don't, I mean, the amount of soy, I'm not, we're not going to sit here and give Randy analysis or anything like that here, but it's just.
He probably likes that
The
stock.
stock is looking pretty bad. The only thing, it's not great when you're hanging your hat on a short float, So let's just wait to see what happens down there at $8. It's Beyond Meat. The other name on there, was there a cruise line on there? I'm not. No, okay, I'm not sure because I thought maybe because CCL down there near this $12 mark. Now we're getting a little bit of a bump up. I thought maybe I saw it and I was like, oh, I want to talk about Carnival as well because see, it's bouncing off that $12 area. So if we were down here, I think that's a decent long. I feel like some of these cruise names have gotten hit a little bit too hard here. Nice move to the downside there yesterday, and there's that 12.50. So I was sort of thinking that if we were down more near that $12 level here, which is not 52-week lows. I mean, we were way lower than that. That could have been a buy down in there. So I wonder about this market and just think that we've had a nice move up, but what is really the negative catalyst that we have to stare down right now? I mean, we're pretty sure the market is done raising, and we've already showed it to you, 30% chance, almost a 0% chance, I think. Well, I don't know. Actually, we should check it.
It was 93.
Is it 93? Okay, I was gonna say we could check it out right now. So, virtually, low odds of them going November 1st. Yeah. And then Brendan just showed us that it was about 30% in December. I think that will change. I think that'll get better. We have to wait to see what oil prices.
Well, that's
are doing.
what the minutes were telling. I mean, the minutes were telling you that even if not for November, like more than half the members were kind of thinking that they would still raise before the end of the year, which would leave you with December. So that number is the one that I think people are. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, but it looks like that's the number that's going to matter. It's going to be December, not November.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Like I said, I'm still sitting in the short waiting for 15.4 to break on the NASDAQ. If it does, we'll get out of this. And otherwise, let's just wait to see what we're doing here in the market as we open up in 25 minutes.
We're trying to hold here, it looks like, for both the NASDAQ and the S&P. Let's get into everything else you need to know here as we head towards the open. Already past 9 o'clock. Here's Sharif.
44.09, Brendo, is where we closed yesterday on the ES, and we bounced right off that this morning on the quick wick that we made down on the algo spike down. We're trying to bounce back and stay above that level, 44.15 now. If we get up to 44.30, that is the overnight high. Look for resistance there. If we break down below 44.09, the yesterday's close, look for support at 4,400, but if we give up 4,400, look for a short.
All right, let's talk about all the individual movers here this morning that are doing things in the pre-market with a bit of a catalyst. If you haven't done so, watchlist.tradertv.live gets you there. You can use the QR code, enter your email address, and then you get that for free every single day. Top of the list this morning, Microsoft. I mean, it's an interesting headline, but it probably won't move on this. Obviously, they are going to appeal a hefty $29 billion tax bill that the IRS has come to their door with.
That's not chump change, not even for Microsoft, Brendo. I was talking to Neil this morning about it, and he's like, this is going to drag on for like 10 years. Yeah. They're going to fight this tooth and nail. I'm willing to bet. But this is what they're saying. They're saying up to $10 billion of that 28.9 is taxes the company had already paid that are not being reflected in the proposed adjustment by the IRS. And they will go to judicial proceedings, according to Satya Nadella.
Obviously. This is, as you said, this is going to take a while. So not much moving here today, guys, for Softy.
We should have, I mean, the only problem with doing a poll on how much that they'll eventually pay is that, like, it'll take so long that everyone's going to forget by that time. But, like, it's just throwing a number out there. Let's say they pay $2.77 billion, or I don't know, whatever. That's usually what ends up happening. Like, it gets that big. Like, the government's going to do this because they're going to get something out of it, right, relative to the cost of the drawn-out battle. And obviously, Microsoft's not going to pay the entire thing, but they'll pay legal and accounting costs and all that good stuff. And there'll be some settlement somewhere. I mean, like, I kind of thought this would be like a 328 party on CPI, and you dip down to 329. Let's forget about the tax thing for a second, because I don't think that's enough. Like, that's not going to move the stock today. I think people, maybe you get a better sense of that, like, down the line when people can dig into this and kind of figure out what it's actually going to cost them. But in, like, right now, here today, I don't think anyone's going to be able to price that very well. That's just at least my guess. So I think the market's going to care about CPI. The market's going to care about previous support levels. So working down, 328's been a tight consolidation in the last, obviously this week. You did have a low underneath 325, but with the lack of volatility on this move, I'm really just thinking the higher low of 328 looks like the dip. And maybe you'd get there. I doubt it. You closed at 332. That would seem like a wick top resistance. So a pop, I'd almost be thinking fade in there. You have some lower highs forming on the daily chart. So bounce off the 50 period, lower high forming. The last time it got above the 50 period, heck, it went $5 and reversed. This time, we went $5 and it's showing signs of a reverse. So I am thinking if you get to the top end of that range up at 332, that would be a fade. So you're exactly in the middle of the range of Microsoft. That means I don't want to trade it at the open. I want to wait very, very patiently here, additionally for a chance to fade it. If there's a bounce at 328, a lot of times what will happen is you get that opening range or it's like 10:30, 11 o'clock, and things are settling down and going sideways. I think that's likely the kind of long you get. I'd rather not try the old falling knife on Microsoft. Like, I don't want that. I'd rather not get this at 9. Like, I wouldn't want 328 necessarily at 9:30. I think that would mean some bad things. But if it's there at lunchtime, hanging around, fair. But if there's a pop that allows you to fade that previous close, I like that shot here when I look at that daily.
Yeah, I mean, I said that. I was said that as soon as I came in, and Sharif's like, "Oh my God, look at Microsoft." I said, "It doesn't really matter. It's not gonna. It's gonna get caught up in the courts. It's gonna be figured out. They'll settle on something." But Microsoft's cash position right now, it's okay. I mean, if they had to just pay the bill and pretend like, you know, they just wrote a check straight up. They have $112 billion in cash right now. Obviously, you don't want to see a company write a check like that and diminish their balance sheet. But at the same time, if there is going to be a weak name today, let's trade Microsoft to the downside, right? You have that 328 break level there. That is actually, it's better. It's well, I mean, again, like, why am I missing data here? I don't know. But there's 328. We've held that over the last couple of days in this monster rally. So I feel like it's a long down there. But if it gets down there and breaks, and the market is heading to the downside, which I said, like right now, I'm flat on this short position that I've been holding. I mean, I would have liked to average in at much higher prices, but I'm not certain. It's getting closer and closer to the open. The market could rip off open, right? And if it does, Microsoft won't be the name that I go to. So let's just leave it alone today. I feel like there's too many uncertainties. There's so many other names with different stories that should be able to work today. So Microsoft, we like it. I like the stock. I think it has a moat around it. But the problem is for right now, too much uncertainty about this tax bill. So we'll pass on trading that today unless the market is really weak and Microsoft's leading the way. We'll head over to it.
Obviously, the one from yesterday, a lot of people paying attention to. Birkenstock comes to market. A bit of a lackluster kind of a day. We get faded off of 42.5 ends of the day, as we said, basically at day lows, moves further down in the aftermarket. But we're right back to that level that it was trying to hold at the end of the day yesterday before it broke down. But 40.50 seems to be a thing here. Nothing really significant as far as news today on Birkenstock.
No, but apparently they made a cameo in the Barbie movie, which I just found out about now, hence why Birkenstock is written in pink. Shout out to Ramin for that. In any event, $46 was the IPO price, but it really opened, I believe, at 41. So a significant discount there, Brendo. They were trying to gun for about 19 times EBITDA. They didn't really get that. Multiple investors here. You have the Norway Sovereign Wealth Fund as well as LVMH saying that they're going to buy up to 325 million shares worth of this. So we'll have to keep an eye on this on the next few days.
More importantly, Ramin, who is wearing them in the Barbie movie? Okay, we don't understand.
I haven't even seen it yet. You can't spoil important plot points like who's wearing Birkenstock. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Take it easy, Ken.
Yeah, it literally doesn't matter. So it actually broke 40. If you're watching yesterday's show, at first it was holding 40.5. That was at the open. That was a good long the first time. The second time, third time, it was a small bounce. Eventually broke, and it broke $40 in the aftermarket. So that was what we were looking for. At the $40 break, I mean, it's an obvious psychological level. You held 40.50, and then you kind of held 40 even. If it holds on to that, maybe there's some longs off of there. Remember, this issue was at 46, so it's like it's well underwater. I don't think you have to worry about 46. If it got there, I think 46 is probably a fade zone, but I don't think we're getting there. So it's that 40 level that's of concern. If it holds it, maybe you get a bit of a pop, but if that's a flat bottom break, I know it broke in the pre-market or in the aftermarket, but it didn't trade under that price in the open market just yet. So the buy support steps in and tries to hold it. I'd love for it to be a consolidation break. Never want to hold on to breaks too long. And we did have to pay for locates of this because it's obviously a new issue, but they're relatively cheap.
So I just tweeted this out right here. Shout out to Gunjan. Was talking with her yesterday. We'll see if we can get Gunjan Banerjee on Wall Street Journal on for the closing show, the recap show. Hopefully she's going to come through on that one. But okay, the average owner in the U.S. that owns a pair of Birkenstocks actually owns nearly 4 pairs of them. So obviously they're going to be super comfortable. I think my wife probably has 2 or 3 pairs. I was at the hockey rink yesterday where I at least saw 2 moms wearing Birkenstocks with socks. Not my wife, thank God. She was in the Jordans, which is great. But, you know, I think that's important to understand that they're pretty popular right now. Obviously, it's an IPO, so there's no way in hell I'd go long. All right, Tempest Therapeutics. You know, and again, yesterday, this is exactly it. I asked Chris Bretcher about this at 4:15 yesterday when this name was starting to rip up to the high side, $11. He said the same thing that we all always say. The risk of a Tempest Therapeutics stock when you have a huge move like this is that there's going to drop an offering. Right now, you're down to $6. They didn't drop an offering, though, I don't think, did they? Nice move to the downside right here. I think you just got to be careful. Look at all these halts yesterday. I think it was like 30 halts. Could have even been more. Couldn't even stay open. This is a 5-minute chart. I feel like there might have been some support down here around $4. Hard to tell. You don't halt in the pre-market or post-market, so we'll see if this one can get going again yesterday. I just want to let everybody know, though, retail, this name was destroyed a lot of accounts yesterday. So just be careful trading it. You know, sometimes it's tough when you get into these halt states, but we'll be here. Me and Neil can see the tap, which is going to give you where it opens up once it does halt. 4 million shares. Obviously, it's not doing a ton today, but it's a nice pull down. It has stopped at 5. So right here. So that could be an area that's interesting. Wouldn't mind seeing like a pull into 5, which could happen in a second. Take that long, and then you can even hold it to $4. You got to give this name, I think, $1, right, worth of risk if you're going to be in this one. Pretty dangerous name. We definitely have to pay for shorts here. I haven't done it yet, and nor will I. But you know, TPST, watch out for $4 possibly as an area for some support from yesterday, and then up here at $5 today, and there it goes right now. Like even if you just bought something here, $5.50, gave it to $5, you're already, you know, 1-to-1 in this trade already. So with just 15 minutes left, we'll see where the market on open orders come on this one at 925. But for right now, look at it go. Look at it go. There goes TPST trying to get back up to the upside right now. A break of that 685 is a 50-period moving average. You know, wouldn't surprise me if we get back into this 910 and then you see what happens here in the open market. But yesterday's high, from what I can see anyways, was about $11-12 there. So double up here today. TPST, it was only up 3,000% yesterday. So let's see what it can do today. I don't think it will be up 3,000% though.
3,000K on our system is the best part. Ford, downside here in a big way today. Automakers in general under a little bit of pressure, it seems like, on this news. But yeah, pretty ugly move after the close yesterday. Bit of a surprise, as it seems like the positive momentum, or any positive momentum they were talking about last week, has evaporated essentially, and as that headline says, in just 10 minutes. So not good here for Ford, as it looks like the strike is getting worse.
Yeah, that's how long the meeting lasted, Brendo, between Sean Fain and, the union and Ford representatives. The union notified Ford Wednesday afternoon they wanted a counteroffer by 5 p.m. and a meeting by 5:30. That meeting lasted 10 minutes, at which point Sean Fain declared that Ford had lost the Kentucky truck plant. But let's look at what this plant does. They make the Ford Super Duty pickups. They also make the Expedition, the Lincoln Navigator. They employ 8,700 people, and it's Ford's largest plant in terms of employment and revenue. It's a big hit. We know that these strikes have been escalating. They didn't go for the jugular right away. And this one, I think, the biggest of the bunch so far. Yeah, right back to the bottom end of the range here, guys. 3% already for Ford.
Like remember, and this you got to keep this in mind with Ford. Like down 3% now. Like if it gets to 5%, you're talking about $12 stock. So a 50-cent move is significant. A 25-cent move is a couple of percentage points on this thing. So you just have to think about it in those terms. This is not necessarily good, even if they get a deal done. Like what's the cost going to be, and like how's that going to affect them in the long term? I think we could be headed to that 11 support level area, which it feels like we're destined to get. Like look at it reject the 200. Now it's starting to reject the 50 period as well. Underneath 12 bucks, it gives you a pretty obvious area to trade off of. But like I was just saying, with Ford, if it does a 25-cent move today, from here, that would be great if in terms of a gain. But if you're shorting in the 80s and you think you're wrong just above 12, then that's not necessarily so good. Like I don't know that it's moving enough that you want to risk over that 1 percentage point. So if there is a pop, I think the 12 level would be your home to fade it. I don't really like the long till this thing gets to 11 because 11's been the place. So until you get there or you start holding 12 again, I'd rather be short, but it has to be a little bit closer to that 12 even. Otherwise, I'm staying away from that one.
I have, I probably won't be trading Ford today, but the one name that I do want to trade that's been a good one for me this month for sure has been Rivian. And we've talked about this over and over again. 13% short float right now, up more than the market today. That's cool. But I was just looking at this $20 marker. We hit it there early yesterday, pretty much not in the pre-market, but it got going here. We opened the day yesterday at about, let's call it, close to 20 bucks, 9.85. Made the move down there, 20 cents, then ripped right back up to 20.20, and then got faded basically all day. So I want to see if the market does have some good news today. I already have the order to go long through 20 bucks on Rivian. Again, the short float is there. Earnings, I think, are coming up a little bit quicker than we thought. Let me just double check this on Rivian, because again, we talked about this last night. Rivian, yeah, well, not really. November 7th, so still 3-4 weeks away for Rivian. But there's the short float. Like we said, Randy likes the name. That's not why we're taking it long. We're taking it long because I think this break could be something up here at 20 bucks. We've sort of, okay, now you get that big drop down, but you sort of banged your head against this for a little bit there. I just want to see. It could be a short as well. I'll take the long. If we fail at that top wick of 2020, then we'll use that as our out and try to get back into the short at that point. So I just think we could take this level. And then the thing about it is with that short float, we've seen Rivian go up like 10, 15% in a day, right? So if it does that, then you're going to look at 20 and say, wow, we should have been long. So I want to get long there. And if it doesn't hit, it doesn't hit. I won't be averaging into this name or anything like that. If it breaks 20, we'll play it. If it comes back in, we'll get out. So this is going to be an interesting name here. And then we don't have Tesla on the board, but again, because we're talking automotives, Tesla's been a good day trade. It just, I talk about this every day again as well. There's always these huge moves straight away off the open. And if you can catch them one way or the other, like yesterday, we talked about fading 270. It actually popped up to 269 there yesterday off the open. And then within 5 minutes was back down to 265. And then within 10 minutes or so, this is 10 o'clock, you're back down there at 263. And then at 10:30, you're down at 262 again, right? And so nice move. That's 262 right here, sorry. Down there at 262 midday. So you had a $7 move there in about an hour and a half. Okay, so watch out for Tesla coming through again here today. That top that was respected, 264 in the afternoon. So I can see if you bump up to that on a nice little rip here, you could fade the 264 there on Tesla. So watch out for that, and also 261 break. So lots of break opportunities here coming through. But again, I'm a little bit like, wondering about where this market is. We're now in the money nicely, not nicely, but we're in the money there. We just take a piece out on the TQs here. So here it comes coming back in. We were long, we switched up into the short. Now we're starting to fade out a little bit. So let's take a piece out. It's 8 cents, but it's the lowest we've been here since we've been holding this short. So we'll maybe see if it comes back in. The market, we said, we gave this trade. I said I'm short until we break 15.4. Right, which is right up here. So we didn't do that. We've been holding this short back in. Let's see if we can get back into the downside here on this market. But for right now, you can see what I'm in here. Short the market temporarily until this opens up.
Delta, it was record revenue for the Q3 earnings for DAL. They did cut their full year earnings outlook though on higher maintenance costs, but they did say they can't keep up with the holiday demand that is going to be coming.
Do you know they own their own refinery, Brenda?
I did not.
Yeah, so they have their own refinery for jet fuel. Interesting. Look, they beat on, they missed by very marginally on the top line. They beat on the bottom line decisively. But what really stood out to me, and something I discussed with Neil this morning, what percentage of the airplane would you say is first class or business class? I'd say about 1/3, maybe 1/4.
Less.
Yet, less.
Yeah,
less, right? Well, here's what they made from coach or economy, as we call it now, 6.62 billion they made. From business, they made 5.11 billion.
Huh.
Yeah, which is, to me, a big standout number. Anyway, transatlantic flights, a big focus here, Brendo, on Delta.
It'd be interesting to see what that number equates to on shorter haul versus longer haul, because obviously smaller planes, smaller business class. Anyway, a nice look though this morning, guys. Kind of lifting up the entire group. It's worth noting as well.
So a couple of things here. Whether or not like Delta gets traded today, which a lot of times falls on the no side, the earnings call is at 10 o'clock. So you're not even going to get it till the market opens. And I don't like trading these things until after the call, at least until the tail end or when it's done. But if you look at the weekly, it's 38 1/4 is converged to be, or 38-ish. Call it 38 to 38 1/4. It's close enough. On the weekly chart, it doesn't really matter that quarter. But it's a 50 in the 200 period on the weekly at that same price. Then you look at the daily, it's got resistance up there. So if this were to start breaking out above 38 today after the call, I think you don't want to fight it. They just kind of roll with the punches on this one. If it's taking out that 38 level and going higher, it's got room on the daily chart into 40 bucks. It's a possibility they could trend there. Obviously, it could turn into resistance, but until 10 o'clock, I don't think I'd look at this. Like, this could be more of like a lunch money early thing. If it's breaking 38, just note that it's a significant level on the weekly, a good one on the daily. If we get there and it's 945 or 950, would I punch long breaking that level going into the conference call? That is a resounding hell no. Just because, like, so if something gets said that they love and all of a sudden you're dollar in the money on a break that you might have liked. But if something gets said that you're not going to like, suddenly your technical trade is out the window because the conference call is on. Not the environment that I would want to trade it. So I will not be looking at this. If you're looking at well, not an airline. If you're looking at a name in the space, load. Boeing could be touching that 200 level again today. It rejected it yesterday almost to a dime. You pick and choose what you want to look at. I actually didn't think it got, like it was one wick right at the open to get you that 200 short. If you're looking elsewhere, which I was at 9:30, then you missed it. But I like that 200 level. First is resistance. Potential, it could consolidate and break out there. But if I like this move to the downside, then any pop, if we get some parabolic action at the open on Boeing, the 200 level does stand out to me to be short in front of it. I'd like the stock in general to be breaking 200, but hey, we're day trading here.
I'm just writing this right now. I'm looking to fade this level here on Walgreens Boots Alliance, 2450 right here. Another name that reported earnings, and I mean, they didn't have anything really good to say. I'm not sure. We wrote down on our watch list, obviously, that it was down 1.5%, which it was down there. But look at this move right now for WBA. Again, like they're talking about less demand for COVID-19 tests. Like, yeah, no. Annual adjusted profit, 320 to 350 per share, way below what was expected of 372. Not great. Reported adjusted profit, 67 cents, lower than 69. It's been getting absolutely destroyed this year, down almost 40%. Nice little move back right here. Has a 7% short float, obviously still a Dow component. I'm not sure why, but we'll wait to see where this name goes from here. Obviously, the market cap's only $20 billion. It's pretty small right now. I'm surprised they probably did talk about pilferage and all that kind of stuff. So I do not like this name. I'm fading it off that 50 period. So we'll sit there, take a 24.50 short if this wants to rip here off open. But I'm going to get out immediately if it takes that level. I just want to sit there in case we do get a nice little runner up. I thought maybe we would see WBA on here, which we do not. Very, very light board today on market on open orders. I don't even see any tradable names. I mean, we just talked about Ford there, 300,000 is not even that big. TTOO, shout out to Havana Woody and everybody in the chat that's looking at that name. That's a sell for roughly 1 million shares as well. Nike, we talked about them getting off that $90. We'll wait to see if they can break through $100 today. Nike, a great long, which by the way, we called this long for you before earnings as well. So that's been a nice little 10+% move to the upside. And then BAC down here as a sell, but we're waiting for earnings on that name coming through. But yeah, it looks like it's a pretty lackluster day. I also have Target on the sticky note in the watch list. Let's go see what the story is with those guys.
Yeah, nice upgrade here. Another one not doing a heck of a lot of volume, however, here in the pre-market. Bank of America going to a buy, raising their price target to 135 on target. I was just double checking. We don't get earnings from retailers until mid-November. So I think it's November 15th for this one, but nice look today here.
Yeah, Bank of America or BOA Securities, whoever here, liking the Circle Week, which ran from October 1st to October 7th, saying that they saw an uptick of sales possibly during that time. Brendo, basically what they're saying here is Target's profit margins are likely to increase owing to easing transportation costs and decreasing inventory clearance, where you have to actually mark down the price in order to move it. We'll see how they do. November coming up soon.
Yeah, November 15th, Macy's, Target, Nordstrom's a little bit later on, November 20th. So a few weeks out here, guys, for retail earnings.
This doesn't have a big short flow, but it's certainly been trading to the downside like it's a heavily shorted stock. At least it's for the day trade. I guess it's been heavily shorted. But you look at 112 in here. If it can hold above that, the Target, I think I traded it once on earnings, like maybe a while back, but it's shown its first signs of a bounce. That $100 level may be psychological. It's rounding into its last consolidation. So you're not breaking the trend if you hold 112 at the open, but you are certainly at least putting the best challenge it's had, which is a higher low consolidation on the daily chart, and then maybe a run into 120. If it sees 120 today, that's a 50 period, that's short. But 112, if it hangs on, that's not bad. I'm not necessarily going to be in that one to trade it. Do see a couple of things I do like. I wanted to get to, and this is a bad segue to actually talk about Tupperware, one of the squeeze names, but very quickly, Tupperware on the daily chart, $3. You can see obvious resistance, $3 to $3.20. This is a pure short squeeze. That's what it was yesterday. If it were to get to the upside, that's what it looks like again today. It just gave everything back into yesterday's close. So if there's any kind of a dip that has a chance to be bought, it would be in this zone, 220 to 235. First things first, it looks like it is giving it up at the open. You want this one to calm down. Once something is giving it up like that in the pre-market, I need to see a very strong consolidation before I consider a long. So Tupperware, great high flyer. This is an example of why you need to get out of these in the pre-market if you get a chance to hold them overnight.
All right, Target's on the sticky note. I think finally some good news for this name. I like the 113 break. We'll see if it can hold that. If it does, go upside. But this is a name that you need to have patience because it's going to break 113 right off the open most likely. So if you like that, you can take the shot there on the Target trade through 113. I don't mind it at all, but I do like a 112 hold, and we're right there right now. So look at the spread, pretty large now with only 10 seconds to go. So, it's a Dara. I thought it was going to be Cap, but there it is. It's a Dara with the blue jacket. Let's get ready to rock and roll with only 5 seconds to go here. There goes Target, breaking 113 right now, 2 and 1. All right, here we go. There goes Target. Took 113 pretty easily right there. So we're going to see if anything else dances. Rivian's not doing much. We have AMD on our mind. We have the NASDAQ on our mind as well, trying to go back up to the upside. Remember, my out on these TQs is 60. That's 15.4. Looks like we're testing it right now. This was the level that we are somewhat worried about. Let's wait to see what happens now if we do take it out. Will the NASDAQ continue its epic march higher? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, and for that epic march higher, Meta was bouncing initially with the rest of the market when we got to 15.4, but that just reversed. Looking at that 325, that was the afternoon support level. We get down there, I think that's a first shot for any kind of a fade. We're just talking about Walgreens, which last I checked, I always type in New York, it's an old habit, but that is, hit enter a couple times, it's just reversed off of 24. So it's still looking strong, but it took that 24 level and got to 23.90. Rivian's in the pocket, but doesn't look like it's challenging that pre-market high either. It looks like Tesla making a decent move to the upside as we speak. So didn't get to that 261 level for any kind of a bounce or breakdown, but it is testing higher. That afternoon resistance was that 264 level that it brushed up on at VWAP several times. So that could be the first test there. And your first halt of the day, it's not to the upside. SECO halted to the downside. Another one of these low float, yada, yada, yada runners. There actually is news on this one, but it's halted at $2. Indicated tap is actually at $2 as well. So this one's headed to the downside. Waiting for Tupperware to show some signs of a bottom but it's still falling like a rock.
All right, we have a new position alert right now. We took that short there on Tesla. So right now we are 40 cents in the money. We've already cashed out a little bit here at 30s. Here it comes back in for Tesla. We are short 26, 263.70s. So let's wait to see. Here it comes in, 70 cents now in the money, but this thing is pretty violent, needless to say. I did put a bid there for $1 on the low side, but it just keeps on bouncing at 263. So let's just put a bid down there, see if we can get a little bit of love. And again, we're just going to get stopped out if this takes, I think I just put the order in 64.50. No, 264.25. So we're just trying to play off some of these levels right there. So there it is. So we just got stopped. So quick little in and out there. Not that much money made or lost on that trade. We did try it. We did say we wanted to stay a little patient if we could with this play. But there it goes, man. Nice move on Tesla. Wow, up 0.7 right now. So
Rivian's starting to come up too.
I think we've got an aggressive name right here to watch out for Tesla. So quickly in and out there, good out. Wow. So we take 30 cents, lose 30 cents there, but on more shares. So Tesla out for now, and red name. 0 for 1 on the day, but we'll be back on that one. And it does look like, again, we are just waiting for 15.4. We knew the real levels would come through once this market opens up. So 39.60, if you see that break, then that's that. Wow, Tesla long. That was a monster. I mean, how to predict that? We're still below VWAP, but here goes the market. Again, right back to that 15.4 level. If you're looking for some shorts, maybe it's Microsoft, but I'm going to have to go look for something else.
Well, on that move in Tesla, Rivian just came. Rivian was down at 19.25, and that break of Tesla, maybe that's the reason. I don't know. It was at the same time. Is all I'm getting at. It just got to 19.50, pre-market high 55, afternoon resistance right there at about 19.55 as well. So grabbed some short. Was trying to add to it on the way down, but taking advantage of that little pop up to be able to get something on Rivian, which we like to the pre-market high. If it breaks that, 20 is obviously the next level. Nothing really happening. Meta's still not, just hanging out in the middle of the pocket, doing nothing. But I forgot about Coin. For the love of Coinbase.
For the love of Coinbase.
Every time I kind of like Coinbase on any kind of a pop or like at the pre-market level, 78 was the level I liked on Coinbase. It looks like it just tanked $1 right away. So be patient. It's a lot closer to 75 than it is the levels I like here. So unfortunately, I feel like that's a missed opportunity. Thankfully, we were able to get some Rivian there. Beyond Meat does not break at 8, so there was no SSR bounce. It did bounce, but it's not a short sell restricted bounce that I'm looking for, because that would have had to break $8 for it to do that. But Beyond Meat to the upside, at least for now. And NVIDIA. NVIDIA still dancing in the pocket. It almost tested that 470 level from last night and in the afternoon as well, but it looks like it could be challenging that. If this breaks 470, there's like major resistance every $15 on Rivian. So if it's holding a bit above 470, I don't think you want to fight that one. All about being patient and another halt to report. Oh, good. I'm only in the one stock, but okay. So like all of these names are going to halt like multiple times today. Tapestry's halted to the upside. It went like 50 cents or whatever it was, because that's what it takes for a halt.
Not Tapestry.
Sorry, Tempest. For the love of.
Yeah, that's
whether it's Birkenshire or you guys, it's TPST, halted at 607. It's indicating a 647 open. I don't even know where I got Tapestry from. Doesn't matter what the company is called. The move is nonsensical. So it actually doesn't matter what it's called, but it is Tempest Therapeutics.
It doesn't matter. All right, so we have a bottom here of target at 111 into the 200 period moving average. If it takes it, it takes it, man. We're long at 111.77. We said we'd try to be patient with it. We weren't really that patient, but the spread is pretty spicy. Like this is just going to take someone to come in and buy this thing, and it's going to rip up, but they may not do that. So this is in trouble right now for the long. So we're going to get out if it does take down 111 here on TGT. So watch out for target. Watch out for that 111 break. It'll be a 77-cent hit plus a little bit of slippage. Probably could be $1 or so if we do break it right now. But again, said we would wait for some sort of a base. I just see the 200 period down there, and I wasn't sure where to get in. So we averaged in a little bit. We took a 112. Then we just got some more back down in here. Excuse me, at 30. So 30 would have. Oh, the TQ's just ripped up. Okay, so as the market continued to go to the upside right now, we got stopped out on this, which is kind of fine. I mean, not a big position. We sort of started this out, and I even tweeted it out, and we said earlier that I was not certain of market direction here today. And yeah, I don't think the market is either. Just right back into VWAP. So let's wait to see if we can get any key things moving around here just a little bit more than we had hoped for. So AMD, okay, there goes Target. So again, we took the Tesla short, we took the Target long, and both of them not really printing out there at all for me right now. So quick little ins and outs there to start the day. But
Dollar says Obi's long Amazon right now.
there goes Target right now through 111. So maybe we'll buy a little bit more. Maybe that was the bottom.
Okay, so Amazon is above 132. It closed at 132. This is the 132 line. It just gave you the dip and rip idea through 132 and broke out. This feels like with the market getting back into the green, Amazon above 132 on the daily is good. You have room to 135. So I'm looking for the long. That might have been your only chance at a dip. I'll give it a chance to consolidate or dip down and give it to me. But okay, Rivian, the market is running to the upside. Oh, that's going to be a bad. This happens. Like Rivian is still going down, but the market was bouncing. So like it just bounced off 19 and tagged it. I'm just going to get out because I don't want this thing going 19 and then coming right back up. So I get out and ring and register, and this thing still looks like it's weak. We'll give it some time to settle down. This could actually be a flat bottom break. Should have just zoomed out on that one. But I saw market up, and I saw 19, and we're like, we'll just take it where it lies. But Amazon, if it can hold that 32 on a dip, I'm going to like my chances. The other fish to fry right now, well, at least for myself, that smells good, Sharif. You can't be eating that. 37 on Intel. Closed at 36.88, but in the aftermarket held 37. Pre-market low or high holds 37. If this market wants to hold green, I actually believe this can be a long through 37 even, just after the breakout that this has been on Intel on the daily. Brendo?
A couple things. VS, little penny stock, 180% trying to get going here, back through 65 cents. There's also this Parazero Technologies from last week. There's an Australian headline about a defense or software system that controls where drones can fly. Looks like an expansion of that headline this morning for PRZO.
Google going long at 140, and again, like it comes right into 140, and I don't have it. Like there's so many different things here that we wrote. Like, you know, I don't know. Came right in 140. We wrote it down. We don't have it. Target. We're back into the long against that 111 one more time. Let's see if that can hit. We talked about on earnings that names could be quite violent. So we were actually just in the money again. It just ripped up to 80s. That's Google, sorry. Target just hit right here, 65.70 or so. We didn't take it out. Let's see if it can get back up, man. I want to see if we can get something out around 112, and then we'll see about that bottom take right there. It only went down to 111, 110.90, and that's where we got flushed. So let's wait to see. Give this one a little bit more room. I am a little bit, again, we should have had Google down there. Now we'll see if it can go one more time down here at 140. Like I said this yesterday, man, we took this long yesterday. It was good until it wasn't. Well, actually, it was never bad. Actually, yesterday, what am I talking about? That Google long, we got that right there. Remember at the end of the day, I was talking about waiting for the 200 period. Look where it ripped up to 140, 150. So we had that long into the end of the day yesterday. I feel like it could print again, but like we get stopped out of the TQQ trade, and then it just comes right back. Like, look at that, right at the 200 period. So again, I sort of had visions of last Friday where the market just rips the rest of the day. We get stopped out at a key level for me. Now it's pulling back in there. So hey, if you're going to respect levels one day, you kind of got to respect them the next as well. So we'll wait to see what happens there now with a nice little pullback in the NASDAQ. But there's the 15.4 for everybody. It hit it and stopped on a dime. What's up, Brendan?
It's rare when it happens, but just double checking on AMD. Just popped up on a volume scanner. So volume alert there for AMD.
Ford just got up to the 90s. I was in it, went to add, decided I did not want to add, and we talked about $12 being the even area. It got up to 97s, it looks like. I mean, there's this wick here that's 98, but I actually see 97s as a local high. So that was close enough. Got in, don't like the add at VWAP. It's early, but we're under 15.4. So we're going to be a little bit more patient. Adding at 92 doesn't make a lot of sense, so I took out the 96s at that price, and then we'll see if it gets back up. So $12 looks like a bit of a level. I'm going to hate Rivian for a long time here because that was maybe a big missed opportunity on Rivian. There's no bounce off 19 at all. Like it's still actually tanking here. So I can cancel that. I'm not going to get those shares. Simply not going to happen. Man, Palantir, shout out in the chat, Walter, and mentioning Palantir tanking. There's a lot that gave up the ghost early on here. So it's not just Palantir. Like I think there's a few names that are falling a little bit faster than expected. Amazon does not hold on to that 132. Like that's back underneath a key resistance or support level. Suddenly it looks like a monster fail break at that 133. So I'm into Ford. I'll probably add tighter to that $12 level because I felt like 92 is not a fantastic price. And I got to find a way back in Rivian at some point. Birkenstock. Hey, I said it right. I have it breaking 40 right at the open and 1 wick down. I wasn't watching level 2 to see if it's real, but it's back at 40 again. If it takes 40 again, I am shorting it through that level. Did not grab it the first time, but because I wasn't looking at it, I can't tell if that's a dark pool or if it actually broke 40. But I'm in it either way. Pay for the locate, so we're ready to go.
All right, we're in a big one here with Google, so let's see if it continues to go to the upside. We did talk about this level here for Google of 140. It's coming in, so here we go. We have a play on here for GOGGLE by the 140s, and then try to get this out higher. So let's wait to see. The NASDAQ is low right now. It really does suck that I got stopped out of this position because this is a pretty good one right now. We covered at one point right now, so let's see if this is a spot where we could start to bounce off from here. You're back into the pre-market lows. I guess I can get rid of this line right here. That was yesterday's level, but there it is, a nice little bounce potential here in the market. And of course, there goes, not of course, but there goes Google. Nice move back up to the upside. So like I said, man, we're actually taking shares on this. So nice move. This is going to be a big one already for me now on Google as it continues to rip higher. Target's going the other way. I mean, this is why I say, like, I don't really like to trade earnings plays as Target once again going to the, or sorry, this is not even an earnings play. This is a name that I don't normally trade on an analyst upgrade. So it doesn't seem like it wants to do much right here other than fall back in. So what I thought was finally going to be good news for Target doesn't look like it. We're going to get out at 1050 on a break, and it looks like it's going to do that ASAP. But, you know, really the star of the day for me right now is going to be Google. It's too bad because it probably should be the TQs, but there goes Google, man, off that 140. Again, the only sticky note play that we've had so far is the Target long. You can see I'm in that and getting destroyed, and the Google long. So, so far so good, but we're still going to wait, man. We're still going to wait for Rivian, and we can check out TPST quickly just to see what that's
Well,
doing.
Rivian's not getting to 20.
No, okay. TPST, there it is, Neil. Halted one more time. As we said, this was probably going to be the case today. TPST in halt state again.
Yeah, like Rivian it's at like 1880. I'm going to hate myself for getting out. Got out of that, and I'm into 4, but probably should just stuck with Rivian short. K-Debs. I see you in the chat. I see what's up. I'll get to VS in a second, but there's some big cap tech names to go over here. Amazon does not hold on 132. Tesla's at 261 support, but Apple looks like it's a strong one for now. It is right on this 180.5, which is pre-market highs. I'm missing some data from yesterday, but you can see here, pre-market highs, trying to take out the tops as the market is holding the bottom. If the market holds on to the 830 low, which of course is the CPI low, it looks like Apple's going to be the one, but I'm not that convinced that we're going to do that. And Matt Booth, you're absolutely right. I missed 2 things today. Well, I missed 3 things today. Coinbase was one of them, but a firm at $20 was absolute goldage. But it's bouncing off that 19. You know, we played this level yesterday. I said until you actually kind of break 21, like work with this level short. 19 is a 50 period, so it can always pop and fade again. So if it pops off 19, I think you look to join the trend. The trend is your friend until the end when it bends. Just got to reload in Ford. I don't think it moves all that much, but if you get 15 cents, I think that'd be fantastic. If it gets down to the 80s, that's where you start taking it. That's where I start taking it out. And look for that 1175 to be a big level. As mentioning there, Tesla 261. Looks like that's still support on Tesla. Tesla's been bouncing off that level since yesterday. If it gives this up, I think that could get really nasty. But I don't want to be punching short at lows of the day on Tesla. It needs to bounce here, maybe consolidate somewhere, and then work into it. Patience is certainly going to be a virtue, it looks like today.
All right, so I have, patience is pretty much always a virtue, from what I've learned here in the last little while in this market. Okay, so we just took out 30% of our trade here at 11. It doesn't look like it wants to break through 11 right now, so we do take a quick 25-cent hit on that. We'll still hold the rest to see if we can go back up to the upside, because at this point, we've already seen our bottom there of 110.50, so if it comes back in and retests that, then that is our stop zone. So let's take out 30% on a bump up, because now we're below the 200 period, and we just got back up to that. So unfortunately, we're gonna, we tried the long there. We got out early. That wasn't a big hit. We're into more shares now because of the second time through, and at a little bit of a better price. So if it breaks it, it breaks it. But that's why we're out right now of 30%. And then right here too with Google, right? It makes its way all the way back up to VWAP. Like, take the trade. Take it to the upside. There it is. It's going to be a nice one. Obviously, like I said, man, Google well net positive on that name, but looking for more, obviously. So let's wait to see if it can go 140.60 right there as well. We did trigger out on we didn't trigger anything, but we did have triggers out for AMD. We wrote down here 110, possibly as a high. Look at the high right there, 109.80. So again, another bit of a missed opportunity there. I actually prefer the 110 break with a momentum play higher on AMD. Brendan brought us a little bit of news there on AMD. I didn't recall what that was right there.
Maybe
but
we can get him to repeat that.
Yeah, we will. VS just resumed trading right now. So versus systems, it's you versus them, and right now you're winning because it's up 200% right there on VS. So
I should have mentioned
where that goes, and there goes Google as well.
That's my bad, because I was talking about Tesla and all that. I did mean to get to VS. You guys know it got to 95 cents. It halted up once. If this can take out the dollar, I think that's usually what you're looking for. A dollar is pretty much always a big psychological level, but on the daily chart of this bad boy, yeah, it's pretty big. If it can clear that, you got room to $1.50. Still only in one thing, and that's Ford, because a firm hates me. It doesn't hate me, I just missed it. So you're now into the 80s, took some out there. We're gonna look for the low of the day. I think 1175 is reasonable for Ford. There is news on it. This is not a stock that's gonna go down 10%. So, like every 12 cents is like 1 percentage point on the stock. So this is not going to $11 today. So you got to temper your expectations with that. Beyond Meat is now at the low. It is short sell restricted if it breaks $8 and goes to like 796 or something. So an SSR bounce would be underneath 8 on Beyond Meat, but it's bouncing at the low of the day, unfortunately. Tesla's still consolidating down there, but Amazon couldn't hold on to 132. If I think 132 is the big level, well, these things work in both directions. So I'm going to try and short this one off 132. That was my line in the sand. If you don't have the breakout and it rejects the break, then you want that head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it. But this market is looking weak. I have one short on, looking for more. A firm is certainly one, if it can even manage to pop. But right now, there are no signs at all of bouncing on a firm. Wow, that's unbelievable. Like when a firm falls down, it is like there's just no bid on it. That tells you something about the stock, right? Like, what does it do on its down days? What does it do on its up days? It's not bad on its up days, but when it falls at the open, there's nobody on the bid at 9:30.
All right, we're gonna put out to see if we can get anything else here on Google. I mean, Google is an absolute monster. Thank you very much, Professor. Yeah, no, it is. It's a great one, man. That 140 is huge. We had it on the sticky note, and it's the only trade right now for me. We do have Target. Target just went into the money again, so we took something out there at 111.30 on a move back up. Let's see if we can get it all back right now on Target. My target for this one is much higher, so let's wait to see where we go on that. Despite the market making the move to the downside, we have the right name in Google, so we'll wait to see if that can get going again as AMD's trying to go one more time. Let's just check out on JP Morgan. We wrote down 145 as a possible long. We didn't get there, so let's leave JP Morgan alone right now as we're trying to get long into a potential move for yesterday, for tomorrow on earnings. So we'll have a quick look at JPM as they come through at some point. But right now, Google's still making some moves to the high side. So we'll continue just to be patient. I'm not really looking for anything else right now. The other play, though, would be AMD on a 110 break. So we could grab that, man. I mean, the NASDAQ is down here. AMD is up. And then, Brendan, we did hear you mention something about AMD. If you can find that story one more time for me, because I am debating taking this 110 long. We got to go to Brendan now anyways. What's up?
Yeah, there was no news story. It was just a volume alert that went off in front of me, and it's rare when that happens for something like AMD. So interesting. Anyways, LL used to be Lumber Liquidators, I think. LL now a flooring holding company. 40% to the upside here on a buyout rumor here, guys. So there was an offer apparently at 565. So still plenty room to go up to 565 up here, but I don't see anything suggesting that it's been accepted or confirmed or anything like that. Just a offer for LL.
Be careful with that, because like that's a gigantic. It's 100% premium on LL. And given that it's trading that far away, like, because obviously no one thinks the board's going to like that offer if it's going to trade at in the $4 range. I'm taking, like, I think I mentioned 37 on Intel for the long, so it got pretty close. I was like, that could still trigger. If it does trigger, I'm going to go over to it. But when they're trading at $4 with an offer, I saw 585, but 565 doesn't really matter. Like, that's very far away. This could be a potential dip and rip, but this is like the market's pricing this like, this isn't happening, the board's not going to like it. So we haven't heard from the board, but if the board says, we're not interested in this nonsense, maybe there's a temporary floor on the stock and you could look for some dip longs, but not a lot of buying where you'd like to see it on a name like this. Ford's still hanging at 1188, that's okay. Burke, yeah, sometimes it'd be like that. So look, the thing about like a breakdown, so it broke 40. I mean, I'm still there. I'll leave my order in when I cross down and try and get the short break, but it didn't fill when it broke 40. I crossed down, possibly not aggressive enough. I crossed to 39.85. I got no fill. Birkenstock went to the downside. It was a good break, but sometimes you hit the bid after the level goes instead of before it goes, and you miss out on it. It's now at 39.5, so I will now cancel it. I was just looking for any chance that it could pick me up on the way to the downside, but unfortunately, nothing doing for me on Burke. It was a good short, but unable to grab it.
All right, we're getting close here. AMD will punch the long at 110 here, trying to take out just, again, it's just kind of like, you know, that real high right there is 110.13. So, of course, there we go. We are now, we are now in it. So let's go over and see where we go from here. Nice trade so far with momentum, but will the momentum continue to the upside here on AMD? We will soon find out. Maybe just a 109.50 or something like that. Hold back right now. I don't think we have too many economic numbers coming through here today or anything like that. So we'll hold on to AMD and see where we go. What's up, Brendo?
Broadcom said to be close to Chinese approval for their acquisition of VMW here. So nice pop for VMW today.
Okay, not bad for them. I want this 37 break, but Intel won't get there. So that looks a little bit unfortunate. We're still in Amazon. You know, it hangs on to this 32, like the local high, 132.25. So we're in just underneath that. Looking to go 1-to-1 at the bottom. I don't know if I want to roll into more of this, but the market is showing signs of rolling back over. I go back over to where I want to be, which is first available pop on a firm. Well, this is kind of it. It's not 1950. It's not VWAP. It's not even 19.25. It's 1910 with a top of 1920. So if this is what they'll give me, this is what you kind of have to take. I'm okay with risking like 10 cents on it. Ideally, you're getting this to quarter at VWAP, but there hasn't been much pep in this one step. So I'm into a firm, $1 late, but I've seen the stock go 10% to the downside. I mean, stranger things have happened on a firm. The other one that we probably got out of way too early was Rivian. I mean, probably, but it only looks... It looks a little better, but trust me, like you want to be getting that when it gets to like 18.8. Like you could be trailing out here instead, but this is now looking like a hammer bottom and a nice little recovery. I'd like to fade this off the pre-market low, so you wait patiently for a chance to get back in. If the market's going to be a short, then we're jumping back into Rivian. I want to give it to the quarters. If it breaks that out, fair enough, then you're entirely too strong. But now we have a few shorts on this little, I guess, reprieve in the market that it just put in.
Yeah, the market is heading to the downside, so we are going to have to sit in this AMD for a little bit here as we sort of figure out what exactly is happening right now. We did buy some more at 70 on that bottom, then get them out back at 110 there on a move back to the upside. So, you know, we have the ability right now just to clear a little bit of this out as we make these moves up. It's a pretty tricky one here because the NASDAQ is, you know, near the bottoms one more time here, and AMD is just pretty violent. And I feel comfortable. It's like it's 950 right now, 955. So, you know, maybe we've made a little bit of a bottom here. But again, with the numbers coming out and all the, you know, interesting moves we've had in the market over the last couple days, I'm going to get out of half if we take 109.50, just because, and then try to average it. See if we get some more back in at 109 if we do dip down. This is just pretty violent. Like, it's moving up and down right now. Like, 20, 30 pennies just on nothing. The market's not doing anything, so let's wait to see what happens right now on advanced micro devices. We've been in and out now of Google. Well, we've only been in once, but out now at the top. Our best out is 140.80. So that's a great level there. We only now have 10% left of Google. So if that name continues to work, great. I'm going to leave it now, see if we can get a little bit higher. We are willing to reload Google down there at 140 if we do tank. But if we tank down, then we do have a couple problems here because AMD is not going up. So if the market does come down, then we will get out of some of our AMD. I'll just take some out right there at 85 just to relieve a little bit of pressure on this play, as it doesn't want to rip yet. But we know AMD has a lot of momentum to the name when it gets going. So I'm not super worried about what we're doing here. You know, taking a hit, we're long at 97. Taking hits of 10 cents now when we're uncertain is not an issue at all. Just worried about 109.50 coming through, and a little bit worried about this market, man, under the 50 period and under VWAP as well. So let's get going here a little bit and see if we can rally through 110 again, but it's kind of sketchy at this point.
Yeah, speaking of 15 cents, I took the 11-cent hit on a firm. It's not the level I like, but it was worth taking a shot on. You couldn't take a 15-cent hit if you wanted to on OPGN. Why? Because it can't stay open. These things are stupid, but it's the newest one. There's actual news on this. It is on the watch list. It's halted. I mean, whatever it is. It's halted. It's going to halt probably 10 times. So it doesn't matter if it's halted 3 or 4 right now. But you guys can see it's 280 is the indicated open with a 255. So 255 closing price in the last halt. It's kind of crazy, but it doesn't have to move that much to hit a halt band, which is why you're getting just halt after halts on this low floater. So we'll keep our eyes on them. I'm not really trading these guys. And I know everyone's excited about them, but they're not that much of a trade until if it can stay open for like 10, 15 minutes and consolidate somewhere, then there's something there. So I'm out of a firm, but you're getting a bit of a bounce in a few names. Could get taken out of Amazon. It's still in the pocket, but I do not want to hold on to this forever. It's not at an ad point. Rivian's starting to get back to the upside as well, so do have to watch out for that. As it is challenging 1930. That could be coming out simultaneously. It's weird. Like the second thing that I got into, there's Amazon coming out. So that's not to fail. I like the setup, but I'm not going to hold it forever. Let's wait to see if it shows more signs of weakness. It's like what was working and working right away and showing no problems, and that's going to be Ford, not FR. That's still trending down toward low. So regardless of what the market is doing, this is looking pretty solid as far as the short is. Rivian is trying to hold the pocket, maybe a little bit early on the entry, but it gets to pre-market lows, and that's where it's holding up. So sometimes you're eager to get those overfills at VWAP, but it's holding the line, and that's where it has to, right here at that pre-market low. If it busts through, I just punch out of that and hold on to Ford because that's the one. And Apple is also the one here. Like now super strong. I think your longs are in Apple. Like I get out of Amazon and it comes right back down in as Apple's continuously taking highs. Apple's an absolute rocket ship right now, leading the market and probably why we didn't actually hold red on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, right now, there goes, I mean, AMD, I think, is almost 2% to the upside right now. We're going to have the big plays here, man. We've got Google, we've got AMD right now. They're absolute monsters. And then we have the two biggest P&L names here and the biggest P&L today as well with Target. So we're going to have to watch out to see what happens with this one. But there goes Advanced Micro Devices. Look, man, if we just stick with our sticky note, then we have nothing to worry about other than Target today, and we're going to wait to see where that goes. But there goes AMD. Nice move. We did get a little bit off there when it was under 110, but, you know, still holding on to this position, obviously. We still have 70% of it. Let's see if it wants to make the move to the high side. And then just quickly, right here, right now, we just took some Google at this level as well, because the high on Google has been 140.85. So here we go, man. AMD, nice runner. We'll take some more 29s if we can get it right now. And there it is. Bang. All right, I'm going to go refill my water and throw it over to Brendan. Hopefully when I come back here, AMD's much higher.
Back to the downside we go. What you need to know is in red here this morning. Shout out to Benzinga once again, as always. U.S. Initial jobless claims, first off, slightly lower than expected, 209 versus 210. Continuing claims, however, to the upside. So bit of a contrary note there. CPI that we were all waiting for comes in line with expectations right across the board, including the year-over-year number, 4.1% across the board. Month over month, a slight uptick. I mean, again, it depends on where you look as far as estimates. 0.3, 0.3, 0.4 I've seen. So again, not a huge number as far as that is concerned. 0.3 as well on the core month over month versus 0.3 expected for inflation. If you're with us in the pre-market this morning, we touched on a bunch of things. Microsoft, one of them, slapped with a hefty $28.9 billion tax bill from the IRS. That's going to take a long time to get sorted out. Burke back on watch. Ford downside on more strike fears. Burke back downside as well in a big way this morning. $40 straight through 39. I saw these as well. Alibaba, all the Chinese ADRs under some big-time pressure here, 2%. For Baba at this point. First 30 minutes, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code TTV gets you 10% off.
So the market's still doing this little bit of a dance, but you can see on the 60-minute chart, maybe that's not the best one to look at on the NASDAQ. I'll throw the 15-minute up. That's my black chart. You're getting a consolidation at the bottom, so those are overnight. 15.4, that's your overnight bottom. That's been resistance pretty much all morning, so things get up into 15.4. It's been fading, going 30 points, and you're back and forth in that 30-handle range on the NASDAQ. While that's going to be the case, anything that I like south side, I want to stick to those guns and sort of work these at key levels. Obviously, a firm was, at $20, like it is what it is, but 19.4 was double bottom yesterday, and then double bottom if you go back into Monday's trade as well. Tuesday's trade as well. So 1940, that's where it is now. Looking for that short, just grabbed it. Ford could be a reload off 12. We'll see. We're still holding on to a piece of it. It did work its way down beneath VWAP to get some fills in the 80s. We like the $12 level pretty much only. Still looking for a breakout at 37 on Intel. And it's here now, so this feels like it's the next shoe to drop, I think, but it's been up here in the mid-90s before and then didn't break, so I didn't get the fill. But I am looking for this to make a little bit of a flat top break here. It was over there in the pre-market, but I don't really count that. Like, it traded that really, really early. After 8:30, like right when we got the number, it tanked that, and then after 8:30, it was holding that 37. So it just tagged it now. I just triggered into the long. Let's see what can happen here. If market takes 15.4, this is a flat top break I was looking for, and we're into it now on INTC. The other name, which is absolutely flying, I think you just buy every dip if you can. Apple, as the market took out that high, looks like 181 is going to be good. You can see it above the 50 period. It just held that yesterday. So this is almost like a day one kind of thing for Apple in some ways above that 50 period. But I'm into Intel for the long.
All right, we tried to buy some more AMD on dips. We did not accomplish that. We were waiting. First of all, right now, new position alert. Sticky note name JP Morgan coming into play, and I want to thank somebody in the chat there. Who was it? First of all, get rid of this. Hold on a second. Hit this banner if you want. Block, dismiss. Okay, right there. Where is it? It's someone said JPM. There it is. What's up to Bijan Robinson here, B-I-J-I-I-N, JP Morgan 145. So thank you so much for that. We'll see if it's going to be an L, though. Maybe I shouldn't thank you too far in advance. But look at this. There goes AM Dizzle right now. A huge move right now for AMD as that continues to rip to the top side there, man. Buy those 110s and don't look back. That's so funny because we were sitting there at 70, man. It went down to 77. Take some more out, and then guess what just happened as well? Google, we get the dollar pretty much on Google right now. So yeah, we're cooking early right now. What's up, Brendo?
I was mentioning yesterday when we were talking about Amazon Prime Day, we typically get little hints as to how it's going. Amazon Prime Day, big deal day, was the company's largest two-day October holiday kickoff event ever. So pop there for Amazon, guys.
Eva?
Yeah, we got to do that. It's like, it's in the contract. If you make a reference to something that's
You know what else is in the
legit
contract?
old school hip hop, we're going to do it every single time. So like I said, I got into the one long. We broke 37 into the pre-market high. I'm going to be taking profit. Intel's a $37 stock, so you have to respect it. But I think this is trending back up toward. I mean, I actually draw good trend lines on Intel for some reason because I'm not lazy with it. But I think it's had a decent shot to at least test 37.5 today. Doesn't typically make huge moves. But if you get that 37 to 37.5, I do like it. What else we got here? Oh, yeah, Tesla's high today as well. Tesla, that 265 incoming for that name, two set upside. Affirm's holding the pocket, so that short's still in there. And, of course, at Ford, $12. It's sitting in the mid-90s, so we were able to get profit on that. I'm only rolling back into it if I see signs of weakness. And if you're watching those halt names, I mean, we'll let you know when something really crazy happens. I think when the market breaks key levels, you kind of want to go to the things that you're trading. One that we're not in, but this is not going to hurt the cause for any of the chip names to the upside. NVIDIA is almost at 475. I have, next resistance on the daily is at 485 on Rivian, as stupid as that sounds. But when I looked at the weekly chart and the daily chart, that's kind of what I came up with. So I think this could be a pretty big party if the NASDAQ is taking out the overnight highs and Rivian clears and NVIDIA clears this 475 level. There is a lot of room for this to continue to run to the upside. I would not want to bet against NVIDIA.
Yeah, I mean, all this talk about the chips, and we're sitting here in AMD right now. And guess what, guys? Right now, AMD is now a first member of your Dollar Club here today. Google's a Dollar Club. Well, actually, AMD is now officially a member. So let's just stamp that out, put an offer right there, get it out on AMD. There's a nice spin there. And again, I'm just tweeting it out, but it's right here on the sticky note, and I can read it to you. 107 support. Right, we didn't get down to there. 110 long break on advanced micro devices. There it goes. It's a nice one. We talked about it trading for momentum, right? And this is kind of what you want to do. You know, when names start to break, you got to be in them, and we are in this one, and it is an absolute monster ride to the upside. Again, I want to thank Bijan there in the chat for reminding me about JP Morgan. Right now, it's a little bit of oopsies. There it is. Okay, we take some out there at 48 on that move up through 50. Let's just see if it continues to respect the long. But for right now, a quick little in and out. We obviously are waiting for higher. I didn't even notice that we got up almost into the 60s right there on JP Morgan. Let's put something at 70, and then we'll just go from there, man. So again, I know that you guys are out there, you're seeing these trades, and this is why I went on that little rant yesterday about, watching out for levels, watching out for the trades that we're putting on, and being able to see at the bottom there what we're doing. So again, no problem sort of eating crow on some of these plays here today. Wow, that went, darn. We should have got some more out there on Target, as there goes JP Morgan as well. We're close to getting stopped here. Target's going to come out in just a matter of seconds, so it's not really that much of a deal. If it breaks are we out? If it breaks 110.50, here it comes. Right now, we're going to get out of Target and then put on the biggest L of the day. And there it is right there. Like I said, we'll slap a fail. It's easy to say Dollar Club winner, Dollar Club this and that, but Target right now, the biggest L here on the board today. But, bad move. We took the upgrade. We thought that it was going to be something, and it appears to be a nothing. But we'll stick with our guns right now. There goes AMD. Now it's obviously more than $1. Now $1.20 in the money, and we're not going to stop with this name. So let's see where it continues to go. Nice move up right there. Nice move up for JP Morgan. Nice move up for Google. So really 0 for 1 or 0 for lots on target. But what are you going to do? We took the shot on that one. We're watching Google rip. Again, sticky no levels, 140 and 110. You can see my positions. I hope you guys are enjoying the show.
Yeah, always. That's what it's all about. Just look for your risk to reward.
Oh, you got to hit the thing for Sharif, because remember, we could get...
Oh, shoot. We'll do it for the first time today.
Yeah.
That takes you into the heart of the market every day.
We didn't hit the quota yesterday. We did it twice.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not, and then sometimes like Fabian will remind us. We'll get to that in a quick little second. But here's 12s here on forward. So I'm only going to add if it fails the 12 level. But I'm going to give you guys the update because, okay, fine. OPGN is up 850%. It is at the pre-market highs above $3. It's indicating a 330 open with a 321 tap. It is now halted 6 times. Or 7. I'm really not going to count that. It's just, like, these things are insane. If it takes, I think it was 320 I was looking at. No, 340. On the daily, trust me when I tell you, I'll show you the daily in a second, but forward's at 12. It was 340 when I looked at the daily. If that's above that, I think it gets completely insane. Those things are absolutely stupid. Just do not get caught stuck in those in either direction. I think shorting those is a bit dangerous unless you have direct market access. There's not a lot of size at the $12 level, but if it breaks it, I'm out of forward.
Okay.
There's the stop. If I'm going to try to short mid-90s and start taking out beneath 90, I'm getting out at $12 even. Intel, by the way, just took out the pre-market high, so forward was good early, not good on the reload. Waited for 37 to break on Intel. Now it's at the pre-market highs. We're out of half of it to this level. The question is, can it continue that trend? I think 37.5 makes a lot of sense. That VS stock is also halted. This is ridiculous. But it's at $1. So this is one of the very few times that actually this isn't the end of the world. It's that dollar break. If it fails the dollar break and holds on to 80, I'd want it back through the dollar the second time. That's like the ideal setup. Like rinse some people that get trapped long here, bounce off VWAP, and look for $1 the second time through.
350%.
Oh, no, there's like 50 of these things. There was one that was 3,000% yesterday.
Yeah, Randy, why don't you tell us about that one before it happened?
Well, how come that didn't happen to FFIE, Randy?
It probably did. Right now, JP Morgan, guys, let's go. Spin it one more time. Big trading happening. AMD, we just took $1.50 right there. We got some out at 111.30. Right now, Google is absolutely flying. JP Morgan is flying. And someone that's always on fire, it's Brendan. Let's go see what he's up to at the big desk.
Day low is coming into play here for Delta, guys. Just be aware the call's on right now, so some comments coming through for DAL.
Yeah, I'd never trade these during the call. I have a rule about this, but that it's not going to break out. I had one play for after the call, and that would have been either shorting, well, playing off one level. It's a shorting off of 38 or a long breakout at like 38.25. Instead, obviously this is not happening for them, so not good. Let that settle down. The calls are usually, they take a while, so you're going to have to allow that one to calm down. There is support at 35. I should show you guys the daily chart too. I don't intend on trading it off of that level, but if you are watching Delta, 35 is your next level of support. We bounced once off of firm at 19. Now it's right back into the pre-market lows. That's first profit take for me. Why did I have 2 orders there? Don't need them. So 19.30. This one is, I think, gates of hell. The market just tagged the high, and it's above 15.4 and trending up. And a firm just rolled over off of yesterday's support levels. So unless it makes a pretty convincing higher low, I'm going to continue to like this one, at least working back into the short. But as always, if I get into a trade I don't like, didn't like that bottom, it took out the 20s, get out, wait for it to get to the next key level, and if you still like it, then put it on. If you don't like it, you don't have to. Tesla, have not traded Tesla today. Tesla bounced very nicely off 261. Now it's trying to take out 265. There's room to 70s here. This is Tuesday. The high was 269. We'll just round up to 70 because it's Friday. On a Friday, I don't care if the level says 69. If it gets to 69, it's generally getting to 70. At least that's in my experience. Like, you're not usually on a stock like Tesla. It wants to get that extra $5 for obvious reasons.
Yeah, Tesla's going to be a good name here today. we traded. It was pretty violent right off the jump, but I'm pretty happy that we had a little more confidence in our levels today and was able to hit them with decent amount of shares and really be able to hold these. Like I said, AMD's pulling back a little bit here. Look at the market giving back a little bit. I don't want to say there's a surprise in this. We just hit yesterday's IB low or high? What was that? Wait a second. Let me just check this out. Right into there for yesterday. I'm just wondering what I had this line up here for right now. It must have been yesterday's low because we're up today. So we just bounced off that. I'm going to get rid of this line because it doesn't really mean anything to me right now. So let's remove that. We are getting close. We might have already seen the low of the day right now. So we could probably, well, let's not draw any lines yet into the market. But if you're thinking about like, why is the market pulling back? How do I, oh no.
What the hell did you just?
Shake the screen. Oh no.
No, just hit escape. There you go.
Yeah.
That's multiple windows on
Okay,
desktop.
I
I
was like,
use it. The only reason I know is because I use that.
Yeah, okay, that was a good one. I was like, shift escape.
By the way, very clear. I thought I said tomorrow. If I didn't say tomorrow, that's what I meant.
With regards to
Well,
what?
today's Thursday. I mean, it's options expiration tomorrow. But I thought I said tomorrow. If I didn't say it, that's my bad. We do it all the time. But again.
Yeah, well, we never know what day it is around here anyways.
Well, sometimes, but we just got a refill on the coffee.
Yeah, so now we'll see. Thank you so much, Rob. That means
What's
a lot.
weird?
Right? Cheers.
This is actually, this is not a good omen. This is the first time Rob has brought me the same cup 2 days in a row.
Ooh, Rob, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, actually, you gave me this cup yesterday.
Classy, sassy, and a bit smart-assy.
No. It's just that you've never done that before.
That's pretty accurate.
In the kitchen, there's like 50 of these different mugs. He's never brought the same
What
one
did you
twice.
say? Like a boss?
Like a
Mine
boss.
is complete opposite. Classy, sassy, and a bit smart-assy.
I like
Right
that
there.
one.
I think I just need to steal this cup.
It's
This
better
cup
than the
will-
poop one.
This cup will no longer be in the kitchen as of today. So
Yeah, it will.
I'm gangster like that.
Want to know why it'll get returned there eventually? You know what, and I know it.
No, I'm taking it home. I'll show you.
I was gonna say, because if you put it back here in the trading kitchen, let's just
I'm not
say,
putting it
like
anywhere.
an absolute hawk, it's gonna get returned to the main kitchen.
Oh yeah.
Because I do it every
It
single
may have
day.
to go mysteriously missing.
Okay, so here's
My wife would like this one.
Here's the dip. The only thing I added to short was a firm. That was probably a mistake. I'm going to look back at Rivian and hate myself. But here comes Intel retesting the trend. If it's going to hold this breakout at 37, well, this is where it's going to have to hold the line. So I want to see a consolidation underneath. Otherwise, I'm just getting out under 90. But if it can consolidate here, look for the dip buy. But you're still very, very weak, and you're kind of heading in on the wrong side of the trade. Like, I want to see bounce, I want to see consolidation, show me a higher low, then get long or add back into the long off a higher low if that's the case. It's not always the case. This pop was, okay, so I should have probably shorted coin, but I went over to a firm, went into Rivian. The Rivian is a fail. A firm was a good reload. It should have been Coinbase. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. My excuse, and it's not a good one, is I was thinking even dollar on coin. When coin rips, and you're trying to short the bounce on Coinbase, usually the first place you think to do it, I think to do it is wrong. So I thought when it took VWAP, you were headed into 77. Clearly that's wrong. I'm not chasing this move down on Coinbase. It's just not my style. It might still be a short, but I just do not like chasing it. Like a full dollar, it just pull back. So that's not worthy. I'm not chasing that $1. That's ridiculous. Just going to have missed out on that one. I'm kind of pissed off because I like the firm and I like coin, and I ended up going into Rivian for the second time. Palantir is the other one I wanted to get to very quickly here because it's at $18 even.
Oh my God.
Even dollars on Palantir are just levels. It just happens to be on the stock, so it broke 18. Could not get through afternoon highs yesterday. Now it's trying to hold 18. If the market's going to be green day, then above 18. Look for long into 19. I don't know why I'm missing some data on my daily chart, but look for long into 19, which has to contend with yesterday's high halfway. So it's a good liquidity grab underneath 18, which is the last 2 days support. If it can consolidate at $18, I think you just try the long in the 5-6 range, give it a tight stop, and see if it continues to go higher. Not really thinking short on this one, so I don't really have a play to the south side on this.
I'm going to get some out here, hopefully, on AMD as we are coming back in a little bit. Oh, I just offered 35. Should have just punched out immediately. As it is starting to go, let's take some 28s. All right, it's starting to come back down to the downside. So we'll ring the register one more time on that one because AMD is still 70 cents in the money, but it is fading out just a little bit. I do have a reload trade. These friendship bracelets are bugging me today. We do have a Reload possibility here at 109.85. So if that comes in, we do have VWAP here at 109.70. So if it breaks low, we only have 10% left, less than 10% left. Scratch that on our position here for AMD. So that's why I'm looking at a reload right now if we do make that move a little bit lower than where we are right now. So let's be careful with that. And by the way, like, money. I mean, like I said, man, real trading. This is what we're doing. Like, we're gonna hashtag that. We've already done it. And I just feel that, like, 145 came in. Shout out to Bijan on the chat there. You brought it to my attention. We wrote it down. I should have had a bid down there. It came in. We grabbed it. And there it is, man, 70 cents. So we'll do the work here on the levels. Thank you so much, guys, for reminding me there. And yeah, let's go back over to the desk, see what's up.
Breaking news provided today by Benzinga Pro, the official news source of Trader TV and a game-changing tool for active investors. Take advantage of their Halloween sale early now by clicking the link in the description and using the coupon code TTV for a whole 50% off for life. So we have a lot of small caps making really big moves today in reaction to that Tempest Therapeutics TPST move yesterday, including OpGen. OPGN. This one is up just over 1K right now. It was originally trading higher because it has received an advance payment of 750,000 euros for the sale of some of its diagnostic systems. This one we don't have any specific news on yet. CQ Holding, this one's up about 350% right now. SECO also traded higher yesterday. Last but not least, we have VS. This one continues to halt to the upside, up about 440% right now. Versus System, VS, no specific news on this one yet, guys.
Just opened back up, and it's going into a down halt potentially at 114. So the halt to the upside was at 103. It opened up at 107. This could be an interesting setup because this could be like the dollar bounce potential play. So you get one down halt. If it were to open up, retest that dollar, I think it would be pretty simple. Like if it opens above a buck, let's call it somewhere in like the 105 to 110 range, I'd look for a long off of $1. It's indicating a 96 open. But that's a down halt. We'll wait for it to reopen and then sort of see what happens. I mean, at the end of the day, I like that. I just like the price action off $1. It gives you good risk to reward. Back over to Ford. It did do that wick top, so wait for it to show weakness underneath 12. Short right underneath 12. Give it to the local high. That's pretty much it. Tupperware. What I did not mention about Tupperware, which is a bit of a missed opportunity, was that it was an SSR bounce. I'm pretty sure it was SSR. It's like a continuation. But either way, bouncing off at $2 and really starting to squeeze. This is now back above VWAP. I'm not sure you want to fight this thing. So this looks very, very strong. Room into $3, actually to $3.20 if you're looking at it on the daily chart. And these levels didn't get taken out until the pre-market. So like $3 hasn't even broken or been tested in the open market. Previous high, 235, so I think that's probably the dip area. Maybe it checks back after 250, but Tupperware is a pure squeeze play. Like it's a meme-ish kind of thing. Like the only reason it's going is because of short float and meme status and all that good stuff. So that's going to be the battle. Here can Intel bounced off VWAP there, back above 37. So I just jumped back into some shares that we got out on the top side, and we'll see where it happens to go. Netflix short, Keon just said. I mean, I don't know, probably market's at a resistance level, but I don't think it's an automatic. Like I know Netflix has been a bit of a dog. Look at 369, 370. The problem with Netflix, when you're trading it, it's not, if Tesla's trading in the 300s, your risk to reward is actually pretty normal. Like you can take this one, move $5, risk a couple. With Netflix, I feel like if you have a dollar stop, you're usually not going to be able to make the trade. Like you have to hold it much further against you. So I like setting up trades for Netflix either right away at the open or during lunchtime when you have some more defined levels in there. But forward back into the short for me, I want to stick in the pocket with where we're going earlier. I'm just checking back in on Meta. It can't seem to clear the top, but it is holding above 325, 326, which is the monster level on the daily. So Meta's still looking pretty strong. Look at that. Look where this dip is. It's right into the double top from yesterday at 329. 329 holds. Maybe that's a better long than waiting for 325.
Okay. Yeah, just doing our thing, right? I mean, hopefully we have natural gas. Well, not hopefully. We do have natural gas storage coming up at 10:25. At 10:25 now. At 10:30. So you can watch out. I think we have What is it? It's NG, isn't it, on our platform here?
Yeah.
NG.
Should be Z, I think.
I was going to say, which contract are we at right now? I don't even see Z on here. Let's just type in Z.
I thought
there
it
it is. Oh, yeah, we'll see. December 23rd, 23. So right there, yeah, gas right now at 363. We'll see if this can go anywhere right now, down 0.74, heading into nat gas inventories. We'll see where that wants to go. But always an interesting name, so we'll be able to watch out for that. What did we just get filled on? Oh, yeah. So, about my new position alert. Okay, so basically the only name that we have red today, we do have a small red trade in Tesla to start the day, but Target. So we said we would wait to see if it would base out anywhere, right? That 109.75 has come into play again right there on Target. So on a 5-minute chart, the 200 period, again, it's just bounced off that 109.60. So we'll see. Sometimes we want to wait for 200 periods to come into play, especially if a name has had a more of a dramatic move potentially than we had thought would happen in the first place. So let's give it a little bit of rest here and then see if it pans out for us on TGT. So we've got the long now. We're long at 110.10. Area of concern for me would be 50. So, okay, let's just get it out right now. If we can get something out at 40, I think that would be pretty good. And then we'll hold it for a little bit more of an upside. We can get back to VWAP right now. I think that would be a good one, 111. The 50 periods at 60. So we'll sit here, a little bit more of a bump up on Target. We'll see if we can take that trade now. Just back, all we're going to try to do is make back, or hit the fail, make back a little bit of what we've already lost on this name. So we'll see if he can come back right now. We'll take 30 cents back, man. Some of these hits weren't that bad. It was just pretty dramatic off the open when it just kept on falling. We said we would wait for a base. I mean, I'm just reading my own notes here, and it's like, be patient, wait for a base and stuff like that. So we weren't that patient here. I thought we did a good job getting it at 111 the first. Did we just get filled there? No. Oh, man, now it's bouncing off 40, and I'm at 40. So, all right, so right into there could be a play again for Target. You already sort of know where my target is. Let's see if it does, and like no pun intended there, but we do have that at VWAP.
No, that's intended.
Yeah, the thing about it is
I'm calling shenanigans.
I find when we're here, though, honestly, man, it's like things just pop. Like you say things.
Well, it's one of those.
I don't know what that
you're gonna say the word target anyways in trading.
So it's at the top of your mind.
You're just gonna say it more today. That's all. Like if you would have normally said it 3 times or 10 times, you're gonna say it 6 times or 20 times today. At least that's how I know. Like I know that's.
Is that your target number there?
Yeah, I mean, my target is to make sure that we get enough likes and make sure that I hit the Shreve.
That's right. We got to hit that at least 3 times. Yeah.
But the other target is to make sure that when we see confluence in the market like this, that we try to use those signs of confluence to look for trades, right? I don't know. I just thought, I looked up at Amazon up 2%, and I thought of OB, so I said the word confluence. Meta, right at that 329, it's holding on, but it's not really continuing its breaks. I'm looking for the consolidation break back into the high. As I said, I really only have 2 shorts. Affirm is entering a reload spot. Oh, wow, forget about entering. Okay, never mind. Affirm just wicked VWAP, and I might have just missed that entry spot. Let's go to Brendo, but that just wicked the 50s in VWAP, and I didn't get in.
No.
Brendo.
The VMW headline earlier, guys. Here's a little bit delayed reaction, but Broadcom just took out $900 on a volume spike there for AVGO.
All right, well.
Yeah, I mean, that's not really very tradable.
No, Google, things are starting to fall down here a little bit, like pretty dramatically just in the last couple of seconds. I mean, I'm not worried about the market or anything, but we are coming in just a little bit. So we're lucky enough to get that target. We switched it over to 36s or 35s. So we wind up getting a fill there. We only got out of a quarter of it. Do think there's potential, obviously, for this name to continue to run. So we'll stick in target and see if it does hit or not. We are still waiting for AMD. Actually, these lines have changed now. I might have to change up my opinion here on what exactly I'm doing on advanced micro devices. Yeah, 109.90. It just pulled back in. We should have probably got that long down there at 109.90. It just ticked down to 109.80. That would have been a good stop there as the market does bounce back a little bit. All right, let me cancel my AMD bids and just regroup on where my indicators are right now. So we'll have a quick look at that. A build of nat gas. Right now, NG, we talked about we'd look at this, so let's see what's happening with it. Nice little pop up here for NG. Not sure if this is the right contract or not, but it's a move up. This is the December contract, so we can look. Maybe it's the November one that we'll have a look at there, but it's a nice move up there for nat gas as it continues to move up upside right now. So we'll wait to see what happens there, but it looks like a build in nat gas starting to go a little bit higher. There goes target right back to 110.40 right now. So a good little trade here for TGT, now busting it out with 30 cents in the money. So let's wait to see what's happening right now. Nat gas going upside right here.
So we'll slap the fail on the VWAP bounce on Meta, but you got to have an out. I like the consolidation because he had a chance to roll. Just one thing, Shreve actually is in nat gas. Like, I don't trade, I don't look at it, but apparently the November is what we should be looking at. It doesn't matter too much. Like, they're going to move the same, but the prices just might be different. So, well, I want to make sure we got that correct. I don't know if we can hold on to VWAP again, but once you do not make that bounce on this consolidation, I want to look for the next level to the downside if I'm going to get back into it. Just going very quickly, and then we're going to get to Adara. So VS, it attempted the hold, broke the $1 level after it reopened, and is now holding underneath the bucks. It didn't really set up for that long the way I would have liked it, and now halted to the downside at 92. Still has a chance to maybe get above 1 and hold. But for now, you're at 92 cents, tapping 90 cents even as we're going to the desk for the crypto update with Adara.
So just a heads up here, Caroline Ellison is starting day 3 of her testimony in the Sam Bankman-Fried trial. She's going to be cross-examined by his lawyer, so definitely keep an eye on that. Should be a very interesting one to watch. We also have Bitcoin is on another day headed down, so I'm just going to fix this chart here. Down for another day with Bitcoin. We are below that 27,000 area here. When we look at all of the crypto names, we are seeing a general trend to the downside. Bitcoin is just above that 26,500 area. Ethereum is below 1550. And in general, these names are trading downward about 1% or more, with the exception of a couple names just slightly in the positive, guys.
All right, crypto. We do have another member, of course, of 3 members today. Pretty good. There goes JP Morgan, man. And once again, I just tweeted out, man, the sticky note's on fire today. AMD, JP Morgan, and Google, all more than $1 winners right there. So really happy with that one. And again, I want to thank our community out there. Make sure you do like and subscribe to become part of this.
Like and subscribe today.
And when we say subscribe, it's completely for free. Just hit the little subscription button there on the YouTube, the bell there. Get notified every single time we're here live, which is every single day that the market is open. We didn't even miss a day during COVID. Me and Neil came in every single day. And yeah, so we're going to continue to do that right now for you. So make sure you do hit that like button as well. And then the one thing we don't say enough is share it, right? Share the stream. Go follow us all on X, on Instagram, all that. Get some unique content from that. And then make sure you do hit that like and subscribe button to join us every single day, because there goes JP Morgan. And I just want to say thank you to the chat. And again, if you're wondering about the sticky note, it's right here. It's up on my feed. You can get it every single day live, obviously, as it prints. So we'll wait to see where this market goes here today, but it's not really doing too much here, Neil. It's kind of just hovering around. Back to VWAP now. It did have a nice move up and down, but
yeah, it's now we're slowing down. So if there was one missed opportunity, it wasn't a lack of trying, but again, like sometimes liquidity can be the issue, even on a good setup. This Birkenstock is hanging out at the lows. Like when the market bounced, this didn't really bounce. It kind of did. Failing now 39 a couple of times back and forth. The $40 break was fire. One interesting thing, and again, I don't know the answer to this question, but I'm just going to throw this one out there. If you're interested in finding levels on things like this, just look at where they raised money when it was private, and then sometimes those can be good historical levels. So I don't really know what those are off the top of my head, but I do know the dollar levels are being respected. There's a big size offer if this gets anywhere near 40, like at 39.74. Everything else is pretty thin. Still in just the same 3 names. That VS will get there when it opens up. But shout out to Ian Rispetto on the chat. Asking about Adobe. Love you, Ian. It's up significantly in the last few days. Any news on it? Well, the market's hasn't been too bad the last few days, I don't think, right? Like, it's been pretty strong. Adobe, a little stronger than most.
Adobe's a monster.
This is about to, okay, but has it already taken this top? I'd have to double check. Maybe I'll check my trade IDs in a quick second. It either has or is about to break the 52-week high. Like, it just, probably a distinction without a difference, but this has exploded through the 50 period. If there's specific news to Adobe, I don't know that I saw it, but this has been, like, sometimes monsters, recently just monster. Speaking of which, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I mean, you had to know when I sold 10% of Eli Lilly that it was gonna make another high today. This is also making another high today. So some really strong names out there in the market that maybe we're not talking about, that are not necessarily pulling back as much as this little bit of a dip. Lilly's pulling back a little bit, but Adobe, it is on fire. Not something we cover day trading.
No.
Because some things trade $500, $600. Like when Tesla's up there, it's pretty tradable. When those are up there, they're just not day trading stocks. I'm going to go back over to Coinbase. We had the crypto update. I said I wouldn't chase the move if I liked the short, so I didn't chase it, and it's really not going anywhere. When Sean said we're going sideways, we are. But if it bounces off of VWAP, there might be a chance that it gets back into the level that I was waiting for originally. So trying to be patient with this. They had a conference and AI was mentioned, Michelle said. That's going to be the reason? I mean, come on.
Coinbase?
No, Adobe.
Yeah, Adobe.
No, I mean, that's fine. It's just, like it's been an AI play for like 15, 20 years. So I guess now when they say it, it gets a bit of a move to the upside. Again, that's just how the market reacts to this news, but it is what it is. Like, I wouldn't be buying tops because of that. So just going back to something I am in, there was a couple of dips off VWAP on Intel. One was able to get me a little bit of a bounce, and then I reloaded. We're still looking for that high of the day and then potential breakout. I like this one for the overall trend. The simple fact on the daily here that we bounced so nicely off this, I think, better drawn trend line than what I usually do. And then you're holding the 50 period. So this feels like a long, at least into the 40 level. So I'll be thinking about longs in Intel at least into 40. And the only reason this trend line doesn't suck is like I came in one morning and just actually took my time to draw it, which was about a couple of seconds, and now I save it, so it looks pretty good. If I draw that in real time, it would be terrible, kind of like Sharif's.
Yeah, poor Sharif. All right, AMD. So again, my bad on that one. We should have been reloaded here. It comes right into VWAP and the 50 period. We talked about that. Unfortunately, I did miss that one. That's about as cash as it gets, man. Not only did it come into VWAP, but it came into our level of 110 again. Like, I hope everybody had that one because that was a missed opportunity, and I just was not paying attention to that when it came in there. So fell right back into 110, and I missed it. So again, got to be a little bit more focused on what I'm doing here, which I feel like I am. Like I said, JP Morgan, $1 target right now, trying to get back upside. I have an area up here near in between. I'll tell you what my price is exactly, 80s to get some, 86, sorry. And I was trying to buy some 109 80s in case we dip back down in. So that's something that we are also looking at. We can have a quick look at Tesla. Nice move again. You know, we were short early. This is that one trade that we had right off the jump there today where we shorted Tesla, took about 30 cents there. So that is a 263.75. out at 263.40, so yeah, 35 cents like we discussed, and then we got out at 264.30. So I told you we're net down on this stock, but it's a cup of coffee, so we'll wait on that one to see if it can get going back up to the upside. We've already missed AMD, so we're going to let that one fly. And then, you know, I wasn't going to reload Google until we got down to 140. We definitely had that target in mind, but that didn't come in either, so that was something else. So let's just take a look at our sheet here. We have Google, CPI mentioned here, Target, AMD, JP Morgan. And the only other name, I mean, right now, JP Morgan, we've already covered that. That's going quite well. The only other name was Rivian that we had on our watch list here today. And we wrote down 20 bucks as a break long. But that's 2 days in a row now that we've been waiting for Rivian to kind of break 20. It happened early yesterday, so we didn't have it. But then today, it gets right back up into that level. It's too bad I didn't have Rivian on my mind for a short because, you know, if it was, that's a pretty ironclad level there if you're looking short because, you know, you take that with 10 cents worth of risk and, you know, now it's 30 cents in the money. But again, you know, hindsight when you're trading can be something that's pretty dangerous. I just wish that I had been looking short on this name, but I'm looking long, and I gave the reasons. I like the momentum break higher. I'm still not shorting it if it comes back up to that level. So just talking about potential trades that people could or could not have
Before we go,
had. Yeah, sure.
there's been a lot of people in the chat sort of mentioning LL here. And so I know that like a lot of times for something like this, when you hear that they have an offer to be bought for almost for like it was 565. The article I read said 585, but Brendan said 565, and I trust him because he probably looked at multiple sources. Either way, it's trading really far away from that offer. It's just an offer. The board doesn't have to accept it. It doesn't mean a deal is going to get done there. And the inkling would be that this looks like a pretty obvious long if it gets anywhere near that $5, 560 level. Like, look at your R&R here. It's just that even if it's a deal at that price, it's not likely to trade at that price. Board has to accept, deal has to close, all that good stuff. But I like the notion. Like, look at the support around that 380 level. I like the notion of a long here, just in case it makes a pop. Like, you're still talking about, let me just pull up the deets on this one. Details. Ha ha ha. It's not a big short float, but it's only 26 million float, so it's not one of those egregiously small floats, but it's not very large either. So it's a decently small float. It definitely has a chance to run. I would just want to get something maybe under $4 to give it to like 375 or 370. And I don't think it's going to 565 today. Like, I don't think you're seeing the deal price. That's not the reason for the long, but if there is any bounce off the support level, you scalp some out 5, 10%, and then you try to hold it to see if it can't even get to like 4. Like, if it breaks the high of the day, like 480, that's still 20% away from the deal price or something along those lines. So that's what I am watching. I just don't think it's an automatic short. A firm just came out, so we had the reload on a firm. Short once, had the reload. It got right down in there to 19. Took a reload off VWAP. Now it's breaking out the local high, so suddenly that looks strong. I'm still sticking with the one long and waiting for an opportunity to get into Apple. The dip buy in Apple, there's been like 2 shots. One really early, which I didn't really like. And now that it's cleared 181, it's not even sniffing VWAP. I just feel like if this does sniff VWAP, I think you want it as long as the futures are above 15.4. Not entirely sure that you get it here, but you can be patient with it. I don't want to be buying these highs.
All right, it's Target came back to. I mean, we already have our areas of concern here on TGT. Like I said, we're going to trade 6 names today and go 3 for 3. You can see our positions at the bottom, obviously, as Neil and I go through our sort of our thought process and what we are looking at. I've canceled all my AMD stuff, so we're waiting for 109. We're waiting for 109.80. I said, yeah, so we're bidding that with a drop down below through 109.50. That's going to be it for Target. We did go back to the well here. We did make a little bit of money on that one, but you know, as it comes back in here, you are seeing a little bit of a fade. We did reload it at 110 flat there or so, so we'll see if it does come back in and give us that long, and then you already know where our out is. So like I said about AMD, if the market's just going to be back and forth here, let's just take another. I mean, there it is. We already know what club this is part of. There it is again. So we'll just celebrate dollar clubs again. We have 3 dollar club winners on today, Professor, which has been good ones, all sponsored by the Sticky Note, which is completely free right now. So we do have What's for Lunch, but it's coming up after the break. So stay tuned for that. Let's go to something that's relatively important, but then something that's way more important. What's for Lunch back when we're done from the big desk.
Pretty mixed board right now, but definitely a lot of red, including finances ahead of some of the banks starting the earnings season tomorrow. So this is definitely an area to watch right now. Health technology is also pretty mixed. Utilities is mostly red. We're also seeing a lot of red in producer manufacturing, consumer services, and consumer non-durables. I do want to mention Nike, the only green name in here. It actually was part of a Piper Sandler survey, showing it's the #1 brand amongst teens. So it was a couple days ago. It's been trading up since then. We also have Amazon in retail trade showing strength after the big deal days, the Prime event, which was really strong. We actually have a lot of relative strength here in electronic technology. A lot of these chip names are trading up. NVIDIA and Apple also positive. And slightly positive, some of these big tech names within technology services. Adobe's also a name to watch here, guys.
Yeah, Adobe absolutely flying. One stock is coming back into that 18. Now, we'll see if it's good or not, but Palantir did hold out a couple of times on this dip. This could be a bit of a bigger dip into the market. right now. So I want to see it bounce off 18 if it's going to be strong enough. Otherwise, kind of stick to the guns and only look to buy dips off of strength, which is going to make some sense. That VF, VS, sorry.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so Venus Systems. I actually haven't even said the name of the company. It's Venus Systems.
Wow, big move.
I don't know if it's going to break this dollar again. It's starting to run out of steam. I thought if it could hold on to the 90, there would be a nice opportunity to grab some kind of consolidation long over $1. That's looking less and less likely at this point. So unfortunately, I don't think I get into this one. When I'm looking at that dollar play, I usually want to be long above $1 or short underneath it. And I'm not really feeling the short just yet. So I'm looking for something to the south side. I'm still in for it at 98 off that 12 area. It did make a fresh high at 1205, so that's where the out's going to be. Firm could be in the pocket. Burke feels like this could be something, Birkenstock. It's holding the lows. It just rejected 39. I know we're not going to get a chance at 40 again, but sometimes woulda, coulda, shoulda. You miss that trade, you kind of move on to the next. If the market is going to roll over, I want something which is already weak, not necessarily fighting strength. Dip on Apple, okay, it went halfway. I mean, it got to 181.50, but where's VWAP? Far away is where VWAP is on Apple. You just cannot get the dip far enough. I'm trying to be really patient with this. It's 11 o'clock. I don't want to be forcing prices. It doesn't make any sense to do that. Baba, we haven't looked at, Renata. I don't mind looking at Alibaba. These have picked back up since that holiday week has been over. And now suddenly you're starting to get some real moves. Double bottom, Baba got shellacked this morning. What's this level looking like? Oh, when in doubt, zoom out. I haven't looked at Baba this morning, so I want to make sure I get a proper idea of what the stock is doing. This isn't a bad level. You had breakout here on Tuesday. You had a close there on Monday. Yeah, 86 looks good. We like closing prices, and then you had held support there on Tuesday. If this can hold on to 86, actually Baba looks pretty solid. I'm going to get some offers out on Intel as this is bouncing now back to the upside, but Baba, not bad off that 86. I just want to see what the exact low is.
All right, here we go, guys. Let's go. It's lunchtime. Let's see what is on the menu for today. And if you guessed chicken, yesterday it was beef, so, we did not have, it was a beef burger. Obviously, I was not privy to said beef burger, but today, you're a winner if you said chicken dinner winner, because it is Harvest Grilled Chicken, Harvest Grilled, with...
What does that mean?
We will soon find out, my
You're just
friend.
making stuff
Yes, I would agree with that. Harvest Grilled Chicken with warm mixed grains. I was going to say greens. With warm mixed grains. And I like this part, steamed broccoli.
I actually don't like broccoli.
So
there's only 3 vegetables I don't eat. Broccoli is one of them.
Oh, I really
actually, well, it's actually
I like
not
Chinese, like
I'll eat it. I just don't
broccoli.
Like it. I just don't like it. I'll eat it.
Mamma mia.
That's the only place I'll eat it. I'll eat it in if it's in a stir fry or it's in a nice dish. I don't have a problem with it. I'll eat any vegetable raw that isn't broccoli, cauliflower, and Brussels sprouts.
Ooh, I love cauliflower too.
I'm
not a big Brussels sprout.
I'll eat cauliflower. You know when people do it's like a vegan thing, I think. It's they'll do wing sauces. It'll be it'll taste a chicken wing for I like that for cauliflower.
You can have a cauliflower
they eating it raw.
crusted pizza as well.
That I don't mind. It's just I don't want to eat. I eat vegetables raw a lot. I will literally eat raw kale, and people will look at me funny. I'm like, I don't care. I'll rabbit that ish.
Okay, so right now, go ahead. No, I was gonna say Target. We got that one back in again right now. So there's Target off that bottom. We're able to grab it at 109.50. Unfortunately, it does go to 109.60. And again, we could have done a little bit better on that play if we had just waited a little bit longer for that there. But we did get it a little bit early, so that's Target right now, and it's trying to go back up to the upside. We're going to try to take it out at the 50 period. If it runs from here, it runs from here. Is what it is. AMD's up, Google's up, Apple's a rocket, JP Morgan's great, and we're almost done.
We're almost done, and look, I get it. Everyone loves their vegetables. You got to pick and choose. I am into that Bob off 86. The local bottom was 95 or 94, something like that. I had a bad wick that says it's down here at 84, so I just double check. I like the entry when it wicks that 86, takes it out, and then it holds 95s there. That gives you something to work off of risk to reward if it's going to get back into VWAP. I took some outs on Intel there as it got back above and held that 337 level. Ford is still chilling out at 12 even. Amazon is super, super strong. One name that we have not talked about at least I feel like we haven't talked about it today, or at least maybe not enough. We haven't talked about it, is going to be that silly Coinbase. I'll get to the tap on OPG, and I don't mind. But I said I'm going to be patient for Coinbase. So allow it to get back up to a resistance level. It just bounced off VWAP. This is resistance. It's about 76.5. 76.60 is that local high, but it's at that pre-market bottom. This is what I'm going to look to get into Coinbase. Was waiting for it to get back up here. Did not want to chase the short on this name. As long as the market's not breaking out, I wanted to be patient with that Coinbase. So we're now likely to get it. Thomas Johnson, no, we're not getting into Mullen today. I mean, I'll say that. The last time I said this about a stock, like they did something stupid in the afternoon. So I'm probably not getting into Mullen today. If it does something stupid, then that's when we trade Mullen. By stupid, I mean it actually goes up.
Yeah.
Right? So that's a bad thing to say. That's kind of mean. You know what I mean. Mullen, it is what it is.
Yeah.
The other thing I was going to say is Beyond Meat, for a stock that was looking like it was going to be ham, look at the accumulation of VWAP on Beyond Meat. So it didn't go SSR for the bounce. It actually ends up bouncing off 810. Never went short sell restricted. Instead, it's now going sideways on the 3-minute, but attempting to re-break this out. This could be a runner if it can take out the highs here. Like I'm talking like 835, 840, probably 840. That can take out 840. Maybe it just squeezes without going short sell restricted, but I'm keeping an eye on it. Still very, very light volume at 1 million. It's got a decent short float. You never really know with those. Let's go to the desk. We have Money Talks.
So yeah, the USD is higher now, as you can see in this one-day candle. We did have a bit of a turn downwards. Now we are going higher after that CPI data. The core CPI data was a little bit higher, the core inflation data, but generally the CPI was in line with expectations. We also had the FOMC meeting yesterday where they said there could be another rate hike, so that also could be impacting the USD here. I also have the USD versus the pound sterling. We're noticing an uptick here, again, much like the USD chart or the Dixie chart, DXY, we are seeing an uptick after these inflation numbers against the pound.
I wanted to look at the DXY. We talked about that earlier when this number first came through, and it really hasn't stopped going at all. So the U.S. dollar just continues to make a move off that hot number. Well, it was inline number today, so it's a nice CPI, nice move up there for the DXY continuing, which is kind of surprising because generally speaking, when you get the market, I mean, we've seen the dollar move over the last couple of years and be sort of inverse to tech names, right? We know why. They got to repatriate it back. You'd rather see a weaker dollar for these guys, but nice move to the upside right now, and the NASDAQ still holding on, being positive. In my opinion, just showing, again, extended resilience right now on the U.S. dollar. Where's Obi? Is it going to be Adara? Oh, okay. I was going to say, I was just going to announce, join Obi and Sharif, and then I saw Adara run over there. But in a couple minutes, you will have Obi and Sharif, the professor, taking you through the afternoon, and then Neil and I will be back at 2 o'clock. We did start earlier today. Please note that in your calendar. If there's ever going to be CPI, or I guess you guys probably went live on. Yeah, I do hear somebody in the background. I think it's probably Adara's mic is still on or something right now. It's cut now. Did you guys, no, I still hear it, but that's okay. Yeah. Did you guys go early on Friday?
I think it was a matter of seconds.
Seconds early.
Like today was a couple of minutes. I think usually we'll play it by ear. The more we anticipate it'll be a big number, like after PPI, kind of get that big reversal. Like today, maybe give it a couple of minutes early. We don't really do like 10 minutes early anymore, but we just want to make sure that you're getting the number live. Like that's what we're all about here. Like this isn't broadcast TV. We don't have to worry about you're supposed to start at 8:30.
Stick to the script.
I know, like there's no script here. If we want to start up a minute or two early to get you guys the number, we'll do that. We do the same thing in the afternoons as well. So
how many likes do we have, first of all?
Well, I was about to do this.
Yeah, like we have 1.2K likes. Hit the thing.
We need 1.5
at least,
or Sharif is not going to be happy.
6,000 watching.
Come on,
like,
1 and 4.
Subscribe and share it. The show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
Fabian, man, where's the new one?
No, we'll get the new one out eventually. I know.
I mean, you guys like beard or no beard? I mean, we could get the chat going a little bit right now.
Oh, beard.
For me, it's beard for sure,
oh, yeah,
but
beard.
Sharif is going with the no beard, which is fine.
No, it's obviously the beard. Just one look. So OPGN, and I'm promising that every now and then we'll tell you guys what the tap is on this stock, but for obvious reason, this is not being traded. It is, on my 3-minute chart, there are no there's no double bars. Like every single candle is a single candle. It probably looks not as bad on a 1 minute, but it's a distinction without a difference. So I'm going to make up a number. Let's just say it's halted 12 times today. I'm not going to count. You guys can do that yourself. The last halt was at 246. It looks like an upward halt with a tap of 249. You can't, unless you're trading it halt to halt, you're not trading the stock. I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't know what else you're doing with that. I like that. Like, you know what? He's got the 5 o'clock shadow. Some people can pull that off. I think Shreef's pulling that off as well. I just think sometimes if you have the ability, you use that facial hair to your advantage. Taking some shares out of Intel, cannot seem to get all the way to the pre-market high, but it's bouncing nicely off VWAP. So the best fills are under 37, above 36.90. So I'm going to start taking those like in the middle, like 94, 95s. That's where I want to grab the long. Ford still holding at 99. I'm short 98. What else we got going? There's something else I wanted to get to. Oh yeah, Apple. The apple of everybody's eye today, up 1%. Kind of an obvious pun, but we're saying it anyways. I like VWAP here. It doesn't mean you're going to see it. You're bouncing off 15.4 on the NASDAQ, and you're making strong higher lows on Apple. So I'm still going to stick to VWAP. I think early on, maybe you can get away with it, trying getting higher lows, but now I really want that VWAP play for Apple to get back into that trade, or get into that for the first time, I should say. And then we wanted to wait until the call was done for Delta. Well, Delta had the call at 10. It made no bounce. 35 was the level on the daily. Like when I said 35 is support, I just looked at the daily chart and I didn't do any other work other than just look at the daily. It's looking like it wants to challenge that bottom. For the record, because I didn't do it the first time, it actually broke that on Monday at the open, held 34.70, and then a higher low off 35. So it's more of a support area on Delta Airlines, taking it on the chin today, unfortunately, on earnings. Boeing, I did say I liked the short, but I liked it at 200, so it didn't really set up. Like, you had to short that pretty much right away. Just like Rivian, like if you weren't in it right away, you had to take that 1950 off the pre-market high. It was a good trade. It was actually better than I expected. But Boeing and 200 do not mix. Just when I think this stock is looking like it wants to bounce, Boeing puts on a reversal. And the reversals are much nastier than when it's going up. So thank you, Boeing, for being a heaping pile of dung in my long-term trading. I just like harping on the stock because I haven't gotten out of it, which is my own fault. 3 minutes to go. What do we got? What else we want to look at here? OPT options expire next week. On what, Racer? X9?
Yeah, we can look at. We can look at whatever you want. I'm trying to.
I'm just curious, like what specifically? Because I'm just curious what you want next week.
Yeah, we'll have a look at anything you guys want. So will the midday show coming up in just a matter of seconds. There it is right there. We'll close out our trade on JP Morgan. It's hit 40s a couple times right now. We take this long. We end the trade right now. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 P out of JP Morgan for a nice little win on that one. And I want to thank, again, the viewers for reminding me that I had that written down there at 145. So that seems to be a good take. We have like 2% left of AMD. We got out right there at 111. So that was actually turned out to be a good one. Sometimes we get a little bit too early. That looks like we did good on that. So we'll hold out for hope that, you know, maybe it does come back in. I've canceled everything now, so I don't have much going on. 140, we're still long on Google, but again, 5% of that, not even 10% anymore, man. It's actually even less than 5%. And then Target is the only other name that we have on, and this is the biggest losing trade on here today so far. So Target downside right now and not making me very pleased with that performance. I am not here tomorrow. I want to wish everybody a very, very good weekend. I am off tomorrow. I have 4 hockey games to attend. 3 for the daughter and 1 for the kid, the son. They're both my kids. Down to the downside right there tomorrow. So that should be good. We're really, really excited for that.
Something you're not telling us, Sean?
It's called Pink. Yeah, I have many kids all over the world, I feel.
Easy there, Scotty Pippen.
We have, yeah, exactly. It's called Pink the Rink. There's over 130 teams coming through. It's for breast cancer, so it's a big tournament.
Well, everybody, I mean, everyone can get behind.
Yeah, exactly. So I think I have a pink sweater coming through. Everyone on the team is going to be decked out in that, and it's very, very
laces.
Cool. So she has pink laces.
Actually, you know
got those. Pink
what we didn't say today, which is weird. Well, is it somebody's birthday?
I don't know. It always seems to be.
No, the Leafs won in overtime.
Yes, I tweeted it out yesterday. Oh my
Yeah, so the
God.
Leafs win in overtime. I know it's Montreal, but who cares? A win's a win. And
that's a great win.
And an Austin Matthews hat trick to, I think it was, what was it, the fastest all time to 300 goals. For Maple Leafs history. So good start for the Maple Leafs. This is what happens. The Jays lose and we just move on to the next, right? So the next being the Leafs and the Raptors. They'll get started in a bit. I wanted to point this out before we got, it's 11 o'clock, but I wanted to point this one out. You know, Tempest has actually been relatively calm. It has not been halting very often. A couple of halts early, and it's now just gently gliding to the downside. I'm not saying it's going to find a bottom and bounce, but if you were to look at where the only afternoon support was, it was right at about 350. So if it doesn't hold on to that, there's 350 and there's $2. Those would be some logical places for this to catch a little bit of a bid. Whether it happens, who the heck knows, but it is worth looking. LL is starting to break. I thought this would be, yeah, you know what? Just forget about this. I shouldn't have waited. I should have just taken the 4 long. I don't think this sees the deal price. But I think the option that it could at least get close to like $5 makes it worthy of some dip buys. Maybe the 4 level is going to be better than 380. So I could have been wrong there. Still just an Intel, starting to get some out as it took out that 37.10 again. But let's head on to the midday. We told you who's there. It's Obi Trice. It's the professor. Go get him. Go Amazon.
What is up,
What's
beautiful
going on,
people?
guys?
Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Obi. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. Oh, and they wants to say something to me here. Before you go, enjoy a 10% discount right now. So excited are they to have me on their site that they're willing to offer me promotions. Obi, kidding, of course. Obi and I were just discussing off camera his trade on Amazon. He's going to take you through that in a second. It was a good one. No, don't let him shake his head like that and mislead
I am a
you.
noob.
It was actually he got a solid top there at the crest. I'm involved in the future at the moment, looking for that 15.4 defend. We got a 15.407 long. We've wet our beaks 3 times. We have another profit taker at the 45 level area, but here we go, coming right back down. What I don't like here is the chop, the sideways chop. We had a series of lower highs. I'm talking about this crest, lower high, lower high, lower high, and then we made a newer high right here, but then here we go. Right back down again into 15.410. I'm going to look to reload at that 15.4. We'll see how this goes. Already profitable on the move, but yeah, it's as Obi will tell you right now, it's been a choppy session this morning.
Oh boy, yeah, man. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone has had some decent trading out the open today. I have a problem with degeneracy. Have suffered from chronic degeneracy every now and then.
Liar.
And today we experienced a little bit of that. We kind of fought this ticker. I got really aggressive here, took the long off this open, and then I was like, okay, sudden failure to follow through off the 133. Get aggressively short, but we're wiping 30 to 40 cents at a time. I was like, what the hell? I haven't seen Amazon do this like since I've been like focused on Amazon, and wipes up a whole point, wipes it back down within 10 minutes. I was like, what is going on here? Get the short. Don't have enough on the way down. See it fail to follow through on the low of day break. I'm like, all right, cool, get long. Don't even hold it for anything, and it rips up 2 points off of that. I'm definitely not happy about that. Start hitting the short at the 133. I'm like, all right, double top short, not happening. Average into it. Oh my God, it's $1 out of the money. What am I doing? Break myself, comes back in, super lucky, cover it, get back on the short. Get aggressive, underneath the 134, doesn't want it, pops back up, get out. I'm fighting this way too much, Sharif. I gotta hold on, I gotta take a chill pill, relax, and get back at it if when it does kind of like cool down, you know. But I like this 134. We talked about that. I think I heard Neil talking about that 135, and we literally blasted off towards that 135. Now, closing yesterday, Amazon was quite peculiar. pretty much squeezing into the end of the day, and I was like, huh, this is very interesting price action pushing into the end of the day. I didn't expect that to happen, and coming in today, we get this large volatile pops of like what I think, in my opinion, is just a continuation of the squeeze. And now you also have Catalyst as well. Amazon had I think a successful big Prime Day deals. I even myself, I ordered some things last night from the Amazon Prime deals, and yeah, apparently they made.
What did you buy?
Got like an air fryer,
nice.
got like a doorbell, and
A doorbell?
yeah, just like some home appliances, right?
Fair. I don't know why Ramin's laughing over there, but I was just
It's a random items.
asking.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I like that. I
Yeah, just got a few things. The things I wanted weren't really, I guess, on sale, so I was like, whatever. I was looking for like some tech items.
Can you tell us what you're looking for, or
I'm looking for
private information?
No, for sure. My hard drive is full of tape. So I bought a 4 TB hard drive. I'm looking for another 5 TB hard drive, but I don't want to pay more than like, you know, I don't want to pay more than like $200 for it. And I was like, okay, maybe one goes on sale, and I can snipe it for in and around $100.
Love it, bro.
But I couldn't really find anything too nice there. So
Calm down,
but
Tempest Trader.
yeah.
Yeah, that's not cool.
So here's the thing. We're chopping, so we kind of broke above those heavy sellers that we were talking about underneath that 15.4, that 15.380-ish area, give or take, like that, just that area. We got above those heavy sellers yesterday, and even the after hours kind of action, we kind of melted up, pushed up. We saw that Apple broke above that 180 in the after hours, and we are trading well above that level out the open. That 180, kind of a nice hold as well. 182 coming in. But yeah, Sharif, I don't have too much on the board other than that. Tell me what you got going on.
Well, we're doing here on the Future, man. Several outs, 5 outs so far. Got in here, 3 outs, reloaded on this 15.405, and then 2 outs. Now we're looking for a 15.545 break. Going to be patient with this one, but it looks like there's going to be a 15.4 defend. My only concern, though, are the series of lower highs that we continue to print here, albeit on the 5-minute chart. Not as wide of a time frame, you know, maybe as I should be looking at. But what I'm seeing here is we crested out 15.461, and then you get a high here of 15.539, and then a lower high 15.537, and then a lower high. Sorry to do this. 15.433. I said 537. 15.437, then 15.433, then even a lower high 15.431. You made another higher high over here, but it wasn't by much. So I'm still concerned about this trade at the moment. We'll see how 15.4 defends on the Future today. In case you're wondering what's going on, today we got CPI. It was a smidge above expectations. Haven't looked at the details of the different components of the CPI to see where inflation was the stickiest, but I'm just willing to bet that shelter is still on there. Shelter has been very, very sticky, and that is part of the core component, excluding gas and fuel, fuel and food, which are not part of the core components are on headline. I'm just keeping my eye here on the futures. We came back down quite aggressively here. Not really sure what to make of all this, but we'll keep an eye on this as the day goes on. All right, let's talk about the side charts. Here we go, baby. WBA. Let me flip to the 5-minute on this bad boy. Walgreens, all right, the Dow component reported today, and it was a mixed bag, no question about it. You know, basically, their retail sales not doing as well as they start recovering from the post-COVID era. Obviously, you know, they had a different format then as people made their way into the pharmacy for obvious reasons, and the foot traffic was a lot higher. Since that time, they've expanded into the healthcare business. They've acquired a company that has doctors' offices all over the place. Anybody who knows anything about the pharmacy business, which is what my family is involved in, healthcare clinics and pharmacies go hand in hand. The Katina Man's printing over there. Oh, thank you very much, Katina Man. Yeah, anyway, pharmacies and healthcare clinics hand in hand. You cannot have the pharmacy without the healthcare clinic. It just doesn't work. In any event, they've expanded into that. They've expanded into other areas as well where they go and basically take care of individuals discharged from the hospital. Those sectors have done well. Looks like pharmacy sales have gone lower, but margins seem to have expanded somehow. In any event, you know, they missed on the top line. For whatever reason, they're moving back up, 23.75 on the day right now. Looks like the high, what was the high over here? This is the IB high, 23.97, pardon me, so almost 24 bucks. Then you have Delta. Delta reported as well, good report for Delta. You know, they adjusted their earnings outlook in the summer because of the increase in fuel prices. In any event, they did better. They're continuing to make their money off first class and business. That's where their margins are. I talked about that on the desk this morning. If you want to hear more about that, just rewind. And then how can we not talk about the small cap gappers? Oh, baby. OPGN, yeah, only 742%. VS, 285%. Seco, what is Seco up here, Mr. Kenobi? 500%. You know, this one's been trending a little bit down ever since having that big move in the pre, but right now it's doing a little bit of a dance here with $2, multiple halter, as you can imagine on the name. And then out of nowhere, we get a new participant, MNTS, moving up nicely. Definitely not the triple-digit mover that the preceding three were, but this one up 26% as well. Good look here for MNTS, having closed out yesterday at $1.79 with a 250 high. Much more stable and calm than the other three. And then TPST, how can we forget about TPST? I mean, it's yesterday's big boy winner. We'll keep an eye on that. I haven't traded any of those names today. Involved in the future here as we move back up into 1430. We're looking for that 45 print, Mr. Kenobi. It looks like for the moment, 15.4 is being defended on the NQ.
Yeah, for sure. I like that. I like that kind of that strength that we're seeing. Again, it's kind of going more into like, okay, we've stepped on top of a previous level of interest, and now we're kind of holding above that as well. And I like that hold of that 15.4 as well. So here's the thing, man. I fought the short quite heavily there on Amazon. It has a catalyst. It's not necessarily doing ARVO, which is very interesting, but this move is quite extraordinary. I think we're getting a little bit of a tailwind from a lot of these other large caps as well. So you know what? I'm going to flip that bias. Been wrong. I was talking about. I have this rule called like a 3-strike rule, where I'm like, if I'm trying to force a trade on one side, I know that I have a tendency to fight the trend. So I was like, well, let's create some sort of system to kind of catch myself. Now I got to get better at using the system as well. But the 3-strike system is just like, okay, well, if you're fighting and you know you're fighting the trend and it feels like you're fighting the trend, you clearly see the price action is going against you. You get stopped out 3 times going the same way or trying to implement an idea, a thesis, or bias on the market or whatever it is, and you get stopped out 3 times, you either walk away or you try to look for a place to get the other way, right, within a reasonable risk. So I think that's so we're just implementing that system, that rule right now. We did get what I didn't necessarily stop out, but like I did have a short here, and I did have a short here that I did get stopped out of. So the 1, 2, and then I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna go to the 3 strikes. It's very, very clear how strong this is. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna be cheeky and try one more time, but 2 strikes is good for this one today, as I did kind of fight it quite extremely there, and we are holding a bit of a trend, and that 135 is definitely definitely a level that we can look forward to, and a bit of a flat top breakout here, potential, Sharif, at that 134.40, kind of giving us precedent. Take a look at the ES blasting off that 44, and then a wipe up on the NQs. Very, very solid bounce off that 15.4, like Sharif just pointed out there. What other names are you guys trading today? I know Delta. I know I had Delta.
Cool J?
What's LL Cool J?
LL.
LLY? Eli Lilly?
LL. No.
What's going on with LL?
Gapper.
Okay, as Amazon breaks the top, and we're already long, or actually looking to break the top, Apple is breaking the top. But LL Floor Holdings, damn, take a look at this floor right here in the pre-market, 350 base support on LL Floor Holdings, straight to the upside, holding VWAP. Now that's pretty interesting. Now I don't know what the catalyst on this thing is. jumps on buyout offer from Live Ventures. Interesting. Okay, so non-binding buyout offer of $5.85 per share. What is this trading at? It's trading at $4. So nice. If this is going to push to that price, then it's still got some ways to go here. I'm going to be focused a little bit on Amazon right now. You know what? I just want to piece off just like a little bit here because if we're going to do that flat top breakout, I do expect us to kind of come back in and churn before we do that breakout there. But the NQ looking hella strong, pushing back towards these highs. That 15.5 is definitely something that I will be watching out for. But yeah, no, when this is strong like this, we see this wipe. This short looked amazing. It was amazing. The Fugazi got me out of too much of it too early. We only had a little bit holding into the downside. And then I get tilted. I'm like, oh, you know what? Flipped along. When you get this kind of shake and bake and you get this kind of action and then you get this hold above this shake and bake action, yeah, I don't want to be short anymore, man. I know for a fact that I'm fighting this thing on the short if after that kind of price action and the NQs and the ES are raging to the upside or they have volatile bidding to the upside that I've observed today and a little bit to the downside as well, but we're holding above that 15.4 on a kind of like a bigger picture type of construct. So like I'm keeping that in mind as well. I know Apple, Apple pre-market high break, that was pretty nice, that 180.50 and then holds that 181.50, about a point away from that. And yeah, continuing to the upside there. Again, we talked about that 180, Sharif. 180 was a pretty distinct level. We broke that in the after hours last night. And I was like, well, damn, there goes that level. We're going to have to come in and potentially work around something else. But the thing is, it gave you that 180 out the open. It gave you a nice wick. I don't know how real this wick is. Let me just pull up Apple real quick. And okay, it's not too bad there. Didn't really wick the lows, but it kind of has this quadrunk in the pre-market, holds that 180. This is off the imbal, I'm assuming, right there. Actually, no, that's off of the CPI, off the CPI print, right?
Yeah. That drop at 8:30. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot. I had a TQ trade off CPI as well. We can talk about that one as well. I was already in a bit of a chasing mood there. I just want to get out of this Amazon, let it consolidate for a potential flat top break there, as it is kind of going to the sideways right now.
I like the Amazon look, man. Higher highs, higher lows all throughout. It looks like it's trending strongest of the bunch today. Yeah, 1.88%. You got NVIDIA 1.20. You got Apple 1.28. Amazon definitely the leader on my Mag 7 look there. I'm just double checking that I'm not correct, that I'm actually correct. But the other one here that I have to alert you about, the Katina man has reloaded his position on AMD at 110, and it is now up 2.2%. It is the leader, but it's not included in the Mag 7. So it is a big boy name, but it's not included in the Mag 7, but it's up big, 2.25%. Here we are, though, on the future. We've been having trouble at this 50-point range, and we just broke it. 51s, 52s. Could we see 55s? That's where I'm waiting there. Could we see it? There we go. We get 55s, baby. And this one is running 15.4 is holding, guys, at least for the moment. We are still below the IB high, 15.461, exactly the high that we made at 10:25. I always misread the Central Time. 10:25. We made a 15.461 print. Here we go, about to hit 6.0 again. The MNQ. I looked at Brendan this morning, man, and I said to him, okay, we're selling off now on a miss by 0.1% on the CPI print. This is going to get bought up much in the same way that the non-farm payrolls got bought up last Friday when we had a double, literally, it was almost double, short by 10,000 jobs over what the street was expecting. And, you know, it's October. Whether you like it or not, it's October so far. Now, does it sustain? We'll see. But there's no question about the fact that we are running very strong as of late, I would say, from last Thursday on, so a week or so. Let's look at the charts, baby. Let's look at let's bring in the MNQ, because I did a little bit of charting, as I do typically at night before bedtime, Mr. Kenobi, which is early these days because old man over here, but that's just the way it is.
Yeah, I've been going to bed much earlier as of late as well. Kind of. Yeah,
Oh, that's okay.
Maybe it comes with the with the years. I don't know. I just feel like I feel much better going to bed earlier.
Yeah, I
Whereas
feel
like
more-
when I was younger, I would just be like, okay, we're staying up till like 1, 2.
Yeah, I don't get much of being a Nighthawk anymore. This is not a thing. All right, Mr. Kenobi,
I
here's
come
a
alive
look.
in the nighttime. You know where that's from?
All right, it's a song, I'm assuming. No.
Easy.
Is it? Okay, there
Yeah.
we go. All right, but here's what I wanna say. We still have lower highs on this trend line. Like, let's not get too excited here. So even if we break 15.5, right? That we still have a series of lower highs to really break this trend and this downward trend line that started in the highs that we made late to mid-July, Mr. Kenobi. We're gonna have to get above this crest over here. We're gonna have to close above 15.7.5. That's just my opinion, right? But if you don't get the break and close above that 15.750, we still have the lower high conundrum, dilemma, whatever quandary that whatever word you want to use. We still have an issue of lower highs and therefore, still subject to, and we have lower lows too. We troughed out in August, August 17th, the low there was 14.792, and then we have a couple of troughs over here well south of that, 14.586 on that day, and then 14.589. So the lower highs and lower lows still in play on the future, despite the fact that we've been getting a nice move on the NQ lately. So that's a look there. This is the Mega 7, the Mag 7, the Magnificent 7 chart with the NQ, of course, at the 8th. Look how strong Amazon, Apple, and NVIDIA's chart look. Even Microsoft here. The chart looks good on Microsoft, but the thing is, it gapped down as a result of this IRS business. The government's broke, and they're looking to take somebody's money, and it's going to be Microsoft's, at least for now. We'll see how much. They're able to get off Microsoft. That's probably going to run for years. In any event, the chart here on Microsoft looks pretty good, but it's only up 0.25% because of the gap down. Apple's chart looks absolutely fantastic. We just made a newer high at 182 and a third, coming back down a little bit now into that 182. Yesterday, we closed out at 179.84, and we gapped up in the aftermarket, believe it or not. I got home, and I'm like, what is the NQ running for? I was actually at the gym. When I looked, I'm like, wow, the NQ is blowing through 15.4. And I
Why are you running?
Pardon me?
You know the meme? Why are you running?
I love that. That's a good call right there. All right, yeah, so we broke through 180 in the aftermarket yesterday, and 8 p.m., the 8 p.m. close was something around 180 and a third. Anyway, we're about $2 higher than that right now, Mr. Kenobi. It's been a good, nice little move there, and I see my man celebrating over there. So
no, I'm not celebrating. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not getting too emotional. I'm like, there it is. Just a bit of a pullback, right? What can I say? What can I say? I did get back into the short a little bit, but yeah, no, I'm just looking for the churn. We know how strong that uptrend is, but if it's a place to sell, I do want to sell a little bit there and just take it back into the trend. Yeah, a little bit of scalp mode. What time is it? It's about 11:22. So yeah, nothing too crazy there. But if we're gonna slow down a little bit, I do want to take a piece there. But yeah, let's see how this works out there. Kind of rebid, kind of hold. Yeah, what's up?
Sorry to interrupt you. I'll send it back to you real
fine.
quick. We have a couple of very outlying microchip names today. Come to the chart if you're able to, Ramin. AVGO, Broadcom, the NVIDIA substitute, or what analysts want to call it as, 4.44%. Big move up today for Broadcom. Here's the look. Apparently, Broadcom, did they purchase VMware? Something like that? Broadcom's purchase of VMware expected to get China approval soon. Okay, so that may be the catalyst. Also, AMAT, A-M-A-T, Applied Materials, getting a big boy move up as well, 4.25. So chips, very strong today. ASML, no slouch either, 2.8%. Microchips looking good. Sorry, Mr. Kenobi, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. This is why I was like, I'm not celebrating. I was just like, there's part of what I wanted to see, and then it kind of just pops right back up and slaps me in the face there. So I was like, okay, well, nice. Okay, bit of a lick grab as well at the top of the range. Maybe some reason to get more in for sure when I see that lick grab. But yeah, let's see how this kind of consolidates. A bit of a pullback there on both the look at that NQ. We pop up and well, yeah, we did a bit of a lick grab on the NQ as well. That's very interesting here. Maybe I do want to hold on to this short a little bit longer just to see where we get off of that price action on the NQ. Maybe a little bit of a pullback. We see how volatile we have been, kind of chopping and churning. Can't really get too distinctly past this range high that kind of happened going into I guess the pre-market session right there, that 15,450, just underneath that, just like 4 points underneath that. We just when we pop back up. So here's the thing. Let's just read a little bit of the chart right there. Out the open, 745. I think that was in and around 730 on this. So that's that's the CPI. Strong sellers come in at that price. We pop back up, we revert the whole damn move, and then sellers come back in at that price. We come back in, we hold a higher low, and then we pop. We do a liquidity grab that looks pretty strong. And then you wipe back down, and now you're back in that range. So there you go. Got that first cover right there. I had it sitting right on top of that 134. Thank you. Come again. Let's see if that 134 can break now. I'm looking for that trend. Again, we're following the trend, but after I see that kind of lick grab, I do want to think a little bit more short. That's just my opinion. And whether or not we kind of continue back there, that's all going to be new information. But this information that I just got, I do want to execute in and around that. And I was like, oh, that's more reason to get more in, and I don't even take it. So like, I get good myself.
Yeah, big move down there. We got some out at 15,465. We had the out at 15,455, and then 15,565. But look at that huge move down, dropping 30 points in a second like that. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we made a new high. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Big move down though. Look at that, 15.4. Now we're 4.25.
Oh boy.
Are we gonna break down below the 20? Let's see if there's any news. Oh, it could be Europe. No, Europe's not closed yet, Mr. Kenobi. 4 minutes for Europe.
4 more minutes.
Looking at my headline here, just to make sure.
I did cover though.
On. We don't really know either. Sometimes because now there is a full-scale war. We don't know exactly, what it may not be market related. That's what I'm trying to say, right? It could be geopolitical, and usually the geopolitical stuff doesn't show up on my news blotter. It's just basic market stuff.
Here's the thing, man. Like even though we can expect volatility from news events, market events, whatever it is. What I'm noticing is that the article will come out, but the tape will speak much before that. Yep. Like you're going to start seeing the pace change, or maybe some size starting to come in, unusual type of price action all of a sudden, which precedes like a bigger market move. That's kind of what I observed in the past week. I think the tape is king, man. The tape is all telling. Here's the thing. I haven't really spent or put in the time to really watch futures tape. But I think it's pretty fast. It's pretty volatile. But I think I was talking to Aaron in the back. He was saying how he's throwing up. Yeah, machine gun Aaron. I was talking. He's throwing up he's watching for size, right? And it's like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Definitely watching for size. So I'm going to be again looking for size, looking for volume, looking for things like that. Makes a lot of sense in general. And then when the future are pretty hard to read, because I've looked at that tape before. Oh boy, that thing moves real quick. A lot of one contract orders, and I'm like, okay, well, these are obviously bigger players positioning into much bigger positions, doing it one contract at a time. And I'm like, okay, well, you can't really read that effectively. So then you got to be like, okay, what are the outliers in that? And definitely size is going to be a little bit of outlier. So you can potentially structure trades around that information that comes in, right, relative to your discretion. But
like when I talked to Arun, he wasn't really much of a looker at the tape as much as he was interested in levels.
Yeah.
But everybody teach their own, right? I mean, and I know that you have multiple on your other charts. You have multiple tapes and multiple books where you filter out certain sizes.
I feel like it helps me sidestep the fugays. So it is. But I like. There's a lot of volatility. It's very hard to read to begin with. I'm not an algo. Got to wait for Neuralink to get hybrid. But until then, we can program some algos, you know, or do whatever. But Neuralink will be the true.
Sam Altman, Joe Rogan podcast.
No, you have to send me that one, man.
Yeah,
I haven't
because
heard
it's
it yet.
interesting. Rogan brings up Neuralink with Altman, and then the first thing Altman says to him was like, "Do you want someone drilling in your brain?" And he's like, "Because there's other ways apparently that you can have your thoughts read without having a physical chip implemented in your brain." I don't know how Altman wants to do that.
Here's the thing, though. It can be read, but what about it's all about the two-way communication, right?
Yeah.
You have to be able to read the information and also send signals as well. That's why it's like the wiring is a lot more direct, and it's like I looked at the whole procedure. Wow, the short is coming in nice. So I looked at the procedure for the Neuralink, and sure, it's technically invasive, but here's the thing, realistically speaking, this is a technology that's going to change the medical field, right? This is a technology which neuronal healing is absolutely super slow. We don't have the elasticity that some of the other cells in our body do in terms of our neurons. Our neurons, when they get damaged, you can't really fix them. You're pretty much like, if you get paralyzed, you're paralyzed for life. And all that paralysis usually is, imagine a wire going from your brain to your legs. There's someone just severed that connection. So if you get a spinal injury, that wire is just cut.
Right.
So all you need to do is connect that wire, right? So Neuralink, if that's what it has the abilities to do is it can make those connections and reconnect some of those limbs which our natural body can't really do. So Neuralink, when and if it does come out, trust me when I tell you, it is going to be world-changing technology. It's going to be civilization-changing technology when it does come out, because we're curing damaged neurons, and which we have had little to no success with.
I'm a big fanboy of Elon Musk. So
he's definitely changing the world for a better place. So,
and I like,
in my opinion,
sticks it to the man. Well, he is kind of the man.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: if you're doing well, you're gonna have haters. So that's an indicator. So
no question about it.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Kenobi, we moved down big on the future. That 15,467 looks like a skewed double top now as we make our way back down into the teens, 15-14s. Now back into the 20s. We'll see what this one does. We're long 05s. Couple of more outs on this one, and that is all she wrote. So I can let this one come back into the level. We'll be patient. Ash, I see you. She's telling me I'm not sure if Ash is a male or female, but in any event, they're telling me that coming back down, it looks a little bit weak. The thing is, to me, we made a newer high, and we're holding 15.4, so I don't want to just get out for the sake of getting out. Let's see what we do here. Ferris Osman. What is beta number? Notice every stock have beta numbers. Want to take that one?
Sure. Yeah, we can talk about that. Beta is just I don't remember the specific equation for it, but what you can factor it to is how closely related is it to the market in terms of I think I think it was the ATR or something like that. I don't remember exactly. You know what? Before I speak on the topic, I'm just going to look at that equation.
So I have that beta over here. That's what I usually use on my side chart. So let's bring in the side chart over here. I always have the beta up on for my what's it called? This watch list over here. I have several things over here. So number one, obviously the current price. Number two, the change percentage, and then the change percentage since open, and then the actual not notional change, the volume, obviously, the shares available for short, the PE is important to me as well as the beta. I always keep my eye on that. And then the after hours change as well, and then the year-to-date change. So I'll keep that. Just want to show you that while Obi gets that ready. Those are the what's it called? The variables that I keep my eye on, as well as the 52-week high and the 52-week low. Those are definitely the the data points that I always want to have at all times. The other ones I can look up. You got that ready?
Yeah. Okay. So this is why I didn't want to speak on it, because I was clearly very wrong. It has nothing to do with the ATR. So right there, beta coefficient. That's what it is right there. So you're basically measuring how a stock their returns are related to the changes in market returns versus how far the market data points are spread from the average value. So beta coefficient, covariance, overvariance, and the return of the individual stock versus the return of the overall market and how that relates off of it. So basically, it's a measure of volatility. So basically,
relative to the
yeah,
S&P.
relative to the overall market there, the S&P 500, yes. So yeah, I think if you're so the S&P has a beta of 1, and if you're above 1, if the ticker has an above 1 beta, then you might move a little bit more than the markets themselves. And if you have a beta less than 1, you will move a little bit less. You will have less volatility. So yeah, it's just a quick measure of how related it is to the market itself. I know that Amazon definitely has a beta of over 1. And last time I checked, I think it was.
I can tell you what
1.3.
it is right now. I have Amazon's beta is 1.189.
1.189. Okay, yeah. So just above 1 right there. So you're gonna get a little bit more volatile than the S&P 500.
No question. Like, for example, stress laws, which I definitely expected it to be like this, 2.244, right? And then softy is sub 1, 0.9, right? I thought maybe NVIDIA would have a big one, which it kind of does, 1.684 when you compare it to the rest of the Mag 7. It's second only to stress laws. So NVIDIA definitely got a beta as well, and that doesn't surprise me one bit. We're up 223% on the year on NVIDIA. So huge beta for that one as well. But what's SMCI's beta? No, not that much, 1.13. Okay. In any event, all right, we're doing a bit of a dance here on the future, coming right back in to 15.4. If this breaks 15.4, I'm going to cut it and lose 5 points on the remaining 2 outs. But trying not to get shaken out here, as we really haven't come into the single-digit numbers on the 15,400 level. We've been in the teens, but we've been stopping out at 10s or so. So we're making lower lows, no question about that, off that big crest up at 15,467. Trying to be patient here, but yeah, we kind of trended down on a lot of the big tech names, for the exception of Tesla. And Renata bringing Tesla to my attention. I was talking about how Amazon, Apple were the 2 outlying strong stocks, followed by NVIDIA a bit. But you're kind of getting a bit of a double top here on NVIDIA, much in the same way that you are on Softy. But look at Tesla. It's kind of the opposite way, right? It kind of has a bit of an inverse head and shoulders here, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. And now it just broke through that 263 area that it closed out yesterday, and it's making higher highs and higher lows. Kind of counter trend here to the market, up 0.25%. Definitely still below the opening break high. 265.41 is the opening break high. We'll see how it does. It's able to break above this wick over here, above 264. Stair stepping up slowly is Tesla. I don't think there's a news catalyst on our friend Stressla today, or is there? There's typically something always every day with this name. Having a look here on my side blotter to see if there's anything. Oh, SpaceX is launching a NASA rocket today. Okay, cool. That's nice. Pretty cool. They've been basically responsible for all the American deliveries to the International Space Station as of late. What else? Not Elon Musk, not Tim Cook. Okay, that's really nothing relevant over here. So we'll keep an eye on our friend Tesla. See if it can kind of move counter market here. Google making its way back down. Like you saw the Katina man off that 140 long in the morning. You had a bit of a double bottom here. This is a 5-minute chart, but you have a couple of wicks near 140, and then you got it to 141.25. But you've been making a series of lower highs and lower lows as of late, now coming into that 140.25. We'll keep an eye on that to see if it is able to hold that 140 area. Not much doing on my part here, trying to be patient with this futures long, but looks like we're headed into the teens, Mr. Kenobi. Do we find support here? We shall have to wait and see. Let's talk about some of these small cap gappers. Seco doing its thing down here at $1.60. Multiple halter guys, but a bit consolidative now. Looks like that there is a good level of support at that $1.30. That was where we halted down off that 148 halt. Gapped down into about $1.30, then made, you guessed it, another halt upward. The other one, MNTS, talked about this one, not as aggressive as the other two. Lower highs so far for this one off the crest at 250. You got another crest here at 238, and now at 235 with a bit of a flat bottom at that 220-ish area. Keep your eye on MNTS, this could squeeze. VS, the other one, this one looks like it's also making lower highs and lower lows, cresting out at $1.30 now, below $1. We'll keep an eye on that. And then OPGN, if this one can stay open, then maybe we'll be able to trade it. But it's just been an absolute halt fest, and kind of reminding me of TPST yesterday. Hard to trade these ones and manage risk because you just don't know which way it's going to open. In any event, trying to be patient. Looks like we're getting a move back here on the market temporarily, back into that 15.25. We'll see if we can hold.
Yeah, man, I like that. So we got that lick grab from the top. You come right back in, and we're getting that bit of a chop here, holding, making a higher low. Wow, I didn't get another piece there. Making a higher low relative to that 15.4. On top of that 15.410, so about a 10-point higher low. Off of that lick grab quadunk all the way to the downside, and suddenly you get that buying coming in right there at a little bit of a higher level. So that's interesting. I'm taking a quick scalp here on the Amazon, using that a little bit as the confluence.
The Neil.
But yeah, no, I did want to get a little bit more down there, and it didn't really come in. So that's a little unfortunate. Okay, so yeah, there we got that piece that we were talking about right there as we kind of come right back in. So let's see whether this price holds or not. We are making a relatively higher low here as well on Amazon. We did break the trend, but we pulled back a little bit and kind of stopped underneath that 34, holding the 70s, 133.70s hold. I like that. Let's see how far we can get with this. The buying pressure on the day looking quite strong as well. So there is that. So here's the thing, Sharif. This morning we had CPI.
Did we?
Maybe. So we did a lot of things as expected. I think the year over year was or month over month was like 0.1 above expected, and I think year over year inflation.
We kept getting conflicting reports. Brendo saw 0.4 month over month. I saw 0.3. CNBC reported on their website 0.4, and then on the TV they showed 0.3, and then we saw 3.7 year over year. And then 3.6 at times. So it was conflicting whether the month over month was up 0.1 or the year over year.
Yeah.
And so then we were trying to theorize it's probably an averaging up or down. So it's like 3.65291 or whatever. And then some people will average it up, some people will average it down because it just didn't make sense why we kept getting conflicting numbers.
Yeah, no. So from what I saw on my numbers, most of it was as expected. So I was like, okay, well, a little bit of a reaction to an as expected move. I got in too early here, definitely chasing the idea, and I'm like, okay, well, this is clearly not an area to get long. Why am I even getting in there? But I did like getting long everything from 39.50s to 39.30s, about this 20-penny range, and I get out in the pre-market before the open, but it seems like this, again, this chop here kind of shows me that, like, okay, these prices were not a bad area to kind of get in. What I was seeing there did kind of come into fruition, and we did hold some of these prices and get that reversion, even 100% reversion. And now take a look at this, something interesting. This consolidation chop of the pre-market, and then this consolidation chop out the open. We are holding very, very distinctly above this as of right now. So a bit of a chop and churn above that pre-market consolidation off of CPI here I'm seeing on the TQs as well. So let's see how well we hold this, what is this, 39.60, 39.50s, whatever, this area right here, give or take 10 pennies right there, holding on the highs. So that's definitely something significant, I think. Let's see where we go from there. We did revert pretty much that whole move we got off of CPI and kind of churned out a bunch of price in there. Kind of volatile day, very, very crazy. Again, it's almost expected on economic number.
Can you show everybody your jacket too, please?
Salad with some grains.
That's fantastic. Now, can you show everybody your jacket though?
You can see my jacket right here.
No, no.
Meta Panda Club.
Oh, the Meta Panda Club?
Yeah. So this is an NFT, guys, and he owns this NFT, and you can scan this barcode right here, and it loads you into the webpage, which I think is pretty cool.
Nice.
Buy it from me.
He's always trying to make money somehow.
Nice.
All right, I just want to mention quickly CCL. It's being talked a lot about in the chat. Big move up here. Ask Brenda what's going on. He's like, look, there's not a whole lot. It's essentially a director, Weisenberger, bought about 300. Yeah, Weisenberger. 350,000 shares, some insider buying on CCL, causing this one to go up. Got off that 1250 base had been hanging out at. Now we're talking about at 1270 consolidation area, 1273 the high, Mr. Kenobi. CCL wasn't doing much today. The travel names have been lately, right? So the consumer's squeezed, man. Let's just be real about it. And then there's going to be, spending for the Christmas holidays, and there's only so much money to go around. Credit's getting tighter, right? Credit card debts are at all-time highs. I don't know what, over $1 trillion last time was reported. This, that, and the other, you already know the drill. All right, we're getting a bit of a bounce here, back on the future after dancing with that 14. Come on, Sharif. 15.410, now moving right back up into the 15.4 threes and 30s. We'll see if we get that continuation. We definitely didn't make a newer low, so we still have a series of higher lows here, and we have higher highs because we made a high at 15.460. Then after that was 461. Now it's 467. So you still have that upward trend where you have higher lows and higher highs. Obviously, lots of volatility. 15.4 is a level. Couple of ads in and around that 15.4 area here for myself, looking for that big move back up. But this one may take a little bit longer because now we are in the less liquid time of the day, Mr. Kenobi. So
Yeah,
we shall
for sure.
have to wait and see.
So here's the thing: we got long on that relatively higher low there in the 70s. Sure, the 60s were a much better price. Now we're getting that recycle of that 134. Kind of sold a piece into that 134 off the 70s. Let's see if we can push off that 134 again. We had a decent amount of confluence there. The future's making a higher low. We saw the consolidation on the TQs. And I guess some of the Amazon kind of holds higher low as well above a previous kind of that 3350, right? That 13350 kind of an area from before, and you have a higher low as well, and then the markets are popping as well. So let's see how well this kind of follows through that 134. Whether we do or not has yet to be seen. D's saying grow a handlebar mustache and shave the rest. Do it. I used to have, just a few years ago, like a nice full-on mustache that I would wax every single morning and have strong curls.
Proof.
I have a picture somewhere. You know what? I'll bring it out for you guys. Maybe for tomorrow. I'm 100% sure it's on the phone. But yeah, no. You know what? If you guys really, really want to do that,
I'll take over for a bit while you email it to yourself.
Yeah.
But I'll put you on the spot, brother. But yeah,
let us know. Let us know in the chat if you guys want to. You guys want to see that. I guess myself with the handlebar mustache, yes, but with the curls, of course.
I love that, and it goes with the hair too. So like you got the whole I mean, caboodle, baby. I like it. I like it. All right, guys. I was looking at Mr. Apple over here for a nice curl, but yeah, we're definitely. I thought maybe we kind of put in a couple of doji candles here. We're going to start curling back into 182, but we're consolidating sideways a little bit at 181 3/4. We're gonna keep our hands off at the moment on Apple trade, and we'll just stick with the future. But Meta is in a full state of huadunk, it looks like here. Big move down, but coming back into yesterday's closing level. We closed out at 327.80. We just made another touch quickly there on Meta at that level, but Meta looks like a little bit weaker, I want to say, than the rest of the bunch. It's flat up 0.1. Bit of an extra bullish double bottom as I made up my own pattern here. You know that where we have the left side of the W lower than the right side of the W. Maybe I don't know if that's accurate or not. You know, we just joke around about that around here. Let's bring in the scanner and see what's going on today. EDSA showing up on my scanner here, made a big move there at 11:28. Does this have a headline? What is this called? Edessa Biotech. Not seeing anything here. And this is from in the morning. No, nothing on Edessa Biotech. Hasn't done enough shares, 412,000. That's not going to get me excited. MNTS is the other one we've been looking at. This one definitely a bit stronger. Okay, so this one got out of its funk where it was making lower highs with a flat bottom at 220, just made a higher high here. So MNTS looks like it could possibly be ready to break that 250. Let's find out the details on Momentous. First and foremost, what is the float? 1.8 million shares, very small. 1.8 million shares, very small. This one can be thrown around. Does it have a headline? Yes, it does. Today is the 12th. Okay, it doesn't. So it's from yesterday. Let me see if this one started moving around yesterday. Yesterday was flat. What day did it really start moving around? October 9th. Okay, let's go back to the 9th here. See if there's anything for Momentous on the 9th. Looking. Not really. If anybody can tell me why Momentous is moving today, got a headline yesterday. Momentous to provide delivery service for ride. Okay, that's funny. Came in yesterday in the aftermarket, but didn't move at around 417. That headline came in. Okay, I guess it's one of those ones that didn't move in the aftermarket, but it's moving today. In any event, it's moving, and it's got a small float. Does it have a heavy short float though? Remind me later. Remind me tomorrow. Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas wants me to update it, and I'm too busy. MNTS. Here we go. The short float, not negligible, 4.86%. So we're going to keep an eye on MNTS. If it breaks a $0.50 mark, I want all the smoke. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and put the alert at the $0.50, just sub 1 penny. We're going to put it at 49s. So we're alerted if this break the $0.50. But I saw you on your phone there.
Yeah, so I did find some pictures, some videos, but yeah, no, definitely. I got to find some better ones. Let's just say that some of it is not really appropriate for the stream. But yeah, no. Yes, I will. You know what? I'll get back to you guys with that on tomorrow. Let's see how many likes and subscribes we get. I guess I don't know. You got to be paying up for that type of sauce.
You gonna dress up for Halloween?
I don't know. What are you dressing up as?
I don't know. What are we dressing up for Halloween this year? You guys did last year, right?
I'm gonna throw. I think the most I'm willing to do is throw on my Jedi robe.
Perfect.
And just walk in, nice hooded. Yeah, it'll be nice.
I love it.
Hopefully the Force will be with me that day.
Oh, it always is. You're
we'll see.
All right. In all seriousness here, I mean, I've got nothing other than the futures position that I'm in. We're looking for a move back up, but you know, it's a consolidative time of day. We got up to 437, and then here we go right back into 423. Very range bound for the last 20 minutes or so. Going to keep an eye on that. But MNTS is the one that I really like. Do I have it up on a chart? Yeah, here we go. I've put in an alert sub that 50-cent area at 49s, and we'll see if we get that break through the $0.50 area. Let's go to the daily chart though on MNTS and see if we're gonna encounter any interesting resistance areas. Okay, so it looks like we had a big day, October 2nd on MNTS. We opened up at 2.25. We got as high as 366, but we definitely put in a red candle that day. So we got a closing print of 175. So giving up about half the move. That's not what you want to see. And then we sold off the rest of the day after that. And the fact that I have the MNTS ticker here means that I was trading it on October 9th. Okay, so we will likely encounter resistance at 250. That was kind of near the high of the candle on September 29th. 247 was the high there. No question about it. This is the day that's standing out. Look for that 350 reject if we're able to break above 250, then 350 will likely be obviously a resistance level. But look at the difference in the volume that we put in that day. We did over 50 million shares of volume on MNTS on October 2nd. And today, by contrast, we haven't even hit 5. What is the volume on MNTS right now? Let me just check quickly. Yeah, 4.5 million. So we're by no means even there. We haven't even broken through the 10th volume yet, or the 29th. So volume still, light on MNTS today, but look for a $0.5 break, a 3, and then a 3.5 likely account resistance. But good higher lows here and higher highs after making that crest at 250. Not bad luck.
Yeah, so people in the chat saying, didn't the dollar, people talking about the dollar, I guess. So yeah, no, this especially this week, I've been watching the dollar index a little bit closer. And Sharif, take a look at what happened. I know I was here on the stream while I kind of pointed this out. I want to watch this Amazon break through this 134 real quick. I'm watching Amazon trying to push through this 134 real quick. I don't think it's really worth my time right now. Okay, so all right, so yeah, so the Dixie right here, we talked about how it's kind of been in this channel for the past couple of weeks, and take a look at what we did today. We had a distinct breakout, not only of some horizontal levels right there, that 106, but through that range trend as well, and we're getting that strong action right off of when was this? Right off of that CPI, and then a bit of a curl and a churn back up to that 106.40s ish. Kind of had some trouble here underneath that 106.60 as well. So we did distinctly break out of this channel, which is very interesting today, and we got that kind of nice little chop in volatility as well. Off of Dixie that was bleeding off for what is this, the past few weeks. I see here October, from the beginning of October, we kind of had this little bit of a topping action underneath in and around this 107, underneath that 107.5, and then we started to make this kind of a slow and steady churn to the downside, and now we've distinctly broken. So I think that's something to keep in mind, something to keep in consideration while we are kind of trading. I was like, oh, why are we melting up, or why are we bleeding off? Nothing else is really warranting this kind of move, and then you look at the Dixie and it's going wild. So I think that's definitely one I'm going to be adding to the list of indicators. Shout out to Sean. He was the one who pointed out on Monday. He was like, okay, well, the Dixie's going crazy, so the market could have an effect. And after that, I started kind of like looking at that a little bit more often and realizing that it does. If it's moving in a volatile fashion, then yeah, you can have a market move where you're like, oh, where the hell is this coming from? But clearly, you don't have all the information. That's why I was a little lost there initially. But again, it's a work in progress. We learn a little bit every day, learn something new every day, and yeah, that's the blessed part about being around traders who are well seasoned.
I'm getting called out here by Renata. She's like, you promised me post-workout videos. I thought you were a man of, she said his word, but you mean their word. Yeah, look, I took videos yesterday. I just haven't posted them. I did glute day yesterday. It included the following: Bulgarian split squats with dumbbells, which I'm using essentially pyramid training now. So I'm working up to a certain weight, plateauing at that weight, and then working my way back down. That's something new for me. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want a lot of volume, right? And then you don't want volume always at your max weight, because then that just results in injury. So the way to get volume is to work your way up, plateau, then work your way back down. My plateau is usually between 3 and 4 sets. And then I did step back lunges. And then I want to give my glutes and quads a break because there was a lot of pressing. Did some calf raises. Then I did the abductor, obviously. And there's many variations you can do of the abductor there to incorporate your glutes. Then I went back and I did step forward lunges, baby, on the grass with some kettlebells. That was a lot of work. I only have one video, though. I will show that in a minute, of my step back lunges. I went as heavy as I've gone on step back lunges in a while. Did 225 yesterday on the step back lunges, which put a little bit too much pressure, ironically, on my hamstring. I don't understand how that worked. I felt hamstring pressure on a pressing motion, not a curling motion, which I'm not a kinesiologist or anything like that. But to me, it's a little bit weird because the hamstring is the antagonist there. In any event, Back to trading. I will get that video ready for you probably after lunch money. But here we go. Move back up into the future. 15.40. We just popped up at 15.436. We've got currently right now looking for a move back up 15.450. I think that'll get me comfortable for a 15.467 break. Higher highs and higher lows. That's all I got to say. I got to exercise patience on this. We're long 05s. We've been long. It's been 2 entries. I'm happy that I, defended, had the courage to defend that 15.4. This was a look too. The fact that we didn't make a new IB low on that dip, right? This dip right here, we had the IB low around 15.362. I'm like, okay. Sorry, the IB low was 15.366. And then when we dipped down into here and we did break 15.4, I'm like, okay, this makes sense. This is a good entry point. And then it was so good we had it twice. So being patient on this one. Here we go. Back up on the future. 15.442, 4.3, now 4.4, 4.5. I don't want to annoy you guys, but we're moving up.
Points. We're moving points.
Hampton's Trader wants me to look at LL Cool J. I will look at LL Cool J right now. I told him I saw that one earlier, but I didn't have room for it on my side charts. What is this, a New York stock? Yeah, it is. Okay. So we just got to fix that real quick. LL.NY, ladies and gents. Let's look at the 5-minute. Let's look at the 5-minute. Yeah, that's a nice move. Let me pull it up on my side chart here because I don't like the way that looks. I just want to see it quickly from the side chart. All right, this one really got going at 8:15. That's when the headline came in case you're wondering what this one is all about, let's talk a little bit about it. Oh, it's LL Flooring. No way. I always see this on TV. 26.4 million share float. It's got a headline. Why are LL Flooring shares skyrocketing today? Live Ventures has presented a non-binding proposal to acquire LL Flooring. That's a possible buyout, Mr. Kenobi. Yeah. In an all-cash offer for $5.85 a share, totaling $194.4 million. Not really exciting. We usually look for buyouts over $1 billion. In any event, it's all cash and it's non-binding, which always creates a little bit of uncertainty. The offer price represents a 100% premium to LL Floor's closing price on October 11th, 2023. We know what they are. They're a specialty retailer, and you guessed it, flooring. In any event, so the price was, what was the price that they mentioned there? Quickly here, just so I know what the level is. $5.85. We haven't gotten anywhere close to that. Looks like we crested out just sub that $4.45 is a high a day on this one. I'd look for a 4 defend Hampton's Trader. That's what I'd be looking for here, personally. You had that big move up. 4 was clearly a resistance level. You had wicks above 4, but the closing prints were all south or near 4. And then you made higher lows, which was good. So you had that flat top break or the bull flag, whatever. You get up to 4.45, like I mentioned, and here we go, right back down into 4. Do we get the 4 hold, though? And that's what I'll be looking for here, right? It's been very wicky. Don't use these levels as exact, because it's a small cap gapper and subject to the whims of the intraday trading. But here we go, 402 we're coming back into. I definitely want to watch and see how it trades at that $4 area, and then we can make a decision about that. And we don't have to get a dip buy. As Neil likes to say, you can get on the back end. So if it hits 4, starts curling back and showing you that it's making newer highs, whether on the 1 or the 5, we can get in at that time. Quickly here, back to the future, because we just made a big move up into 15.456, and as quickly as we made that move up, as quickly as we're making that move down back into 15.442. A lot of volatility intraday today, Mr. Kenobi, but what I do see, and I haven't seen a change in the trend, are higher lows and higher highs.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a direction there. We keep saying that, okay, up here there's strong sellers, and then maybe buyers are kind of stepping up a little bit there. So let's see where this price action will take us. But yeah, no, definitely. So I am a little bit short underneath that 134 after seeing that piece there. Let's see how far this can get. Now Amazon is kind of toppy there at that 134.5. So that is what it is. But yeah, Sharif, it seems like we are a little bit over time.
Yeah, that's okay. So I'll let you sign off.
Yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be on for the full day with Neil since Sean is away.
Okay. Well, it looks like there's an alarm.
It's a fire drill. All right, guys.
We're gonna
take care.
Take care,
Have a good
Obi,
one. We'll see
and
you
then
tomorrow.
we have Neil at the big desk right now for lunch.
Welcome to Lunch Money. Yeah, a couple of minutes overdue. D's, I see you in the chat heckling over there. And we get to it. Like I said this morning, we are not some broadcast news where everything has to be every half an hour on a half an hour. Not what we're about here, but I want to get some ideas throughout lunch that might be setting up, a couple of names that just popped into play, things that can move in the afternoon that you can dig yourself into, wait for those potential setups. And if you happen to hear a weird noise in the background, I think they're doing some fire alarm testing. So if you hear something crazy, there is no fire. They're doing testing in the building, which, I don't know, even when there is, I feel like there's a couple times in the trading floor where the alarm went off and no one wanted to get up because, let's be real, probably a false alarm. You should always get up and get out of there. So I want to start off with CCL. I said it could be something that just happened. There was a filing, insider filing, and a big volume spike just now. So if you're watching this on the 1 minute, you've kind of already seen this play out here with a nice volume spike and a break of the 1250. I always like to get the lay of the land on the higher time frame. And why this becomes interesting for CCL is A, the stock has been getting destroyed. So that's the zoom out for how bad this has been on the daily. Let's see if we can zoom back in there. It's trying to get back to this 200 period moving average on the daily. Now ignore this, they didn't report earnings today, but AAL did, so DAL did, and they've been heading to the downside. But I like the fact that you've made this hammer bottom and are attempting to form a base at that 200 period moving average. You throw in this buying, now it is what it is, but it is a strong move. And on flash news, one of the things I try to concern myself with is what happens after the market starts digesting it. Do you pull all the way back in? It immediately retested 1260 and then bounced off 1260. So you get the flash news, you get the volume spike, then you get a continuation play. So it bounces off a higher low and is trending up. So you couple that with trying to make a base around that 200 period moving average means, okay, just look for the long. So I like this 1260 for the dip. Maybe you only get to $12.80. When you pop the 15-minute up over here, you can see after 1280, there's 13 bucks. I mean, it's not that difficult. If you go long in front of 1260, every 20 cents is kind of your target. Not bad, 1.5% over there. The other thing to keep in mind with CCL, hey, you got yourself an 11.5% short float. That never really hurts when you're looking for a long. Shorts have to cover somewhere. When you look at something like a 200 period moving average, a lot of people like to buy dips on bigger names in the longer term time frame, swing trade off of that. Well, if shorters have been winning on this stock forever meaning since what, like July? That's forever in day trading. But if they've been winning on it, where would you be thinking about taking profits? I don't know, just throw it out there on the technicals. Okay, so previous high in February was $12.50. That's one top. Consolidation break. You make that bottom. Hey, it's 12.5 again. It's the 200 period moving average. I'm short. That's a good place to take profits. You get a little bit of that. You get some traders short term buying some dips in it as well. And then you have a nice little level. So that 1260, if it can hang on, the market's been very resilient. I think it's a decent size long, especially considering you maybe even have going for you some money coming out of some of the airlines that might stick in the travel sector. That can't hurt at all if that money goes out of Delta and goes somewhere else. Well, you're going to put it in other airlines or Boeing? Yeah, maybe you're going to put it into CCL. So I do like that 1260. It is coming into play. Because Obi was just on, stock Amazon. And so okay, spoiler alert, Obi's short at 134. So when I pull up the daily chart to show you the 50 period moving average and this key level in here. Now 135 I think is the big level on the daily. That's when the trend broke to the downside. But we've regained the 50 if we can close above 134-ish. So that's a pretty big level. You're there right now. All that said, it's been a very impressive bounce off support for Amazon. This is a case where when you go to the other time frame and you look at this 1 minute, you violated this 134 several times. So while it's a big level on the daily chart, you have liquidity grabs above it. multiple times. Now, that's a good sign for weakness. The issue with the 134 in particular is that's a good sign for weakness that you kind of want short above. Because if you're shorting 134 early, that has not worked out for you. You've had to be taking it in the quarters, giving it 15, 20 cents, and then looking to exit starting at 134. With the trend being to the upside and actually reclaiming the 50 on this 1 minute chart, I tend to think you almost need to be sitting that out to short highs or turn that into a support level. For it to continue to hold this higher low after liquidity grabs over 134, this is suddenly very strong. If this breaks the high of the day, I don't think you fight this. Not when you look at where it's at on the daily and where it's been coming from and what this market has been doing. So yeah, I think you got the right line in the sand, and I don't think it's a horrible idea. As long as this 134.5 top holds, I think the money fills kind of are up there from a risk to reward standpoint. The stop on a 134 has to be either really, really tight or at a level I don't love or really, really wide. This time of day, I think you want to let it get up to that high. But Amazon, it should be on the watch. If it clears that high of the day, I don't see a reason that the half goes and you don't get the even at that 135 level. Big level on the daily chart as well for Amazon. Great looking rebound, let's just say, for it to be retesting the 50. On the daily. That's always a good sign. Never even sniffed the 200 period. That's how strong Amazon has been. Speaking of travel, I know we went from CCL to Amazon and kind of skipped over Delta in the mean term, but let's get to Delta here because it wasn't as if it was all bad. Like they did beat top bottom. Market didn't love it, but the call came in and you ended up catching a bid off the 35 level. This is something we said in the midday, in the morning show. Okay, just look at the 35 on the daily. I don't think it's rocket science. You can see when this was hammered to the upside to 50, it started with a consolidation breakout at the 35 level, like right in here. And that's pretty much where you're bouncing at least once in the last couple of days and again here today. So after the call's done, take your cue from the overall market. Your 35 is your support. I think it's pretty bearish if you see it again. Hey, look at this line that's coming in here right around $36. So when we broke down to 35, this is your consolidation right at 36. Even dollar move. Didn't quite get to 35 even, but you know what I'm getting at here. If you don't break 36, first move down, overall trend weak, strength now in what looks like CCL in the space. You have dwindling volume and you're running out of steam a little bit here. What I'm looking for is a liquidity grab over 36 on Delta. Trend is your friend. So it was doing a bunch of that early. If it makes an attempt to liquidity grab over 36, so when I say liquidity grab, break the even dollar level, probably some people short stopping out there, then do volume above, but hammer once it gets underneath 36 again. So it does not take out the next level up, which is only about 30 cents higher. Starts doing liquidity above 36, even only to retrace underneath. This is not something I like the long. If I like the long, I probably would want to be in CCL and not Delta here today. But looking for that liquidity grab over 36, solid entry, good way to get into the trend without having to pay a price that you got to hold 1% against you. Do not want to trade in lunchtime that you have to hold 1% against you to make it work. You'd rather just be patient, set up an idea that if it happens, you can risk 10 cents up top at like 40s, get 25, 30, risk 10 cents into 40, and then allow that to drop with you. I think that's what you're looking for when stocks start to slow down a little bit. Not to hold something super far against you, but look for that tight entry point and a setup that can give you some oomph. Obviously, if it fails at 36 again, you have room down to 35 even. That is Delta. Well, there's no way around it. We're jumping from travel to big cap tech. Apple's not having a bad day today. It's all right. It's Apple. It's making power moves. It's up over 1%. I don't think you can complain with it. It's kind of barcoding at 182 right now. Let's start with the higher time frame here because that's what we do with big cap tech. There's a lot to like above 180. Look long above 180. I feel like until we're underneath 180, we should just keep saying that. And even the 50 period's now at 178. I'm not sure you don't look long at 178 too, but that's more of a higher level thing. The one concern, and it's not a huge one, but since the trend reversed on the daily chart, it did this before. Rebounded to the 50 period moving average, looked pretty strong for a couple of days, and then turned. That said, the trend is your friend to the end when it bends, and it hasn't bent yet. So we're looking for Apple to show you that continued strength. I think that's the way to go here. You can see there's a little bit of back and forth action off of the 182 area. That might just provide you with an opportunity for some longs under 182 that you can maybe give to the 75. You have the 50 period kind of supporting that kind of a move in there. If you happen to break a little bit further down, now this has not been happening, but there haven't been deep pullbacks, a couple of decent ones. A dollar pullback on Apple just hasn't happened today. I'd be a little bit wary of the dollar pullback into 181. Usually that's something I would like, but because it hasn't been doing that kind of a move, it would feel pretty bearish if we got there. I think you want to show this holding up above at least 181.5. And if it's doing that, scalp it till it stops working. In the afternoon, it was basically just giving you like 30, 40 cents and eventually broke out. There's nothing wrong with that. Like Apple is not some stock without liquidity that you can't scalp it. Certainly there's other names out there if it's $200 that you just can't be taking 30-cent wins, because when you're wrong, you can't take a 10-cent hit. Apple is certainly one where you can have that stop underneath. So I like the money fills if it's going to be underneath that 182, and just make sure you're not just hanging on for dear life if it takes out 181.50. Want to get to some Coinbase. We trade this a little bit this morning. Not much. Bit of a missed opportunity. When I say a bit of a missed opportunity, I mean a rather large missed opportunity for myself. We're in Rivian, but we weren't in Coinbase. We're in Affirm, but we were not in Coinbase. I like 78. It fell from 77. There's not much you can do about it, but hey, you know what? If you like 78, this afternoon might be for you. This is what we call, it's not really a V-shaped recovery, but it's close enough to it. It goes from top to bottom, back into the top. I think that's the more important thing. We got to start from the outside looking in. That looks really great and bullish and all, but we're just getting back into this obvious resistance at 80, and then the 50 period sits right at that 78 level. So if I think you're running into trouble on coin at 78 to 80, then I'm going to respect any move to the upside and want to patiently fade it. Same caveats always with coin when it's doing this. When it makes that move into the upside, I'm zooming out so you can kind of see yesterday's bounce. So it bounced off 76. Look what happens when it approaches 78. You can't be early. Like as it gets into your price, you don't want to be short here, 77.5, or here. Almost let it make that last crazy move, like the big one. Like as it gets close to the price and starts consolidating, it has an ability to usually do that one last push that stops a bunch of people out because they got too aggressive down in here at 77.5, stops them out when it makes a bigger move to the upside. That's what I want to look for. And better yet, if it double taps it like it did there, that's what you want. And then you get a couple of good pullbacks. That's what I like at that 78 level for coin. Willing to miss the trade, to make the trade, but if it's doing this steady stair step up, I wait for that one spike, really big one in and around that 78 level, and then look to fade Coinbase. You really always want to get into Coinbase when it does this V-shaped recovery on the back end of the trade, because if you try to grab it on the way up, it tends to run you over. Part of that could just be it's got a 13% short float, so when it gets going, it can really get going on you. So patience is a big time virtue. You know what's weird? Like I had Beyond Meat on here, I crossed it off, I put it back, I crossed it off, but I just don't want to take my eyes off it while it's trying to make this move. And most of that's because it's a 41% short float. So the ideal setup today on the downgrade of Beyond Meat was the SSR bounce, which never happened. It was so perfect. Like it would go short sell restricted if it hits 796, so just underneath $8. So if it does that, you get it long back above 8, put it to the local bottom, and then Bob's your uncle, 41% short float, just profit. That's a great setup. Didn't happen. I do still like the notion of look at the bounce from $8. You had a minor pullback. There is room in this move. If it's really going to do a mini squeeze, gets you to $10. So if that's going to happen, where would shorts be taking profit? Well, if it bounces off 8 a second time, consolidate breaks 9, I can see some shorts wanting to get out if this ever took out 10. So there's some serious bigger term squeeze potential. I don't think we see 10 today, but it's steadily making these higher lows, and higher lows all the way, higher lows, higher highs, since it bounced off that morning trend. There has yet to be a really big move or a big volume spike, nothing of the sort yet, outside of that open. And when I see something with a 42% short float that dumps off like this, I just wonder if it takes out 840 or better yet the 850 level, if there isn't that potential for a squeeze. So this is a bit of a, it's always, trading's always an if-then statement. You need volume to come in here, that's obvious. But if this can creep up to that 850, maybe trapping some more shorts along the way on the day trade side, then an 850 break starts to get some juice. I would like to see the volume pick up here, but if you got a 41% short float in this market, I always want to pay attention to you. It got beat up, looked like it was going to test that $8 level and break it. It bounced off it pretty nicely. The next step would simply be taking out that 850, where I'm pretty sure there were people shorting into that move. And if there's another side of that trade that was sitting pretty shorting above there, I don't think they're going to like it if it breaks that 850 level. So that's a bit of an if. A lot of other names that are stronger bets to make those highs, but you want to keep your eye on something with a 41% short float. So that's Beyond Meat. I can't tell you that I endorse the product, but we endorse setups when there's to the long side on a 41% short flow. You don't have to take it, but if the breakout is there, that is one I want to keep my eye on. So you got some Apple, you got a little bit of Amazon, we got some travel names for you. Ended off with Beyond Meat, which is making me hungry. Not that I've had a Beyond. You know what? I actually haven't had that stuff in like 2 years. I tried it a couple times. Was like kind of meh. It still costs too much. But I am hungry for whatever the heck we do have for lunch. That is your lunch money. Let's send you back to the desk. We got Sharif, we got Adara, and I get to have my salad. See you guys.
Also, check your desk. There is a surprise for you. So shout out to the Neil. Thank you very much. Awesome lunch money segment as always. Neil, welcome. That's your girl Adara. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you. Thank you.
Baby blue is awesome. One of my favorite colors. No problem, brother. I left a treat for Neil. You will see what these treats are like tomorrow. One has got your name on it. I distribute them equitably.
Equitably.
Right, I bring because I only have so much, right?
Yeah.
So everybody
No, I saw you drop something on Neil's desk, so I like that I now have resolution to that.
There
so
you
thank
go.
you. Appreciate it.
Do you like peanut butter?
I vibe with peanut butter, yes.
Okay, so then you will like these.
Thank you.
The treats are back, people. They took a hiatus for the summer because they are a little bit calorie heavy.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Laura.
How's the morning?
The morning it's been a morning. Actually, no, it hasn't been that bad. I think what we had today, a lot of for me, was I feel comfortable with the setup. I don't feel as comfortable with the execution, but we did not touch Mr. Tesla today, so I'm proud of us for that. Although he's showing some patterns I like, so we might renege on that statement. For now, I will talk about the trades I was in, including Google. So this one, okay, we got in and out of this twice. So I really like where I got in here. The very bottom of this wick, we did go to the upside. We got out half our position here. I should have gotten out everything here, but I was kind of thinking it would continue to swing upward. I'm going to zoom out to kind of explain this. Although in retrospect, I probably should have seen a slightly lower highs, should have gotten everything out here. We still got out most here. We got a couple shares out here. We didn't lose too much on this. Then we decided to get back in, which was, it's gross questionable, but I was seeing these upward wicks. Then the market kind of again had a swoosh down. I'm happy we got out everything here. Though, we didn't lose too much. Still happy with the general setup for that first one. Cannot say the same about the second dip into Google. But as we approach VWAP, now we're going to break VWAP. I'm going to keep an eye on Google though, just because I like what's happening pattern-wise. And I think we had the right idea the first time. We just failed on the execution just a little bit. I was also in Amazon and Google at the same time. So it was I've been trying to be in two trades at once, sometimes to practice, getting in, getting out, managing two positions at once. Amazon is another situation where I like where I got in, I like why I got in. I don't like necessarily how I handled the exit. I was trying to get everything out as it broke day's high at the time, and I think it's still the day's high, like that 134.45 here. So I was trying to get out there. We did not get filled, and then the market immediately flushed down after that, was as the NQ was kind of taking that tank. We got out half our position here. Again, should have taken everything out here, but we really didn't lose that much. As we continue to see swooshes up or swoops up or what have you, I'm going to keep an eye on Amazon because, I generally like the movement. We do have that catalyst, as Obi was mentioning, with the Amazon Prime deal days. So I think it's definitely one of note. I would like to mention, I would be remiss, actually, but I did not mention AMC. Because it's Swiftie season. And I say that because, so the movie is technically coming out tomorrow. That's still true. But it is getting early screenings today in, I think, US and Canada and maybe some other places. Yeah, this has been a news release, but also Taylor Swift tweeted about it, so that's how the Swifties found out. But yeah, so we played around the VWAP here. We had some swoops up. I got into this, and the thing is, I was looking at this, I'm like, oh, I should get in the midday. And then I got a skosh too excited and was like, let's get in early. And, we had the right idea. I got in too early. And I think the thing is, because wondering if we'd have a swoosh up here. I should have waited to see what we did at VWAP, but we did not actually. We didn't lose that much. Again, still cannot complain, but ironically, probably should have gotten in around where I got out. And this is the thing, like I have an issue where because I'm really only trading for like an hour before I get in the midday. I'm trading from like 11 to 12. And so I find around 11 to sometimes be a questionable time to trade. And then I find like I get a little panicked right before, if I'm still in a trade right before midday, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to go set up my P Pro 8 over here. You know what I mean? So that's like a weird hyper-specific bias I need to work through. But anywho, these are our trades. I do still want to get back in AMC.
I like it. Solid trade, Zadera. Guys, we got into a new trade. MNTS talked about this one through the break of the $0.50. I'm sad to report that old man hands can't hang. I wasn't able to get in as quickly as I would have liked, so I got in on a bit of a dip trade. We're long $2.56. Already got a couple of outs, looking for higher highs and higher lows. Some profit takers there, 69 and 74. If we can get them, fantastic. We just defended the $0.50 on that move down. We'll see how that one does. But oh, baby, look at the future. New high a day. It's a series of higher highs and higher lows. We just made a 15,468.75 new high. So that's three, you want to call them crests. I'm not going to take profit here. I'm going to take profit right in front of that 475 area. I'm sitting at 474. We're removed off that by about 14 points, but we are right back up there again on the MNQ. Strong day today, you know, half a point. This continues the uptrend of October. It has been a good week for the longs thus far. We'll see if we're able to hit that profit taker at 15,474. We shall see. Trying to be patient with this one. Haven't taken out anything. This is the 5-minute chart, by the way. Since about 11:20, it's been over an hour since we've taken out anything on the future. We got into that 7-0 area, but I'm not going to take profit there. All right, the other one. This is small size. I got to tell you, MNTS, we're in like not that big. Looking for that continuation. It's a bit of a slower mover, it has to be said. The amount of shares we've done on the day, 6.17 million for a $2.50 name. That isn't all that much. What's the plan here, you ask? Well, we're going to be looking to go into 3. The out will be the break of this high over here. So we've kind of, I'm not even going to give it to I'm not even going to get out at the $0.50. I'm going to even give it to below that. So we kind of crested out here on the attempt of the $0.50 break. I'm going to give it to around 4.4s or 4.2s. Try to exercise some patience with this one. It does have a good uptrend going for it here, so I don't want to paper hand the trade. Renata, you're hilarious. What can I even say to that? In any event, yeah, MNTS looking for a move into 6.9 and 6.4. With respect to MNQ, looking for that move into 7.4, but we'll have to be patient as we're coming back into the 15.450. I've now got my video for my workout set up. I uploaded it, Adira, to my Google Drive, but I'm going to have to log into my Google Drive here. And I didn't upload it to my work one. I didn't know if that was, you know, appropriate, uploading workout videos to my Google Drive, right? So I uploaded it to my personal one. So it's going to take me a little bit of time to log in here. But yeah, we did some legs yesterday. So I'm going to send it back to you for a little bit here while I log in and get it ready.
Yes. So we're still being tempted by Tesla. Tesla is like, you know, the forbidden fruit here for me. But I am liking this downward movement we have. I'm going to wait and see what it does at the VWAP, and I'm actually going to hold to that. I'm actually going to be patient. In the meantime, another stock I'm waiting on, which at one point was dipping, and now it looks like it's recovering a little bit still. We're still waiting for an entry on AMC, because I will be entering AMC, and I will be trading AMC, and tomorrow even more so, because the movie officially comes out. But, like, I mean, look at the pattern in this one. This is the 3-minute. I'm going to switch a couple charts here, because I think it's gorgeous either way. Like, look at these beautiful 10-minute candles. He is headed up. AMC is walking up today, although we did have that one negative catalyst, which I'm going to address because I saw some mentions in the chat about it. The CEO of AMC, Adam Aron, just revealed that he was blackmailed. And I think this case had been settled a while ago, but it was like his name hadn't been revealed, so he put on X or Twitter or what have you, that it was him. So I mean,
Brendo said something like that this
morning. Yeah, Brandon was mentioning it as well to me. That's how I originally heard about it. Yeah.
Here it is. Should I read it out?
Yeah, go ahead.
AMC Entertainment CEO Adam Aron says he was a victim of the blackmail plot. Here's what he says. Unfortunately, last year, I became the victim of an elaborate criminal extortion by a third party who was unknown to me related to false allegations about my personal life. Surprise, surprise. He said in a post Thursday on X, a social media formerly known as Twitter. Aaron said he reported the extortion attempt to the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Justice Department, and the extortionist was arrested. Law enforcement asked Aaron to keep the matter confidential. During their investigation and court case, he said, after the extortionist was sentenced in July, Aaron said he informed AMC's board, which reviewed the matter with outside counsel at a law firm called Wilmer Hale. This was entirely a personal matter, said Aaron, who has run the movie theater chain since 2016. The matter is closed. His comments follow a report from news outlet Semaphore published early Thursday that said Aaron sent sexually explicit images and messages in a weeks-long text exchange with a woman who used fake identities in an attempt to extort hundreds of thousands of dollars from him. Come on, bro. Like, if you haven't met her, don't send her any pictures. Anyway, we're not going to pass judgment on the man. Looks like the matter is done with. Eh? Why not, says Neil. Neil's ready to judge. He's got his gavel and robe on. He's ready to go. Yeah. He said it's stupid to do that, and I tend to agree with him, quite frankly. In any event, the matter is, I guess, behind him. We'll see. No pun intended, of course, right? In any event, we're moving up nicely here on the future. We just touched that 15,465 again. Definitely having resistance at these higher levels. We've been, breaking the higher high by a point or two all throughout the morning, Adara. We haven't really had that sustained move, but it's been choppy. Move back up into the 15,460s, and then a move back down into the 15,420s all morning. And yeah, you've had to have been patient. However, there's been one kind of saving grace. We haven't broken 15.4 since the break of 15.4 at around 10 this morning. We've been defending that level, and that's kind of what I like these type of trades where you look at the 100-point level and you build off that level, and it defends. And I actually recycled my entry into it. So the first entry was at 15,407. Then we dipped right back down. Nice. And I was able to add on it. And that's something that I've always wanted to do, and I've lacked the commitment and discipline as a trader to do that. Yeah, hey, thank you. That's nice. Awesome. In any event, that's my little spiel about Aaron.
No, that's really cool. And congrats on the trade. The technicals on that are really, really good. AMC is flying, and we didn't miss the bus. Tesla's also flying, and we missed the bus. Ironically, because I was worried about hopping on the Tesla bus too soon, or I guess the car. What am I saying? Tesla EV too soon. But then we didn't hop in, and now it's flying. But there will be other opportunities, so we'll keep an eye out. We will keep ears open, and we will wait. I saw some mentions of Meta in the chat, so we're gonna pull up Meta because I was also kind of peering around at Meta. Its movement around VWAP here is very steep. Let's switch to a 3-minute candle because I'm curious. Yeah, no, so we just had a lot of volatility around this time of day on Meta. But we're seeing, a slow stutter step upwards. I want to see if we have any specific news on Meta. I know yesterday there was someone sued, not Meta, but they sued Costco because they were saying that Costco had, breached privacy violations with Facebook. Let me find this whole actual case here. Costco was sued accusing of sharing confidential health data with Facebook. That's what it was. But yeah, because I was trying to, we had some crazy swoops earlier today. But yeah, that's probably not what it was. There's also another case, though, where a fitness developer for a fitness app has been also suing Meta because he said that they killed his yoga app right before Meta Connect. I don't know, just interesting. I find that stuff interesting. But yeah, we're hanging like this. What are we doing? I like the kind of stutter step we have going on. Again, like with Tesla, like with AMC, I would like to wait for a more appropriate point of entry, but I would definitely join Meta at this point. I kind of like what we're having here. I also want to look at Nike because Nike, still positive in a sector that's generally not positive. And the only real catalyst I can find is that Piper Sandler survey showing that teenagers are their favorite brand is Nike. And you know, we have some nice VWAP action here. I was in a Nike long yesterday. That went okay, and then I didn't get out early enough. But so I'm going to keep my eye on Nike because I do still kind of like the movement.
I appreciate that. Okay. Our video ready, baby. Let's do this. So this is, I only took one video. I wish I took more. I wish I took some of my Bulgarian split squats. This is the heaviest I've done on lunges in a very long time. This is 225, which is what most people squat. I did it for lunges. These are step back lunges, which personally I find easier than step forward lunges. Because with step forward lunges, I feel like I have to push back and catch yourself in the act. With this one, you're much more stable. You're just stepping into it. The funny thing with this is I ended up actually hurting my hamstring on the last rep, which is, you can see me make a face there and like do a little shimmy. But the reason I'm surprised about that is because it's a pressing motion. I have no idea how I ended up hurting my hamstring on that. And I could have done more, but I racked it, and I actually hurt myself. Look, I'm gonna grab my right hamstring, and I'm peeved about that. But in any event, shout out to Ramin for setting out the bangs there. But yeah, more videos to come, baby. I'm gonna try to do a little mini segment every day where we kind of like prop everybody up to train. Hey man, invest in yourself, invest in your life. What's the point of having any money if you don't have health? And I think this is one of the best ways to do it. Food and exercise, live a good life, baby. All right, enough of that. Let's talk about MNTS, because here we go, holding that that $2.50 level. Look at that. We again get that defend around the $0.50 level, and we're curling back up, possibly into 262. Last out we had here was at 6.6. Now we're waiting at 6.9 and 7.4. Looking for a squeeze here. I was a little late to the party. I would have definitely liked to have that 49 long. Ended up getting 56 long, which isn't my favorite entry by any stretch of the imagination, but looks like we're curling a little bit here. Pumped about that. Let's see what else is going on here. What is the chat up to? Thank you, Michelle Meir, for appreciate that. Hit those puts. Kenny D says, I guess he's not impressed with my lunges. Gains in the account and body. Shout out to Bob Dub. AMC getting ready to fire. I guess he's talking to you there, Adara, because you were looking at AMC, says Dan. What else we got? It's called Getting Old, Sharif. I don't know, man. I gotta tell you, I did like almost 10 sets of Bulgarian split squats. Felt fantastic. It's just, you know, sometimes you just hit the wrong angle on the wrong day, or you've exhausted yourself. I gotta tell you, I don't feel that old at the gym. I'm still hitting PRs on some, not everything, but still hitting PRs on some things. So I don't really know if I'm hitting, thank you. I don't know if it's the old card is the one to play here, but it definitely is one that I need to be cognizant of. In any event, what else we got here? That's too much, says none of your biz. No, I felt good, man. It felt good, not too bad. Monty, shout out to Monty. Old man Hamby says, Mr. Fife, need to stretch. I always stretch. About 15 minutes worth of stretching before I hit legs, by the way. Never just go in that hard. Foot position, says Matt Carnes. Yeah, maybe I need to look at my foot position. JC says, getting old, Sharif. Yeah, maybe I am, but spell my name right next time, please. Hard to balance your body doing that. You're getting some love from MJP, says, thanks, Adara. Shout out to you, Adara.
Thank you, MJP.
Yeah, go for it.
So yeah, we're still looking at AMC longingly through the glass here. Just waiting for, could have gotten in this dip. I just want to, I kind of want to get a better sense of where we're moving. You know what I mean? Because I think we are generally moving positive, but I would like to get a proper dip. So we're going to be patient here. We're going to wait and see that it is my side chart. We're also still eyeing Tesla longingly. I want to see, because I want to get in on a trade here, but I feel like everything I want to get in on, because we're trying to be cautious, and maybe this is my downfall, you know, trying to be cautious and then overdoing it and missing out on some good opportunities. But no, I want to look at Target, because this one was, so Bank of America, B of A Global Research had upgraded this one to a buy and raised the price target to 135. Okay, it looks like AMC is forming a dip, so I'm going to keep my eye on that in the side chart. But yeah, okay. Zoom out on this guy a little bit. Okay, Target's approaching VWAP. This one has had quite a wild day, but we do have a positive catalyst. Will we get in on this? I'm gonna put this one up on the side. I'm gonna give it like 2 minutes because I want to make sure like we're confident in this movement. But I like the general idea. I also want to pull up Apple now because Apple was another one that was having a really good day. Let's find any Apple. Okay, so these dark pool wicks are doing things to the chart. I'm gonna let's try a 10-minute on Mr. Apple. Okay, yeah, so we're seeing like some, kind of dips and swoops up here. We'll wait and see what we do on this dip. I might join Apple. We know I like trading the mega caps, so if I can get in a mega cap and a level that I feel comfortable with, I'm gonna do it. In the meantime, Tesla is breaking 265.
Yeah.
I'm just so sad I'm not, I think the next time we kind of fluctuate in Tesla, we're gonna hop in. But these 10-minute candles on Tesla are gorgeous. We're like flying above 265 now, and we missed the EV. We missed the Cybertruck on this one. We missed the bus here. But yeah, we're gonna see if we kind of get back to below that 265 in a way that seems like we could go above it again. I might hop in because I do think that Tesla has some momentum right now. We are approaching HOD. HOD is at 265.41. We're about 20 cents away from that. But yeah, honestly, this one is a lesson. I should have just jumped in when I thought this was moving instead of second guessing myself the way that I did. Because it looks like I'm missing out on a good trade here.
AMC is going.
Yeah, oh my, why do I can't? This is another situation where I should have just, okay. Yeah, so let me, okay, yeah, AMC, these green candles, and I waited and I shouldn't have. Yeah, AMC is beautiful. I'm gonna switch the charts to the side because I want to get a good dip on AMC. But I feel like it looks like we're gonna hit 11 on AMC. I mean, we'll see what happens here. Yeah, I'm probably gonna.
You're wrong.
Pardon?
You might not be wrong.
Right? I think we're gonna try to hop into AMC at around 1075, 1070. We're just good. We want to get in. We want to get a seat in the theater here. Let us also. I want to look at Amazon as well because we were in this one earlier, and it looks like this one is approaching HOD again. Yeah. Okay, so it broke HOD, high of day. I'm combining terms here. Here, it looks like we're about to break it again. This is another one I was in earlier. I would get it on a dip as well. And I'm just hoping we get filled on AMC right now. That's the main priority. But yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to see what's shaking in AMC.
Shaking and baking, baby.
Yeah.
Well, we're up huge on the future, right? I'm just trying to be patient, waiting for that 7-4 print. But it's still, we're having a lot of trouble breaking through the highs decidedly. I mean, the highs today, that the top wicks are all very similar. Let's look at them while it tests them again. So here on the NQ, that first top here, the high was 6.0. And then on this candle, it was 6.1. And then on this candle, it was 6.7. And then on this one, it was 6.8. So we're breaking it by 1 or 2 points every time. And you can just really clearly see that. You can see the uptrend on the highs. However, I'm a little ambitious as to where I have my next out, and that's through here at 7.4. So we're gonna try to be as patient as possible, but there's no question about it. Higher highs, pardon me, and higher lows. We haven't printed a lower low yet since essentially what time? Yeah, 10:45 was the last time we printed a lower low. So trying to exercise some patience here. I know I keep sounding like I'm repeating myself, but literally that's what we're doing. Now MNTS, the one that is boring me a little bit to death because ever since we got that 2.5 break, now we found ourselves quite consolidative here, getting into around the mid 60s, but not really giving up the ghost and definitely holding that $0.50. So former area of resistance now acting as support. That's what you want to see. That's how you have predictable trades. But by no means are we out of trouble on this name. It is a small capper. It can do anything. Someone with a large account can absolutely manipulate this, and that's often what happens. Trying to be patient. I've got a couple of outs, 6.9 and 7.4. We'll see how that one materializes. But let's talk about some of the other names that we've had on the H chart. I haven't seen Nimit in the chat today. He always likes my side charts there. WBA, again, this one had an interesting report. It was a mixed bag to put it, to make it, quite simple. We gapped down on the release of the report at 7 a.m. And then, that's usually the algo spike, computers reading it. And then we've had a nice uptrend ever since, even though on the opening print at 9:30, we big boy moved down. but we held that level eventually, and then we're at day's highs as we speak right now, $24.15 or 16 or whatever cents we are. The market liking this Dow. This is a Dow component, by the way, right? And you don't get into the Dow willy-nilly. The Dow usually tries to have, you know, one company from every sector, the bigger names, so it can have kind of a more even look at the market and see how the market's doing, or so goes the theory. In any event, what's it called? Walgreens having a fantastic day. Let's look at the chart to figure out where we could encounter some resistance should we continue to move up. Well, we definitely have broken through local highs. We got to go all the way back into late August to find a higher high than where we are right now. Let's say 24.25. We will likely encounter resistance at that 25.50. It was a bit of a consolidative area here between August 24th and September 1st, where we danced with that 25.50 area. So if we continue, look for resistance at that $25, 25.50 area on Walgreens. I keep wanting to say Boots for whatever. Walgreens.
Well, Boots Alliance.
That's why.
I get it. Like, it makes sense.
Because they used to be Boots.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Boots is actually a British pharmacy. I'm pretty sure. I'll Google that one when I send it back to you.
I like it.
It is.
Okay.
Ramin says, yes, I'm right. Okay, good. I lived there for a couple of years. I lived in Leicester. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was okay. And anyway, I wish I chose a different city.
Oh.
Liked England. Wasn't a big fan of Leicester.
Makes sense.
In any event, good move on Walgreens, Boots Alliance today. Also, Adara, we had a nice move up initially on Delta. They reported, as you know, because you like the watch list now. And we had a big move down. It looks like it's getting bought up. We're now green on the name again. We closed out yesterday at about 36 bucks. We're at 36.10, marginally green. This one kind of bamboozling, to be quite honest. So we're going to have to, see how that one does.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I'm looking at AMC. We're still trying to get a fill in AMC. I was thinking somewhere around that 1085, 1080. It looks like we are having so much strength we might not dip to the point I'd like to get it at. But I'm going to leave it here for a little bit because I would love to hop in that one. In the meantime, I am noticing a potential for a baby dip in Tesla. So I'd like to pull that up because we know I'm trying to get into Tesla. I'm trying to get, hop on the Cybertruck. Excuse my terrible pun. But yeah, so we were up above that 265. We're now cycling below 264. I want to get a better sense of a point of resistance / support. Below 264, I would, maybe 264.50, 264.40. If we start to see some momentum upwards, because right now we're seeing just a very steady flush, then I think I would join the Tesla train. In the meantime, it looks like we're kind of dipping towards where we wanted to get into AMC, so I'm going to hope we get that fill, because that would be very exciting indeed. I also want to look at NVIDIA, because I still love saying that ticker and name. I saw some mentions of NVIDIA in the chat as well, and I was kind of looking, like, we know this one I like looking at. This one is like 475 right now. We're cycling around that area. Sorry for the dark pool wicks. They are distorting the chat, not the chat, the chart. Forgot a letter there, just a skosh. But yeah, we're up like almost 2%, like 1.5% in the day. We're noticing, I think this looks like a steady movement upward, maybe some play around the VWAP perhaps, around that, this is the 10-minute chart anyway. But yeah, I mean, I like NVIDIA. I would like to look at NVIDIA. Also, we got in on AMC. So I will show my AMC. So we got in on the dip. Arguably, we could have gotten in lower, but I still have faith this one's going to continue to fly upwards at least a little bit. And I think we got it in an okay-ish level. Okay, now we're cycling up a little bit more. So yeah, no regrets here. And it looks like Tesla is getting, hanging around near that 264.40, 264.50, which is what I said I kind of would like to get in. So I'm going to go take a look at that.
All right. I think Anonymous in the chat there was mentioning that bonds are having themselves a time, and I couldn't agree more. I mean, this is not something you typically see where the ES and the NQ are both positive with bonds. Look at the 10-year, man. The 10-year is having itself a day. 4.658 with a 4.662 high. We talked about the 10-year auction yesterday. Oh, let me put that ticker in there. 10-year yield. All right. Which is interesting because, I mean, I'm not super surprised because we got a marginally higher print on the CPI, but usually you'll see the NQ in negative territory, and the NQ is almost up half a point, was up higher. The 2-year, no slouch either, having itself a decent day, 1.15 to the good. Now it's back above 5%. When I woke up this morning and opened up Squawk Box, or turned on Squawk Box, it was negative on the day. It was negative, and it was also sub 5. Now it's reclaimed that 5 area where it's been trading for quite some time. So bonds having themselves a decent day, but so is the NQ, I gotta tell you. But that's probably because of the Mag 7 and not really as of the overall market. All right, back to the small cap gapper that we got here. MNTS got another out at 69. So now 3 outs on this name, nice and profitable, but by no means out of the woods. Next out, looking for that 74 move. I think we topped out at 70 or 71. What is the high? 72, pardon me. 72, the high right now on MNTS, waiting at 74 for print. With respect to the futures trade, we're definitely having trouble printing anything above that 69 level. We got to 68.75, 15.4, 68.75, and now we are below that 50-point level, coming back into 4.45 territory. No newer low, though. Trying to be patient on this name, waiting for that out near 7.5, but you know, it's a less liquid time of day, about 10 to 1 at the moment, and not going to expect too much. All right, lots of tags here in the chat. EGT going, says Esteban Paredes. Okay, we'll have a look at Target. That one had an interesting look this morning with the upgrade. BC, can you check MTNB? I don't know. MTNB. What is this? It's down 55%. I will have a look at that in a second. It is a sub $1 stock. It's trading about 28 pennies. We'll look at that one in 1 second. Sure. Computeronet or whatever. Bond is going down, yield is going up again. Well, obviously, right? So the price of the bond is inversely related to the yield. So if the bond price goes down, yields go up. What I'm trying to say is you don't typically have yields going up and the futures and equities going up. Usually they're inversely correlated because bonds and equities typically move together. That's not a hard and fast rule. Mr. Long Shorts, 30-year auction at 1 p.m. Thank you. I absolutely forgot to go into my economic calendar today and to see when we would be having anything of the sort. Let's go into that quickly. Thank you for reminding me to do that. Okay, so at 1 o'clock, and we're going to get to MTNB in a second. 1 o'clock, Fed FOMC member Raphael Bostic will be speaking. Make sure to be ready for any volatility, because when Fed speaks, usually there is some sort of volatility. It's not the blackout period, and there won't be the blackout period for a while because there's no October meeting. It's the November meeting that we have to wait for. And then, as you mentioned, Mr. Long Shorts, I love saying that, 30-year bond auction, the long-dated Treasury today at 1 o'clock. The previous came in at 4.345. No consensus estimate right now, at least that what I'm seeing here, so we'll have a look at that. The Fed budget balance, that comes in at 2 o'clock, so right towards the end of the show. Consensus is negative 78.6 billion. Previous was 89.3 billion positive. And then at 4:30, which is after the show, catch that on the market recap, Fed's balance sheet comes out, and that's at 4:30. That's not as important for us at the moment. So yeah, a couple things. First, FOMC member Bostic speaks 1 o'clock. You'll also have the 30-year bond auction, and then the federal budget balance comes out at 2 o'clock, right towards the end of the show there. So keeping an eye on that. Now let's have a look. Okay, so I'll look at MTNB in a second, but we're absolutely printing a factory over here on MNTS, and now it's another beak wetter if we can get the cross.
Ooh,
and we do get the cross. Good trade here on MNTS, looking for the $0.50 break. Much more stable than the other small gappers du jour, even though I see SECO moving on the corner, out of the corner of my eye here. It is moving up nicely, breaking through that 190 area, knocking on the door of $2. I'm talking about SECO, but MNTS, very good trade so far. Let's look now at MTNB. What is this stock? Martinez Biopharma holding down huge on the day, 55.9%. quickly here. I need to take more profit here. Sorry, I got to interrupt.
Of
There
course.
we go. Wow, we are really squeezing here, guys, on MNTS. So this is a good trade so far. We charted this. We said we'll likely see resistance at 3 and then at 350. So let's go ahead and put a beak wetter just in front of that $3 area. Sorry to digress and to jump, but you have to respond to the price action. Matinas Biopharma, what does this do? Huh?
Biopharma?
Pharmaceutical company. Surprise, surprise. Right, focused on delivering groundbreaking therapies using lipid nanocrystal. Ooh. Platform delivery technology to maximize global clinical impact and patient access. Okay, so let's put in the ticker real quick here for MTNB over here. And then what is the float on this? First, 210 million share float. Not surprising for a sub $1 name. What's the volume on the day? 32.7 million. Not that much, to be honest with you, for a sub $1 name, but let's go ahead here and have a look at the 15-minute chart. Now, looks like we had a hell of a day on this one yesterday. Again, this one didn't make it onto my scanner because I filter everything below 85 cents, but this one had a real shot at that $1 area, Derek. Got into that almost 89 penny area as it wicks up, and then it kind of gave up the ghost, and it's been giving up the ghost the entire day. It's been lower lows and lower highs. If you consolidate the price action from yesterday and today, looks like we're bottoming out for the moment here at that quarter penny area, 25 penny area. We definitely found resistance at 30 pennies, a bit of a topping tail candle, which is not what you want to see if you're long when you have such a huge wick up and then close near the bottom of the candle. This might be a dead cat bounce, but look for that break. If you're short, if you're looking short, look for that break of that 25 penny area, because we definitely defended that area this morning, and we also had a nice consolidation area during the 8:30 to about 11:30 area yesterday at 25 pennies. So if 25 pennies breaks, look for a bigger move down. That's what I'd say to you on that. But for the long, it doesn't look like it's a long day today. You may find a dead cat bounce through that. You may find support, at 25 pennies, because that's a recycled level from yesterday and today. So if you don't get the break of 25 pennies, maybe look for something through the reclaim of 30 pennies. That's how I trade it, but I don't typically trade these names. In any event, look at how MNTS, no, it's coming right back down. I mean, that's what
I just heard the way you were saying it. I was like, that was like building momentum. I was like, oh my gosh.
Trade. How much do I have left on it? I'll tell you in a second here. I've got 30% of the position left. We're at a 70%, but we are right back down into my entry. And if this one breaks 50 cents, that will be the end of it for me. This typically what happens. You come into a resistance level, $3 in this case. It's exactly $3 Adara, the high of day on MNTS. And then you get the big boy Huadun because people initiate shorts or take profits at that area. Not surprised.
Yeah. So Tesla just flew down. Speaking of Huadunks, Tesla, we were like literally, we were so close to, we were above that 264. We were, getting kind of close to where I was trying to get out. Now we're flushing. I'm going to try to get out some of the position here, if not all of it. We'll have to see what it does around VWAP. But yeah, I mean, I just am like, it looks like all these. Did the NQ just crash?
It's crashing.
Okay, yeah.
4 1/4.
No, because Tesla was kind of holding up actually for a bit. Even as we were seeing those crashes down, it was really holding up. And I'm going to kind of zoom in just a little bit to kind of show. So this like 264, 263.80 area, it was really holding as support for like 5 minutes there. And, we were hopeful because I got in for a reason. We were seeing a dip. I was kind of hoping we'd flush back up. Perhaps it was ill-fated. I should have kept my eye off of it. But the heart wants what it wants. No, I'm joking. Am I though? I don't know. But anyways, yeah, we're gonna wait and see here. I think I'm gonna try to get out half the position here, just because I'm getting a skosh nervous, but not really nervous enough to take out anything. Yeah, see, I don't know. Tesla is confusing me, and it is. Yeah, it's certainly having a moment. It's deciding what it wants to be when it grows up. I'd also like to look at AMC, which is staying strong, and I'm happy I got, this is the wrong AMC AX. I want AMC NY. Apologies, technical difficulties on my part. Give me a moment here. Yeah, so here we go. Here's AMC. We were up like 3 cents from where we got in. I like where we got in because we haven't really dipped much below that point, which was that, I'm just looking at the position board, 1085. So I do like where we got in. Also update, we got half our share out of Tesla. So just update there. But yeah, if we're looking at this this AMC here, I do kind of like, we're making slower progress up, but I do think that this one has momentum. I am an AMC fan. Also shout out to XLog XAI in the chat. Welcome to the wonderful world of Tesla. Yeah, appreciate it. I mean, there's something weird about Tesla where it'll burn you, but it keeps making you want to come back for more. I don't know. I will say it's a very interesting one to trade. It keeps you on your toes. But yeah, AMC also, I'm enjoying being in AMC. We're just going to let him run up a little bit. Admittedly, I should have gone into AMC probably earlier, but then I was doubting the movement. I didn't get in. That's on me. But anyway, here's AMC. Another one that I want to look at is actually, this is kind of a strange one, but Domino's Pizza reported, I believe it reported earnings today, yes. So I want to look at what this one's doing. This is the, okay, yeah, we flew up at open. And then we kind of took this wonderful swoop to the downside after staying strong for a little bit. We played around VWAP, flew back up, down again here. Lots of movement, lots of swoops up and down. I want to kind of get more of a picture of this one here. Yeah, so it says, I guess they lost, their same stores delivery declined 2.3% in the quarter. Wow. So obviously that's not great. I'm honestly surprised. We're kind of like, we're only down like 0.05% in the day, so it's not as massive a drop as you might expect, given those numbers. Also, XYED Zeus in the chat. Tesla is the company that has its own technicals or no technicals. I'm noticing that a little bit.
It sometimes runs with the index.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hear what he says.
No, I do agree, which is why I shouted it out, because I did get a kick out of that. But yeah, and I would agree to some extent. But yeah, I think we're going to probably try to pull out of the rest of Tesla because we're going a direction I don't necessarily love. We're getting a little bit off the highway here. We're going to right the course. How are you doing with your trades?
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about, the trades are good. They're both good, but let's talk about what's going on here because there's stuff going on. EDSA, Edessa Biotech, $104 million market cap. I don't have the float on this bad boy, but it is halted. It is halted at $4.95. It's done 500,000 shares. The headline is as follows: Edessa Biotech to receive $23 million in funding from the federal government. We're not going to... Oh, Toronto. Ooh. Yes. Small victories, guys. But in any event here, Edessa Biotech halted, guys, at $4.95. It's been halted for a minute, man. 12:15. I didn't even notice this. It's 45 minutes deep here. It says circuit breaker. It doesn't say news pending. So not really sure what the hell is taking so long. But in any event, it's halted. Keep your eye on it. Now, the other one that people are yelling about in the chat is Tupperware. So let's have a look at TUP real quick here. Yeah, I mean, like, look, I use Tupperware all the time.
Yeah.
You? Like,
yeah, no, my mom sold it when I was growing up, too. Yeah, so I'm very familiar with the brand.
Never thought I'd be trading it, Adara, but you never know what's
life.
Going on. Yeah, life, exactly. 14%, nothing to sneeze at, guys. We closed out at $2.33. An extra bullish double bottom here with the right side of the W higher than the left side. Again, guys, I'm just making up that pattern. I don't think it's actually one. We're just doing it for you know what and giggles. 220 there, the right side, and then you got all the way up to 265. That was an obvious resistance level, and it currently is because we're having trouble breaking through it right now on TUP. Even though we got into 272, we're breaking down now below 265. We're at 264, but good move for Tupperware. Won't find me in that one at the moment as we're already involved in this MNTS. You had a big boy Huadunk off that 3. It comes back into 260, holds the area. Now we're back into that 280 area. So happy I didn't panic and sell, but I may have to panic and sell my futures trade here as we're into my area.
Down.
And that is the end of my futures trade as we come back into 15.4. That is likely as a result of the auction that we got at 1 o'clock. Let me have a look to see whether we have that result or not. It was a very profitable trade on the future, by the way. Do we have anything here? Waiting, it says. It's giving me a clocking thing. Let me just update it real quick. So we don't have a print right now on the 30-year bond, but from the market reaction, it looks like maybe I got bamboozled out of that because now it's moving right back up. But in any event, it was a good trade. I wish I had probably taken one more out. I had two more outs. I wish I had taken some outs near the 60 area, but you know, I was trying to be a little bit of an OG there, but whatever. All good. Waiting for that. Don't forget, Bostic speaking now. Now, a lot of these ones are blackout, so I won't have any of his comments show up on my blotter. That was the case yesterday with certain Fed speakers. I don't know if that's going to be the case today. Definitely keep you posted. Now, back to that MNTS trade. Beautiful. We're right back into that 290. Didn't get bamboozled out of this one. Hopefully, we'll get that 3 break on MNTS. We're almost 61% to the good now. Look, it's a nice name, but it's spready at times. Look, right there, it was just 3 pennies, which is wide for a $2 name, especially one that's done about, how many shares? About almost 8 million, 8 2/3 million shares on the day. Here we go with 3 again. I'm going to wet my beak through here, through that 295. See, it didn't get filled because it's spready. Right, and that's the nature of the beast with these ones. We're going to have to be patient. There we get the fill, and now we're going to test 3 again. I have 2 more outs on this one, and there comes 3, and there goes 3. What's the high a day? No, I saw it on the ask, but it didn't print above 3. 3 still the high a day right now on MNTS, and there it comes back in again. And that's the second time now it's rejected off 3. Double rejections off that $3 area as the future is absolutely tanking. I'm looking at the future on my side chart. We are just barely positive right now on the NQ. I have no idea what this bond auction did to the market, but it just absolutely tanked it at almost 100 points. Before I send it back to you, Adair, let me just look quickly here to see if we got the results of the 30-year bond. Yes, and it's much higher than last month. The 30-year came in at 4.837. Last month, or last time around, I don't know when the last one was, 4.345. That is a 0.5% higher on the 30-year, the longer dated Treasury bond, getting more love this time around. So, well, actually, if the yield is higher, that means the bond came in lower. So, yeah, and we've been hearing a lot about this because we've been hearing a lot about the fact that the Japanese are not buying U.S. Treasuries like they were before. Neither are the Chinese. So I think, you know, unless you're going to get some more Saudi money or whatever is going to come to fill in the gap there, we're going to definitely have some higher yields to make up for the lower bond prices. Very, very interesting so far. We're absolutely huadunking right now on the NQ, Adair.
Yeah. Sadness, sad time, sad face. Even AMC, even AMC cannot handle what's happening in the market. But we're going to hold on to AMP for a little bit longer because we're like 15 cents out, and it's, you know what I mean? Like, this one has kind of been doing its own thing this whole day, so I'm going to kind of let it move. In the meantime, I did leave Tesla for now. I'm not saying I wouldn't get back in, but just like we saw these candles here, we got out half our position here. Happy I got half out while I could. And like, we're just seeing some kind of like this 263, 262 area distressing me out a skosh. We're going to see, like, if we see firm movement upwards, maybe I'll get back in. But for now, just to kind of minimize my stress, I did take everything out where I did. Obviously, like, don't love having to take it out, but it is what it is. We did what we had to do. It looks like maybe the market's moving back up, but I would like to kind of wait for a little bit longer after the bond reaction to make a decision here. I want to look at Microsoft because this one has a really interesting news story with the IRS basically requesting almost 29 mil. Is it billion? I think it's billion. Let me find I want to find an exact number on this. It's definitely 29. We are, 29 billion. I was just thinking billion sounded too large, but it was accurate. So yeah, Microsoft like cried at this point here. We when the rest of the market flushed, it was having a really bad time. It's generally negative on the day, partially because it says it's going to contest the IRS. It's going to fight against the IRS request for that $29 billion tax claim. But yeah, I mean, I think that was of note. We're seeing, generally some dip play throughout the day, some play off VWAP, nothing crazy. We're definitely having a nice sink to the downside, though, off of that general market crash. Google as well, negative on the day. A lot of these mega caps are negative on the day right now. Yeah, Google, again, a really interesting picture. In retrospect, looking at this pattern, it's like, I don't know why I got in. We were clearly seeing, lower highs, but it is what it is. And we did get out some of our shares higher. We did have a little bit of a win on Google, but yeah, I mean, Google is sliding down. HOD 141.63. We are sinking towards that break point of 139. So yeah, very interesting stuff. Definitely having a bad time. AMC is kind of still freezing. I'm going to reflect back at AMC around that 1070 level. So we're going to wait and see what it does here. In the meantime, I'm going to hold out faith, and if I see a movement up, we might even reload here, because I do believe that in Swifty season and that the market, AMC will continue to move. And even I want to show, I was looking at the 1 day on AMC, found it really interesting. Like we're this kind of this growth in AMC since around, I don't want to say that it's all because of Taylor Swift, but we're seeing like this steady kind of movement upwards on the day, like from like around 7-ish, this is late September, up to October. We're now skirting around that, 11 level on the day. I think it's interesting, something I wanted to put out there as I, continue to look at charts, decide what I'm going to do with AMC. I'll pass it back to you for now.
Yeah, I'm just reading here the chat and the comments that are coming in. Guys, we're moving down because people, I think, maybe coming back from lunch, so they didn't really hear what I had to say. We're moving down as a result of a worse than expected auction for the 30-year bond. The yield came in higher than what it had been on the previous occasion, half a point higher, 0.5% higher. When the yield comes in higher than last occasion, means that the actual bond price itself was lower. And that's as a result of less interest in U.S. Treasuries. Again, the Japanese have been buying less. The Chinese have been buying less. They've been major purchasers of U.S. government debt in the past, and we've been hearing a lot of stories about them not wanting to hold those treasuries anymore. And as a result, you have to pay more in yields to attract the same type of investors, okay? So that's what the look is there. In addition to that, Fed Bostic, Raphael Bostic, slated to speak at 1 o'clock. I don't have notes. Right, let me just make sure. BOSTIC. Nothing coming in with Bostic's name at the moment. When they do come in, we shall see. All right, I'm also seeing possible, so Icky22MB saying there's maybe some issues in the Middle East with the war that is happening there. I will have a look to see if that is accurate before, just spewing it out here. I'm not seeing anything quite yet, but when we do see it, I will let you know. We know that the war will likely escalate, and we don't talk politics on the show, but in this case, we really don't have the choice because they are, it is going to be market moving, and it has been for some time. In any event, look here at MNTS, we get another touch in and around 3 and another rejection in and around 3. So the reason I'm not, panicking on this trade, we haven't made any lower lows, guys. It's been one series of higher highs after another with a flat top at 3. I'm not saying we're going to break 3. We could definitely see the high of the day would be 3, and then we trend back down. But until I see those lower lows, I'm going to pack my patience here. The only thing that I can really complain about with respect to this trade is not having added at the 58.60 cent area on that big boy move down when we touched 3 initially and absolutely huadunked about 40 pennies, coming right back down into 58, I believe. So, and that's something that I did today. I was so proud of myself. I'm like, oh, wow, look, I added on the dip into 15.4. I'm such a good trader. I'm not, right? In any event, I didn't do it this time around on MNTS. I should have. But look at the NQ. It is in a full state of retracement here, and it took us forever to get to the highs, and that quickly we can break down the lows. I've always felt we make we come down far quicker than we move up, and there really should be no reason for that because hitting buy and hitting sell requires the same amount of effort. But in any event, we're not going to really go through a dissertation as to why that happens. We are moving down, and where we could find support, let's have a look at the NQ. and see where the next level of support is. We already know that 15,380 was yesterday's close. We've blown through that level now. 15.4 was an obvious support level. We've blown through that level. So where could we find support? Let's go and have a look here. Let's go to the 15-minute chart and have a look. October 10th close. That is, what do we take? Tuesday's close. Okay, that's 15,270. I would say look for 15.3 as a level of support first. The market's absolutely tanking, Neil. 15.3 first as a level of support, and then look for possibly 15,270. That takes us back into Tuesday's close. So we could find some support there, but we have now broken down below the IB low, and I would not be looking for longs, guys. The IB low on the day was 15,361. We are at 15,345. So we've already moved down well over 100 points in a span of 10, 15 minutes. So be careful with any longs, I would say, unless it's something very specific that you are trading. Careful with the long guys on the Mag 7 and any big tech name, and look for a possible 15.3 bow. But look at this, man. Through $3 we go on MNTS, and because I'm a bad trader, I only had one out, Adara, through 3. It got to 3.15, and I didn't participate in it. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe you don't want more. Right? But there we go. Good trade on MNTS, taking the break of the $0.50, even though I was complaining that I missed the 49s, had to get in at 56s, but there we go. A 50 penny winner on a $2 net, $3 net.
Nice.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you.
I am looking at Apple right now. I don't really want to get into long because, like as Sharif was just saying too, it's not a good time to long. That being said, I'm going to pay attention to what Apple's doing around VWAP. We're seeing a skosh of support around this 180.70, 180.80 level. So I'm going to keep my eye on it, but we're not going to jump in just yet. We're going to sit on the edge of the pool for now. I also want to look at AMC again, which is unfortunately having a bad time. And that's making me sad because we are in AMC on a long while it was looking like a strong moment upward. And then unfortunately, when the market kind of swooshed down, with that bond news, we did take a hit on AMC as well, but it's showing, it's showing a decent amount of resilience. I'm going to stay in the position for now. We don't have like a ton in here. We have like 25 shares in here, so it's not, you know what I mean? We're still simulation. We're going to stay in here for now. Yeah, let's take a look. We're gonna stay here. In the meantime, I also want to look at some of those other small cap runners. TPST, which was yesterday's up like 2,000+%. I want to look at a 10-minute on this. Yeah, so I mean, we're down like 60% on the day. $4 price, which for reference point, like the highest it got yesterday was 10, and we opened like below 1. So like TPST has had quite the rocket roller coaster 2 days. I want to show the daily chart as well on this one to get some context. I mean, yeah, like these. I was trying to like, and then I realized, oh, these are the two candles of note. Yeah. So we had like a bit of a candle up here, this giant swoosh up. We're falling a little bit, but yeah, I mean, this one is definitely one to watch, and it is causing some of those other small caps to react really strongly in comparison as a reaction to this. Also, Jay Vandewey, AMC shaking off everyone's profits. That is a Taylor Swift reference. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I really thought the Swifties were gonna shake off this market, but they really haven't. Okay, I'm going to switch this one to, this is Seco. The company is Seco. It's another one of those small cap runners. This one is, I mean, other than like, general kind of, I don't really small caps make me nervous, but the movement on this I do like. We had this giant swoop above VWAP, also notable as the market in general kind of has had a bad time. The smaller cap name is still running. We have like a 3-cent spread or 2-cent spread, so nothing bad. Market volume right now is 35 mil, just above 35 mil. So yeah, this one's definitely, I think, of note, and it is showing some strength here, even as we have some weakness in the rest of the market after those bonds. I also want to look at OpGen. Because OpGen is another, this was another small cap one. Oh, it's halted again. This one's up almost 500% in the day. This is another one on the watch list, along with Seco. And yeah, like we've got a spread. I mean, it's halted, but the spread is bad. Volume is also less than Seco. It's just under 30 mil. But yeah, I mean, like these small cap names, I've been told too, like they all kind of react together. So when something like TPST happens yesterday, then we see all these other small cap names reacting in the same way, right? So I find that really interesting. So I did want to take a look at these names. In the meantime, AMC is dipping below 1060. And so as we approach VWAP, I am starting to panic just a skosh. You know, when now we're cycling up again, I really would like it to decide what it wants to do. But these continuous candles to the downside are making me wish I had gotten in a lot earlier than I did when I first started this movement, and I'd gotten out a lot sooner. Not a huge fan. How are things going? Oh, with the MNTS.
I just sat down, but yeah,
oh, right.
MNTS it broke $3. And then, you know, as expected, Adara comes right back down. That's why you don't have to do anything. But I like to have resting profit takers with these small cap gappers because they don't hang out at those levels for very long, as you've seen. All right, guys, let's talk a little bit about what's happening here on the market. The 10-year is absolutely flying. We are up 2 1/3% right now on the 10-year, 4.7 right now, and we are at high a day. And that is very much a rational move given what just happened. We closed out yesterday at 4.592, so, you know, a 0.1% above already. A big move up here on the 10-year yield. That means the bond price is moving down as they are inversely correlated. Let's go ahead and put in the horizontal line for yesterday's close, so I don't need to squint and find out where that is. The 2-year doing well as well, above 5%. It's near high day at 5.020. It's at 5.017 at the moment. Big move up in treasuries as the equities really are tanking here. This is the look at the ES. The ES, what is this? December contract. All right, we have broken multiple resistance levels. 4,400 was an obvious one. Sorry, the first was obviously 4409. That was yesterday's close. And then we had 4400. And then with this 4391 is a daily resistance level. You know what? I'm just going to bring in the other charts because on the other chart, I have them actually marked out so we can know what resistance level, support level, pardon me, is from what day. Let's go to the 15 on the ES. And okay, so this 4391, that's an October 10th close. That is Tuesday's close. We just blew through that. And so now we're looking at that 4378. I don't know where this level is from. I'll have to zoom out more. 4378. Let's go to the 30-minute chart. I have them all marked out here. Where is 4378? Okay, well, we got to go back a ways to find out when, which makes it less important. In any event, it's going to be a big move down here, and I think 4378-ish area would be an interesting area of resistance or support, pardon me, given that we troughed out there yesterday. Yes, yesterday afternoon. That's where we made the bottom before the big move up on the ES that continued well into the aftermarket. Look for that 4377, 4378 to be an area of support on the ES. Big move down on the bad auction, guys. That's just the way she works, right? You win some, you lose some on this one. And we give up 60 points in profit on our futures trade as a result of the 30-year auction. Yeah, getting out here break even on the remaining amount. But the NQ is an absolute quadunk mode right now as we retrace into 15.3. What's Apple looking like? Apple's in a full state of quadunk as well, still holding that 180.5. Apple, one of the only names that's green in the Mag 7, actually NVIDIA and Amazon are both green. Apple second there to NVIDIA. NVIDIA up 0.6, Apple up 0.5, Amazon up 0.2. Let's flip back to MNTS, still sub 3. I'm not gonna put a profit taker on this one. I'm just gonna let the remaining out here ride. We'll see what happens if we get a nice squeeze into 3.5. You never really quite know what's going to happen. Let's look at these side charts and see what these other small cap gappers are doing. OPGN really selling off here, looking to break that flat bottom that we have at 165. It just rejected off 2 again. I'm talking about OPGN after halting multiple times, so the high side and the downside. Now looking to take out this bottom that we've recycled multiple times, 925, and then again at 1250. We'll see if that holds or if it breaks. VS has been doing nothing essentially since around, what time? 11:15. Very consolidative, a bit of a double top. Rejection off VWAP. Tried to break through that 80 penny level multiple times, which also happened to be VWAP. But now it's putting in lower lows as it consolidates down into that 65 penny level. VS, not a good look so far. What else do we have? MNTS already talked about. As you can imagine, Delta making another move down with the overall market here. 36 1/3 is where we got to. Now we're down at 35.40 on Delta. WBA, come to the chart if you're able to, Ramin. Warner, Walgreens Boots Alliance, 24.20, not moving down as aggressively as some of these other names. It's holding up a bit better, only about a 30 penny move off the highs right now on WBA. The Dow component holding up a little bit better, dear.
Yeah, we're just trying to get some of our position out of AMC as it looks like it is going to take some time to recover. So we're trying to get out a part of this position here. There we go. In the meantime, I've been looking at Tesla because this one's like fascinating to watch. I also saw some questions about why did I not short Tesla. I honestly, shorts make me really nervous. I'm someone who's like, I wonder about risk a lot. I worry about risk a lot. And especially with something like Tesla that I find can be a skosh volatile and move a lot. I think I would have to be a bit more comfortable trading longs before I start shorting. I think that's my answer for now. In the meantime, though, like Tesla's been cycling like crazy. At one point, we were close to back up to 262, and then we flew below. Like we hit low of day. We're getting close to that low of day again. Okay, and now I think we just broke it. It'll be really interesting to see what we do with that 260. I am keeping an eye on this one because the movement here, like the volatility, the candles down here are insane. It's absolutely one to watch. I also want to pull up Microsoft, because we're seeing, at least I've got my 1 minute chart on the side here with Microsoft, and I'm seeing some interesting, so even on the 5 minute too, we're seeing like a move up here. I'm gonna switch to like a 10. I would like to see what it does kind of approaching that VWAP area, because I like that even though the market continues to flush down, although Microsoft, to be fair, was down on the day already, I kind of like what it's doing right now towards VWAP. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. And the fact that it does have a candle to the upside as the rest of the market is kind of, trending a different way, that is of note to me, especially as, it's one of the Meg 7 that has been hit really hard here. So yeah, I wanted to look at that one. That was, to me, of interest. I want to look at also some of these chip names because AVGO has Broadcom's been strong since the morning. So we're above 900. We're at 905. We had this gorgeous swoop up right at open, baby dip swoop, kind of like plateauing a little bit, and then we flew down. But I mean, we're still up 3.55% on the day, so I think this definitely is one of note. Again, be curious to see what it does at VWAP. Don't think I would trade it. Like we've got like almost a 60-cent spread here, and like cost-wise, it's like more expensive stock for sure. But yeah, I know we're trading sim, but I still like to pay attention to that type of thing. I don't know. It is one I wanted to look at though because it's still so high on the day and it's been moving in this direction all day. I want to take a look as well. I'm just looking at the sector board here at all of like the heat map, and oh my God, I'm just going to pull this down. We're very in the red, as we can see here, especially compared to earlier today when it was a little bit more mixed. But I want to look at Nike, which is still green. I was in Nike yesterday. I was looking at Nike earlier today as well. Yeah, we took that swoop down with the rest of the market. But yeah, again, another one that because we're dipping towards VWAP, I'd like to see what it does. And I know I'm like, obviously charting isn't everything, and I am like perhaps a bit reliant on chart movement, but I still do want to see what it does, especially because it is basically, I'm going to pull this down again, it's one of the few in its consumer non-durables area that is actually positive right now, and it did have that catalyst from a couple days ago that it still seems to be trading off of with the Piper Sandler survey saying that teenagers, their favorite brand is Nike, and Jim Cramer from CNBC, he also addressed this and was like, yeah, like, it's been mentioned. He said like people need to take stock of, pun not intended, take stock of the teenage opinion. and stuff like that. So, I mean, I think it is one of note. Going to keep an eye on Nike. In the meantime, AMC continues to die, and I'm very sad.
Yeah, we just got another break here of MNTS through 3, but no continuation. Exercising patience with this one, as I haven't seen any lower lows. And so the trend, to me, is still intact, whether or not we get a decided break through 315, which is currently the high, and test that 350 area that we've been talking about ad nauseum on this one. That's still up in the air. Here's what I'm talking about on MNTS. This level right here. That takes us back to October 2nd when we had a big move up into exactly, I'll tell you the high, 366. And then the following candle was 351. I'll just say 350, probably the best level. But look where the closing prints are. They're both very close. That 327. So maybe the 3 1/4 is the better level, even though you have wicks into 366 and what did I say it was? 351. Yeah, maybe I'll have something hanging around 324 or something like that. In any event, you know, I'm going to let it do its dance around $3 and see how it resolves, but it's been steady. It's been steady. We haven't seen any lower lows. Look at this, continuously higher lows and higher highs. But as you can see here, once we got in and around the 3, this one became much more volatile. And you can see that it became more volatile by the amount of wicks. Look at the wicks prior to the 3 touch. They're all much more calm. And you either closed or you either closed near the high or the low on all these candles here, owing till 9:30. And then all of a sudden you touch 3 and this thing goes bonkers, right? And you've got huge wicks up and down. And the body of the candle becomes much smaller relative to the overall size of the candle. So 3 clearly here, a level that we need to concern ourselves with. We're above it right now, 305. But as you can see, we're dancing 305, then back down to 299 as quickly as we came. So trying to pack my patience on this one. I might set up a profit taker for around 3 1/4, but something tells me, you know, just hold on to this, hold on a piece for the dream. We'll see what happens. In any event, let's see what else is moving. Yeah, the NASDAQ is in an absolute state of flush, guys. 15,305 1/4. Now, the low of day, we're at 15,311. But I don't know if that holds. Like, let's just see what 15.3 does here. Do we break down below 15.3? Even if we break down below 15.3, do we get bought up as quickly as we break down? I mean, it's very surprising how the CPI miss doesn't really hurt the market, but the worse than expected auction for the 30-year, which is a longer dated treasury, by the way, causes the market to do this. I mean, don't really try to rationalize it. Just go with whatever is trending, and I absolutely guarantee you the shorts are printing on this one. Makes me wonder why I didn't get short on the move down. Eric Lanouville, I just finished explaining it. I'll explain it one more time because maybe you're just joining us. We had a bond auction at 1 o'clock, and it was met with less buying enthusiasm than was expected. As a result, the yield on the 30-year note has to be higher. If there aren't as many buyers, it means the bond itself doesn't have a high of a price. So if the bond itself doesn't have as high of a price as what the market was expecting, it means that the yield on that bond will be higher. If the yield on that bond is higher, that means that you have to pay more money in interest to attract that same investor. And the reason for that is the Chinese and the Japanese aren't buying the U.S. Treasuries, U.S. debt in the same way that they had been in the past. Sorry to everybody who had to hear that multiple times, but we obviously have that, you know, constant flow of new users. Yes, I'm talking about the bond auction, Natalia. That's just what I finished saying right now. In any event, that's the reason we're moving down. We also have Fed Bostic that started speaking at 1 o'clock. Let's see if I'm able to see anything here with respect to any comments that Raphael made. Raphael Bostic, I believe his name.
Yes, yeah.
No, nothing coming in on my blotter, guys, for the Bosty at the moment. Nothing seen here. Looking at my blotter just to make sure there are no other entries with which I missed. Doesn't seem like there is at the moment. Yield surge after CPI data, that's not accurate. Yeah, that's basically it. What do you got over there?
Yeah, I mean, so AMC is bouncing as Thomas said in the chat. So I'm going to pull up AMC. I took out a portion of my position, perhaps a bit early, not half, but you know, enough. But I mean, like we're going to wait for the rest of this here because it does look like we're bouncing up, and this might be a case of me freaking out, reacting too early. It probably is. In the meantime, I am in another long, as we can see in the position board. I got in on Microsoft, and I got in on Microsoft because, although now, of course, we're candling down here a little bit, we're wicking down. It was honestly like I was waiting for a couple 5-minute candles here. It has been showing some resistance around that 330.75, 85 area, some support. So that's why I wanted to get in where I did. We're keeping a very, very firm eye on this one, though. But yeah, I mean, I liked the idea of it approaching the VWAP. I liked that it's moving upwards in a situation where not all of these mega caps are. In fact, very few of them are. So it's moving counter trend to the market, which I thought was of note. So I'm keeping an eye on this. It looks like this could be an opportunity, and I wanted to get in on it when I kind of noticed that support and movement, and I was patient with my entrance. I like where I entered. We're going to wait and see on this. Some people saying already printing on AMC. Woo woo! Congrats, AMC. Shout out to AMP. Yeah, I'll pull that one up again. Like I regret pulling up part of my shares too early. But yeah, we're gonna switch to 3-minute here because why not? Yeah, so we're seeing if you had bought around that VWAP area, congrats. I bought way too early just because I was thinking we had that swoop and then the whole market took a hit. So I mean, you know, like I had my reasons. I'm not gonna we don't know regrets. But well, yeah, I would like to see it kind of continue the stutter step up because it has been very strong all day, all week. Even when I was kind of showing the daily, we could see that AMC has had that, you know, that move up within the last couple weeks. So it is one of note. This name does have power behind it, so I think that is of interest. I also want to look at Tesla actually is dipping below 260, or has dipped below 260. So I wanted to pull that up because it's of note. I'm not getting in on Tesla at this point. We're flying a little bit above 260, but yeah, our low of day was 259.43. It looks like we're struggling to get above that 260. Also, it looks like Microsoft is taking a wick to the downside now, so I should probably check on that.
Cool. All right. We just made a new high a day on MNTS, 315.
Nice.
Didn't take profit though. I'm going to wait for that $0.25 area, and that's because you know, when we charted it, we saw that the 25 penny area was the close on October, what was it? I said the 10th, yes. The closing prints on the 15-minute were mostly around that $0.25 area, even though we saw wicks into 66 and 51. You know, I tend to be a believer of the closing prints rather than the wicks for a number of different reasons. So now the profit taker for the last out on MNTS here sitting near the $0.25 area. We'll see if we get that print. But it's been a nice, steady state move up on MNTS during a day when the small cap gappers have been absolutely wild. It's been a halt fest. Adara was writing the watch list this morning, and I yelled up to her at the big desk. I'm like, Adara, what did I say to you about the TPST and how once you have a triple-digit mover, in yesterday's case, it was a quadruple-digit mover.
Nuts.
You're going to typically get those the next day. It's going to be a cycle. It's just the way it is, okay? Don't know why, but that's just what I've observed in the past. And look, lo and behold, it happened again today. We have 3 names up triple digits, OPGN, SEC, and there was another one, SECO, was it? OPGN, SECO, and we're about to have MNTS here.
Nice.
Very close to triple digits. We're at 75% on the day on MNTS, 76% now on the day. So that's just the way these bad boys roll. Small cap gappers, they're a wild bunch. Oh, sorry, VS. That's
I was going to say, yeah, I knew there was another one because that was the one I think we did. I did on the small cap.
You know why I forgot about it? Because it gave up the ghost at $1.
Yeah.
It big boyed up to 130, and now it's at 64 pennies. So, yeah. So now it's
because it was. I think it was above 1 when I was doing it in small cap recaps. I knew it did break that dollar level at some point.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Adara, we have now printed a new low of day on the future. 15,296, and you know it could be kaputs for the 15.3 support level. We'll have to wait and see whether or not, we're just going to wick a couple of points below. And by couple, it could be 10, 15, and then we could get bought back up as aggressively here. But we're definitely having a bit of a fight between buyers and sellers for the moment.
Absolutely.
At 15.3 Adara. So we'll see if this 100-point level holds. I'd like it to hold. I'm long the market in my personal account, and I don't want to see us sell off aggressively on a bond auction for a 30-year, T-bill. But that's just the way the market is, and we'll have to accept it.
I mean, I'm long Microsoft right now, so I feel you wholeheartedly. And yeah, I saw some questions like, Microsoft was an odd one to go long on because it's kind of weak as it is. That's part of why I went long, is because we were seeing these candles to the upside. I'm going to show in the 5-minute as well, because that's kind of the one I was referencing when I went in. In a market where generally we were going lower on the NQ, and even then, compared to some of these other names, like compared to Tesla or Stressla, as I was seeing someone mention in the chat, like Stressla's had a really hard time holding on to the ghost. I was keeping an eye on Microsoft for a while before I hopped in, and we're seeing some support around these areas, which is why I got in where I did. Was it a smart decision? We'll have to wait and see. Maybe I reacted too quickly. I can fully admit that. But yeah, no, I mean, like I've been trying to say lately too, I like to kind of, justify a trade to myself before I hop into it. This one I can still understand why I got into it, and we're kind of continuing to go higher here, so we're going to stay in for the time being, although probably not long term. I jokingly call things like a medium. If it's like a long, but I don't want to be in it too long, it's a medium. So AMC was a full long today because I've been in it almost all day that I've all midday, the whole time I've been here. But yeah, Microsoft is definitely more of a medium for me. But yeah, AMC is slowly climbing back up to the windowsill here, trying to get its tickets back into the theater. We'll see what we do here. But yeah, this one, much more of a longer term trade for me compared to these. Usually when I trade the big caps, I like to kind of get in and out of them. They are like the mediums, as I was kind of jokingly saying. So yeah, I mean, we'll see what Microsoft does, but it is what it is. And as long as I can still understand why I got into it at that time and justify it, then I'm not gonna beat myself up over it. I also
Eater says, Adara LePage, kudos to you.
Thank you, Picky Eater. I appreciate it.
I just want to update the viewers real quick, and then I'll send it back to you.
No worries.
MNTS, we are done this trade, baby. We take it out at the $0.25 there. It was a good trade. We got long 256. I complained about the entry. I would have liked to have 250 in any event. Again, the reason I took it out, because I saw resistance at the $0.25 level going back to October 10th. Oh, sorry, not October 10th. It was October 2nd. That's why I was crazy there. I was like, October 10th. No. Here's what I saw, guys. The closing prints for MNTS were all around that $0.25. I could have been a little bit more OG-ish and got into that 350 area, because look, now we have a high of 345. But you're always mad as a trader. You're always displeased. In any event, we're moving up bigger here than what I expected. This wick takes you to 366, and this wick takes you to 351. So you could say the $0.50 or the 2/3 dollar there will be resistance, or you could see a 4 print. I mean, we could zoom out more, and then you could find, obviously this has been stair-stepping down for the majority of fall. It had that one-off day, or two, I should say, September 29th and October 2nd, both strong days. And then we get that continuation. Wow, MNTS making me feel like a dang fool. Look at that, new high of day, 357. Should have just held on to that and, and just not done anything. But in any event, you're always mad as a trader. The Katina man is getting excited over there. Good trade. But could have been better, should have been better. Quickly before I send it back to Adara, SECO halted down again, Adara, at that $1.39 or whatever it is. No, it's not a $1.39. Pardon me, it's a $1.97. So that's halted again, and the future doing that dance at 15.3.
Yeah, every time I see the name of that SECO, that Sekou, which Sekou Holding, I think of this really old Nas song Sekou story. So I'm gonna have to listen to that on my way home, because I cannot get that one out of my head now. Not relevant. Microsoft, I was trying to get out of half my position, but we're kind of continuing to flush to the downside. We might cut all our losses here. Not a huge fan of what's going on. Arguably should not have gotten in, but you know what? Like I said, I understand why I got in when I did. So, and you know what I mean? Like I stand by it, I guess, for better or worse. But in the meantime, I think we will try to cut all of the losses here. If we can't, what did I just do? Yeah, so there we go there. Let's see what happens. Yeah, in the meantime, I want to also take a look at, just moving my stuff around here. I want to look at Plug, because Plug Power had some strong catalysts yesterday. What with, I guess it's up for $7 billion in federal funding for a hydrogen project. And then it said that it was up to boost its revenue by $6 billion by 2027. So there were lots of catalysts going on here. As we can tell, it's strongly trading to the downside. It also had some price downgrades this morning. So we had Citigroup and Susquehanna. Thank you. Yeah, I really butchered that one, so I appreciate that. Good. Also, update, we're out of Microsoft, just a warning. But yeah, so Plug had some negative catalysts, or I guess not negative catalysts, but yeah, we had some price downgrades this morning. We are seeing, swoop downwards after having a lot of strength yesterday. I want to check on that one because we did have that news. I also want to take a look at Shopify, actually, because Shopify, Seaport Global had initiated coverage with a buy rating and a price target of 64. I have like a whole list now when I'm making my notes for the day and for the midday. Oh, the market did not like Shopify, or Shopify did not like the market. Okay.
Well, everything tanked.
Everything, true, but I feel like just like the movement on this one, you know what I mean? It's like I feel like I see it really hard on this one. But anyways, you're right though. It's just the whole market tanking. But yeah, no, that one I did. I like to make a list of upgrades and downgrades just so I know kind of what to watch for. So that one was on my, initiated coverage list. And I think I saw something else on the Benzinga feed on Shopify. No, I think I saw that on Spotify, so I take that back. So, but we'll look at Spotify now too, I guess. But Shopify, yeah, it looks like we might be curling up here. But yeah, this was quite a drop with the rest of the market there. So let's look at Spotify because Spot, we did have, so Morgan Stanley maintained overweight and raised the price target to 190. That was this morning. And then also it partnered with a podcast network. So I guess that's something. But yeah, we have like a 16-cent spread here. Not super in love with this. We're still positive on the day. And honestly, yeah, like if you got that swoop up at open, this would have been fantastic because you went up like $3-4 here. Yes, I just wanted to take a look at those ones. I also want to look at AMC again because AMC, shout out to Sharif, AMC is tiptoeing towards 1065. It seems like it's having a little bit of trouble holding that. Honestly, I doubt I will get up to where I got in at by the time the midday's over, but, it is what it is. It's unfortunate. I think an L is an L sometimes.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah.
Look at MNTS, man. Infuriating. 379 high a day. It's well over 350 at the moment. You have a fourth triple-digit winner. It was just above 100%. There it goes, above 100% again. As it goes into the high 60s and low 70s, is this going to print a new high a day? I mean, come on. MNTS, uber strong, and new high a day. 88s now, baby. Lucky number 88 for my Asian friends. And then we go right back down into 75. Have profit takers set up. These guys, they don't stay at the profit-taking level for all that long. But I wanna show this meme here, hilarious. Ramin, can you zoom in on the full screen so everybody gets the full look here? There we go. I like this. IRS says Microsoft owes taxes and addition $29 billion. Bill Gates and his boys after evading billions. If anybody who doesn't know who this is, that's Steve Ballmer. Look at the difference in character and disposition between Steve Ballmer and Bill Gates. Night and day. Steve Ballmer is an animal, man. And Bill Gates, I don't want to sound mean, but he's a little meek, right? Like he's like, oh, okay, I'm on stage. Hey, this sounds. Steve Ballmer's sweating, right? Things are falling out of his pockets. And the reason when I was reading about this was the wartime CEO. They were going to war with the Department of Justice over the antitrust lawsuit, and that's why he took place. And he is one of a warrior. The dude is an animal. But yeah, this meme made me chuckle a little bit because like Bill Gates and his boys after evading billions in taxes, and they're all on stage laughing up a storm. Yeah, it is too much, guys. He's a character. He's a character. All right, back to trading here. Yeah, $4 now Adara. $4 high a day on MNTS. This one is going, $4.10 high a day. This one is squeezing. It's up 128% now. I mean, we were talking about 3 being a thing. This one is looks like a short squeeze to me. So we're gonna have to find out what the short float is on this, and I already have it up. It's only 4.86%. So it's not a majority. It's not even a large part of the short or the float that's shorted here. But the float is only 1.81 million. Oh my goodness, 434.
The candles on this one is crazy. Like even when the market was down, like
idiot.
I swear that these little small caps move on their own time. They do their own thing.
Absolutely.
It's like what someone said about Tesla having its own technicals or no technicals. I would argue almost the same for some of these mega runners.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like that's wild. Yeah, and like AMC is taking a bit of a swoop back up here. But it's taking its sweet time with that, but we're going to let it do its thing. Someone mentioned Meta pumping, and it appears to be the case. Yeah, okay. So Meta, we flew down with Meta. As we mentioned, Meta has a couple interesting, affiliations with some lawsuits. So it is being sued by this man with his yoga app that didn't get to debut before Meta Connect. And then we had another situation where Costco is getting sued. Meta's not a defendant in the lawsuit, but Costco is getting sued for suing information through Facebook. Sharing information through Facebook, private information. But yeah, or with Facebook for advertising. But yeah, so I mean, Meta is definitely, like, I want to look at the 10 on this. Meta is, I think, absolutely of note here. And Meta has been, just like, we keep talking about how Meta is a stock that was trading at, like, I know 2 weeks ago, during Meta Connect, that one was below 300. It hit like 290. She was saying last week it's at like 300. Now we're at like 330 levels earlier today. Like,
remember how many trades we had around 300?
Meta does its own thing. It's very strong. And because it was like a couple of years ago, was it like $90? You said too. Like
not even a year ago.
I feel like my brain couldn't comprehend it was that recent.
Yeah.
That's wild.
A year ago. I took that bad boy along, whatever it was, January. I mean, it's anyway, Katina Man. Katina Man always getting hyped up. The Katina Man went to Winners, baby, during lunch, and he was doing some shopping. And I asked the Katina Man, I'm like, did you look at the shoes? Because he wears size 13, the monster that he is, right? And he's like, yeah. They got 13s, they got boots, and I was telling him before, yeah. I was like, Sean, why don't you look at Winners? By the way, if you American viewers don't know what the hell Winners is, it's owned by TJX, which owns TJ Maxx and Marshalls. It's just an extension of that in Canada. We have Marshalls, but we don't have TJ Maxx, so instead we call it Winners. In any event, he's like, no, they don't have size 13 all that much. I'm like, they do, man, they do. And he made a little trip there, and he found that they did. So, yeah, the Katina Man is pleased at the moment because he came back with a little bit of shopping. So make sure to mention that to him. 10 minutes left on the show. Adara and MNTS doesn't want to stop, can't stop, won't stop. Right? And it's continuing to go here. It's at 4.25, 130%. Feeling very silly for having taken out that last piece, but that's just the way trading is. Somebody was telling me something about SECO. Yes, it is halted again down on SECO. Not a good look. You know, it's still up triple digits, no question about that, but coming back down into that 163 after 173 high, 273 high on the day. What are you doing over there? The Katina Man is short Meta at 327. He's $1 in the money right now because it is down into that 326 area. Shout out to the Katina Man for that. He'll be on in 10 minutes. But we're doing a bit of a fight here between buyers and sellers at 15.3. So far, the seller is winning. Not by much, though. We're just a smidge below 15.3. 15.280, 290. We'll see how this one ends up. But if I had to bet, I think that we'll probably end up a little below. Speaking of betting, football tonight, Thursday.
Okay.
Amazon's game. And do you know who will be playing? Do you want me to tell you?
Sure, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's fine.
I'm gonna be honest.
Kansas City.
Okay. Oh, so Kelsey.
There you go, smart girl. She picked up on it right away. So we may, I don't know, have Taylor Swift at the game. It's a whole game. No, confirmed no Taylor? She
Oh,
will
confirmed.
be
She will.
there. She will.
No,
be there.
it's so funny too because my father even knows about football now because of the because of the Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift thing. Like my father's even like, oh, the Chiefs. I'm like, I have never heard you talk about sports, Dad.
Yeah, well.
So yeah, like Taylor Swift is she's impacting the football fans. Yeah, it's fascinating. But yeah, who are the Chiefs playing?
The Broncos. So
Broncos,
it's a division
okay.
game, which are always tougher games, but the Broncos aren't very good.
Yeah, I've
you know
not
Russell
heard.
Wilson? He used to play for the Seahawks. He was like with that quarterback.
I've heard of Russell Wilson.
Yeah. He's a great
I haven't heard of
quarterback.
many like football players.
He's a good quarterback.
Okay.
I mean, he had one Super Bowl. He almost had another, but then they threw it instead of passing. They passed it instead of running it. Marshawn
That's
Lynch.
tragic.
But that's the way it is.
Marshawn Lynch I've heard of. That's the guy who won't talk. He doesn't like talking in interviews. Marshawn
he
Lynch.
hates interviews.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know him. I know Marshawn Lynch. I know
I like
Tim
how
Tebow.
you know specific
Yeah.
players. I'm assuming it has something to do with music?
Music or who's referenced in music. Marshawn Lynch was in an episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. A lot of it's music, though. A lot of it's music.
Yeah, Marshawn.
But, yeah.
He's an OG, big philanthropist.
Oh,
Gives
okay,
a
cool.
lot back to his community.
I did not know that.
Yes, especially Thanksgiving time, which is, for our American friends in about a month or so. In any event, it will be an interesting one tonight. I'll be watching, Patty Mahomes will be on, Travis Kelce and the bunch, and then we'll see how Taylor influences the game. I'm sure there will be lots of folks on her. It's not bad for football ratings.
Yeah.
Especially because of the amount of Swifties that are on there. What she's wearing. And there's been rumors about Patrick Mahomes' wife, Brittany Mahomes, and some tension between her and Taylor. They're fans? Well, I saw memes that they're I don't know how true the memes are, Katina, man, but yeah. He's like, how could you not be friends with Taylor Swift? All right, guys, we'll talk about some trading here quickly. Look at the rejection on MNTS. 434 the high, and then absolutely huadunking about $1 coming down into that 350, 340-ish area. Big rejection there. Doesn't even stop at 4. The whole dollar level meant absolutely nothing on that retracement. So I'm upset that I didn't hold for a little bit longer, but big boy Huadunk there. MNTS, I see it, Dad Trader. I see it, baby. Big move up and now a big move down to be expected. Now, with respect to the future, right now we're doing the dance under 15.3, not over 15.3. So what I'd be looking for if I was a long and wanted to take a long off 15.3 are bounces above 15.3 and then rejections down into 15.3 that are getting bought up. So far, it's the opposite. It's the bounces into 15.3 that are being sold off. So it's this kind of looks like it's setting up for a short. There's about 6 minutes left on the show, so I won't be getting into anything here anyway. But what a move down, in case you're wondering why. It was a worse than expected auction that came at 1 o'clock for the 30-year Treasury. And the yield came in about half a point higher than the previous time, which means that, you got to pay more in yields to get the same amount of buyers. That's not a good look. And that means cost of debt higher, the cost of borrowing for the American government higher than what it was previously, and that takes its toll on the balance sheet.
Yeah, and we definitely saw that in the market. I saw someone in the chat a while ago, so sorry for the late mention, Netflix dying in all caps. And I mean, that is not incorrect.
No.
I'm going to look at a 10-minute too, because I think this will be, so like, as the rest of the market went down, Netflix flew down with it. We're down almost 1.5% in the day. I know you were shorting this one a couple days ago. Like, Netflix has definitely had some down days. Yes. We're around that like 360 area, just below 361. Also with Netflix, we're having the earnings coming out October 18th. It's going to be a huge earnings day because we also have Tesla. So October 18th and 19th earnings plays of note.
Eek.
Yeah, indeed, eek. I think Stressla will be at his Stressla-ish best on Wednesday and Thursday. We also have Jameson in the chat. Look at CVNA. Let's look at Mr. Carvana. Okay, down almost 12% of the day. I was a little bit shocked by this chart and this number, as you can tell. Okay, what's going on with Carvana stock? This is today. Okay, so Exane, BNP, Paribas, and Analyst downgraded Carvana from an outperform to a neutral. So yeah, we're down like 12%. I would find it hard to believe that's the only news, but then again, it was probably amplified by the rest of the market move down. We touched VWAP with a little bit of a nice swoosh, and now we're slowing down, albeit we're a little bit lower than, we're not going as drastically as the rest of the market was. So it looks like we had most of the drop here, but this is definitely a chart to watch. So thank you, Jameson, for that. Really appreciate getting to look at this chart because I was not expecting to see this down 12% today. That is an analyst downgrade that I missed.
All right, a couple of soccer items here since we're winding down and the big kahunas are about to take over. Lionel Messi has now been, Inter Miami got eliminated from the MLS playoffs, and then there were all sorts of rumors that he could be going out on a loan deal back to Europe because the MLS won't start playing again until February when the preseason starts. That is now being put on hold. Messi coming out through his agent and saying he is only focused on Argentina international games and Inter Miami. I don't know. I feel there may be more to this story. We know a loan back to Barcelona would be something that he would love. He loves that club more than, he loves a lot of other things. And there is the money that Saudi Arabia has been offering him. Triple digits in the hundreds of millions of euros that he turned down to come to the MLS and be part of expanding the sport in North America, which I think he cares more about. He's got plenty of money. And that deal with Apple didn't hurt him any. Huge deal with Apple about the signups for Apple's TV service. He's getting a cut of that. He also gets a right to buy or an expansion club in the MLS for like $20 million or something like that. I'm not exactly sure of the price. In any event, it will be an interesting little saga to see where Lionel Messi ends up, if he ends up anywhere between now and February. I think he ends up going somewhere. Messi to Morocco, BC. I tend not to think that. Probably Saudi Arabia.
We got a super chat as well here.
Oh, we did? Let me just do it real quick.
It tagged you, so I wanted to mention.
Kyle Burdett Sharif, come on, bro. One of your annoying pump it for the short. Pump it. Or dump it. Sorry to annoy you guys. We're always having fun around here. Adara, any final thoughts before we send it up to
Final thoughts. It was a crazy trading day. Guess it wasn't a day for longs, but I had fun. I learned a lot along the way. Happy to be here.
Well, it was a good day a little bit in the beginning.
I mean, you had a great day too with your trade. Yeah.
It was not a long day anymore, guys. No. A few seconds left. Tomorrow is Friday. Make sure to, get your reps in. Get relaxed. It could be a free fall Friday, or we could buy up the entire move down today. Who knows? The day is not done yet. You still have 2 more hours with the Katina Man and the Neil. But for now, Adara and I and Obi. Oh, actually, Adara and I are going to be on for the full show tomorrow, as Obi will be taking the Katina Man spot as he has a day off. In any event, we'll be on same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. Pretty exciting afternoon here as we get back to the downside in a hurry. Coming off this auction, it would appear that came